Really? He puts it in! 0 seconds remaining! He seems to be fighting hard for it. Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, he's got the oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward, can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Stay on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. My name is Colson, and we are here for some exciting Rocket League playoffs here at the Nemesis League. I'm joined by Rockerman. Rockerman, how you feeling today, bud?
Hey, I'm doing all right, Colson. I'm excited to get into the Titan League here. We got to see if the 10 seeds can keep things rolling. We got Grandmasters as the 1 seed, and then Inferno as that 10 seed, making their way through the play-in tournament. Now, as the 8th seed, we're going to have to see if they can continue their run and, make a little bit more history and pull off a big upset.
It would be really impressive, but I think I'm going to have to rock with the Grandmasters on this one. I'm pretty close with Ventus, so I'm going to be rooting for him. I think this team going 13-5 in the regular season has proven everything so far, and I haven't had a reason to doubt them, so I'm not going to start doubting them now. They finished number 1 in the Western Mountain Conference, and I think Ventus has been a staple of that team. He's number 1 in both demos and assists in this Titan League. He has done a phenomenal job being the facilitator, the playmaker. So I think a lot of this game will depend on if he's able to find his teammates. On the other side of the coin, I think that Inferno looks good. I think that the number 2 overall in Eastern Atlantic and being the number 8 seed doesn't really align that well. I think they're a lot better on paper than they've shown or that they've been ranked in this tournament. So I think it could have the potential to be a close series, especially with how good the defense is on this squad.
Yeah, no, the defense is most certainly that staple for Inferno. And if we could pull up the bracket, we can see how both these teams got here. You mentioned that the Grandmasters 13-5, number 1 seed in the Titan League regular season here. So obviously a great performance from them going on. And then Inferno making their way through that play-in tournament. And Colson, we had some history in the Nemesis Gaming League where for the first time ever since the play-in tournament's inception in Season 5, we had all 4 of the 10 seeds make it into the playoffs.
Wow. That's impressive. Hey, good for them. I can't believe that happened, but hey, there's a first for everything, and I'm glad I've been able to come along for this ride. Number 10 seed, congratulations for making it in here. Let's hope you can keep it rolling. That could be the Cinderella story of this season, and that would be an awesome thing to watch. Grandmasters trying to end that here, keep their run rolling, while Inferno's trying to keep their hopes and dreams of a season win alive. As we load into game number 1, we have the Grandmasters in yellow, and in the red, we have Inferno. Game number 1 is about to launch. We're going to see which team comes out in favor. Yerks with a strong kickoff and gets the first goal. Immediate kickoff goal coming out for the Grandmasters. It says 9 seconds to get that goal, but it's only 2 seconds into this game number 1.
Yeah, no, and that's a great start, especially if you're the 1 seed here. This play-in tournament team in Inferno, they had a little bit of practice this last week, playing some meaningful matches. The Grandmasters have had a week break to try to get things sorted, and to start things out on the right foot is going to be huge for this Grandmasters team to prove to everyone why they were the best team in Titan League during the regular season.
This ball gets launched into the Grandmasters half. T-Man with a great 50. Shot potential, but 2 go, and this could be the counterattack for the Grandmasters, but a great demo coming out from Els. Another trade coming out from Logan. Both teams fighting for this midfield possession. T-Man fakes on this one. G with a quick shot, but Yerk's able to get the save into the sidewall where Ventus is waiting. Ventus now looking to steal some boost. G popping it up for a teammate in the midfield. T-Man goes, but it goes right to Yerks. Yerks taking it to the sidewall, gets a redirect. I think we're going to see see a lot of back and forth in this game number one. Most game number ones are a little ping pong. Each team is trying to feel each other out, see what beats they can get versus what the other team is going to be able to handle. And I think because of that, whichever team holds possession of this ball the most will come out on top in this game number one. Whichever team can stay composed. What do you think, Rockerman?
Yeah, no, especially in the Titan League, you got to find that possession here. These players are so solid, and they're very mechanical, and they know how to rotate. So, the best way you can, find success in the Titan League is finding that possession, finding those passing plays. And this Grandmasters team, probably one of the best in the Titan League, maybe the best in Nemesis all season at finding those passing plays. So if they continue to hook up here, could be a long day for Inferno, but still only one goal on the board here early on in game one.
Yeah, I think I have to give credit to this Grandmasters squad. Again, like I said in the intro, Ventus has looked phenomenal. He's number one in both demos and assists. His off-ball and on-ball presence has been phenomenal and allowed Logan and Yerkes to be extremely successful all season, putting pressure on Yerkes. Speaking of pressure, puts one into the bottom right corner and doubles up the lead for the Grandmasters.
Yeah, not just a massive dunk across, and I think he kind of knew that Yerkes was there, but it just gets behind him, maybe not quite ready for the placement on that shot. It was a very tight angle to put that one in, but the Grandmasters rolling early here, 2 goals.
And I think this is what I was kind of expecting in this game number one. Grandmasters has been the more composed, team-oriented squad that we've had all season, so it's no surprise to me that they're starting out hot, but we're going to have to see if Inferno can rage on, start their own fire, get a spark lit, and I'm looking at T-Man to get that started. Even though he plays in some crazy cars, he is wildly consistent, and I think if this guy starts heating up, the offense of this Inferno squad could get going. But G pops this one down for Els. Els trying to make something happen, taking his time on the ball, gets 50'd out by Logan. T-Man trying to get a stall in the midfield. Logan trying to get one to go, gets the flick, but it's saved off the bar by G. That's the defensive expert that we have seen all season. G, again, number one in saves per game in the Titan League. He is playing phenomenal on defense, so Grandmasters are going to have to find a way to get around this guy.
Yeah, no, we talked about this Inferno squad. We saw it at the end of the regular season on stream, and then in the play-ins, just the defense can lock down so well at times, and you mentioned it led by G, so Grandmasters, they were able to find 2 through the back of them so far, but I think it's going to be, as the series goes on, I think it's going to get a little bit harder once this Inferno team gets a little bit more warmed up for Grandmasters just break through so easily.
I agree, and it's going to be a long series at that. It's a best of 7, no more best of 5s. We are in the playoffs, so these series have the potential to go game 7, go the distance, and that could be taxing on these players. Long series ahead of us, so even if Inferno goes down in this game number 1, they have a lot more chances to get back into it. G pops this one, looking for Els, and no one goes from the defense of the Grandmasters. Els says thank you very much for that pass, G, and immediately cuts this lead in half.
Yeah, and Ventus just a little bit hesitant there on the goal line to go out for that one. It was a nice pass down, and Els was playing fast there, but Ventus just hesitated just a moment, and that's all it takes sometimes in the Titan League for these teams to find goals.
Hesitation is what's going to make the difference in a Titan League match. Great demo coming out in the midfield. Logan with a quick shot. G with a great fake challenge, able to get a strong clear over to the sidewall, but Ventus is waiting there. Logan trying to get the beat and does. Ventus staying on this ball, no boost, pops it off the corner, looking for Logan. Logan with the musty, but it's saved away again by G. Now here comes T-Man, but he's cut out by Yerkes. Yerkes trying to make something happen. Quick pop, but T-Man able to get the save. Ventus now trying to keep this pressure on for the Grandmasters. It pops down awkwardly off the bar, and G own goals on this one. That's not the defensive expert we've seen all season.
Yeah, and that one just a big mistake there. G's trying to get that touch. It goes straight down, and then he hits it into his own net, trying to clear it out there. And unfortunately for him, his team had a little more time. T-Man was probably going to be able to get back to that one, and a tough way to go back down by 2.
Yeah, those are the playoff nerves, the game 1 nerves. I imagine G will iron those out. He's playing pretty well defensively in this game. He does have his 2 saves, so he's on pace. But a quick 1-2 counterattack coming out from the Grandmasters gives them a 3-goal lead in this game. Great 50 coming out, and the Grandmasters are capitalizing on everything.
Yeah, you see him finding those passing plays too, even on a breakaway there. Inferno just really trying to sell out, knowing they're down by 2. Unfortunately, a little bit of overcommit, just trying to get something to go there in the last seconds. But yeah, the Grandmasters team putting into some good offense, still finding each other like we've known them to do during the regular season. And now, as this game kind of winds down here, we'll see if Inferno can build any sort of momentum heading into game number 2.
I hope that they can get one at least for the road. I'd like this series to go the distance. G missing out this one. I'm not going to blame them too much for what's going on here. They have to go for one. They got to get one for the road. I don't mind a couple overcommits here. They're just trying to get their offense started. So even though they do get scored on and make it a 4-goal difference, I don't mind it that much. They're trying to get heat up.
Yeah, no, and like I said, that's kind of what you got to do here, especially in this game number 1. It's a long series, best of 7. You got to try to find a way to get your momentum going, and Inferno was really trying to do it there, but another one is going to be added to the tally here. 6-1 now for Grandmasters.
It's like Yerkes is seeing how long he can extend his game, and he's done a great job at it. He has 4 goals in his game number 1, Ventus with the other 2, but it looks to me like we have almost. We only have 1 goal that isn't assisted. Grandmasters playing a phenomenal game number 1, winning 6-1, proving that they are the number 1 seed for a reason. I'm excited to see Inferno heat up and get back into this series.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it here heading into this game number 2. I mean, the shots will tell you it was close, but watching the game, you can tell that it wasn't really as close as maybe some of us would have liked with this Inferno team trying to make that run. And the Grandmasters, again, they did everything you needed to do when you're that number 1 seed. You had the best regular season record. You're coming into the playoffs on a week off here, and you got to start out strong, and they're able to do just that. And now in the game number 2, it's all on Inferno to try to find an answer and tie this series up.
Grandmasters not getting a kickoff goal. T-Man changing from the Scarab into the Nomad. Clearly, car design and choices are coming to play. He's trying to find a car that fits his fancy, makes him feel good. 50'd out in the midfield by Yerkes. Could have been a double commit, but fortunately for the Grandmasters, Ventus doesn't go too far upfield. G getting it around him. Now Logan trying to press the issue for the Grandmasters, but it looks like we're getting a little back and forth. Each team trying to find their footing off this opening kickoff so far. Logan screams one off the backboard, looking for a teammate to follow up. Ventus pops it up. Yerkes not able to get any boost, and so he leaves the midfield for a teammate. Popped in the corner. Logan able to get the 50 off T-Man, but here come Inferno trying to heat up after their iced out game number 1. We'll see if the Grandmasters will tee off immediately or if Inferno will strike first.
Yeah, about a minute into this one so far, and Inferno's holding on. Grandmasters have had a little bit of pressure, but 6 goals in that last game, 0 so far in the first minute. Inferno's doing a good job to get back to their defensive ways, and hopefully they can turn that defense into some offense here. As this one a dangerous ball, a demo comes through, and the Grandmasters try to keep it going. But I am liking what I'm seeing from Inferno. We'll just see if they can transition from defense into offense and turn into some goals.
Yeah, right now it looks like Grandmasters are playing the beat. I mean, we see Yerkes get beat out by G, though. Logan will be able to get back to this one. But right now it looks like Grandmasters are just trying to play the ball. A bump attempt coming out from Ventus. Logan to Yerkes, and the Grandmasters do strike first in game number 2.
Yeah, and you see there's 2 players going up there. Ventus just kind of getting in the way of T-Man there. It was just a long bang from Yerkes towards the net. And this Inferno team has gotten caught out a couple of times, trying to transition from that defense to offense. They're not really finding what they need, but they might find something right here. As Els is going to take the shot. He's going to put it in, and Inferno are going to tie things up.
Inferno finally getting a kickoff goal back after what happened in game number 1, where it was 2-3 in favor of the Grandmasters. It's good to see Inferno's getting one of their own, tying this one up. 3:18 remaining. This is anybody's game. Good 50 in the midfield. This could be anyone's ball. G elects to stay on it with low boost. Ventus pops it over the sidewall, looking for Yerkes. Yerkes gets a 50. Ventus back to Yerkes. Yerkes tries to get a quick shot, but Els is there with the read. Ventus pops this one over. G intercepts, looking for a double, but doesn't have it. Yerkes now going up to the side wall, but gets beat out by T-Man. I love this midfield presence that I'm seeing from Inferno. They're pressing the issue, really trying to not give this midfield boost towards the Grandmasters, who, with that, dominated in game number 1. Pressure is on, though, but it looks like this defensive stand from Inferno will pay off this time. And pay off in spades, it does! G able to get a goal and take the lead for Inferno.
Yeah, and just catching Logan out here, G is just going to find a great 50. That's a beautiful clear from T-Man, and that's the kind of counterattack that we needed to see from defense to offense, and Inferno going to take the lead here for the first time.
G trying to double up on his lead, gets a touch over to the back wall, and 50s out Logan. Ventus and Yerkes to take over with a team pinch. Someone looking to follow up is Yerkes. Yerkes with a slow shot on, and T-Man able to get this save. Great demo. Off-ball presence starting to show up for Inferno as well. This ball pops off the corner. T-Man's already up with a shot, but Yerkes able to save it away. Logan pops it over. This could be dangerous for the Grandmasters. This is the first time that I've seen that they're really being trapped in their defensive half, but Logan is ready to get out of it. Great off-ball bump coming through from Ventus, who elects to stay on. Get a 50 wide open for Yerkes, and Grandmasters have tied up this game.
Yeah, and that's a big demo there, and L's just kind of stuck as the last man there. Doesn't really know. You see another demo come out on that side, and that's what, again, what Ventus does well is that facilitator is he sets it up with those demos, with those assists. You referenced it, one of the top demoers in Nemesis there, 3rd in the Titan League during the regular season. So he knows how to demo it and how to set it up there, and a great play from the Grandmasters to make this thing even.
Yerkes now taking his time on the wall. Low boost for him. Leaves it for Ventus. Ventus calling the shots, taking over. Trying to get a pass for a teammate, but T-Man has it read. Logan now taking over. Tries to get a 50, but G delays his challenge just a little bit, buying his teammate some precious time to get boost. Yerkes coming with the pressure to go from Inferno. Quick shot coming out from Logan, but G, ever present on defense, gets the save. T-Man fakes on this one, leaves it for Els. Els tries to pass this one upfield. G with a quick shot, but Yerkes able to save this one away. Dangerous counterattack coming from the Grandmasters, but Ventus puts a low and slow shot on net that's easily saved away. Now Grandmasters looking to press the issue, but Inferno break out and begin their own counterattack.
Yeah, and with a minute remaining here, the Grandmasters, again, they kind of brought their pressure back, but, you know, Inferno's done really well as a huge mistake comes through by the Grandmasters, and T-Man is going to get a long goal.
Ventus just a lapse in judgment on this one. Misses on it, and not any of the Grandmasters can get a hand on it. That one gives Inferno a late lead in game number 2. A little bit of a mental error, and that will benefit Inferno. They're happy to see it, happy to take a lead this late, but Yerkes isn't satisfied with it. A little bit awkward. Ventus puts one off the 4th man, and this game remains in favor of Inferno, but Logan isn't done yet. He pinches one over to the other side of the field, just trying to starve some boost from this Inferno squad. Another pinch, back and forth we go, trying to get him to crawl off the line, trying to get something threatening happening, but no one goes just yet. Logan fakes this one out. G, low boost, able to get the clear over the midfield line. Now Yerkes taking this one up to the wall. 15 seconds remaining. Grandmasters need to strike now if they want to take this game. T-Man backwards on the ball, gets a touch over one. Ventus trying to keep this one up, but Logan misses on it. Yerkes popping it up to the backboard where G is waiting. 3 seconds left. This ball has to stay up if the Grandmasters want a chance of taking it. Logan with the strong clear, looking for a double off the back wall, doesn't get it, and the ball goes down. Inferno tie up the series at 1-1.
Yeah, and that was actually a really close opportunity there at the end. The Grandmasters had it all the way down the pitch, but T-Man with a massive defensive stand right there, able to shut things down. And great performance from the Inferno defense there, shutting down pretty much most of what Grandmasters were trying to do, and really finding that counterattack play style, which, you know, we talked about. That's what happens when you're a defensive team here, Colson, is you got to be good on those counterattacks as a team. If you're going to lock down the defense, you got to be able to transition and catch a super aggressive team like the Grandmasters out. And Inferno did a great job of that in this game number 2. And now we'll have to see if it's going to be offense of the Grandmasters or if it's going to be defense that's going to win this game number 3 for Inferno.
Absolutely. And now we dive into game number 3. ball going to Grandmasters. Ventus gets it around one, but gets beat, and L says thank you very much. Inferno with another kickoff goal. They are heating up into a roaring fire of offense.
Yeah, and Els with some great pressure there right over the top of Ventus, and I mean, that's a great way for Inferno here to start things out in this game. Number 3, 5 seconds in. We've seen a couple of quick goals in this series so far in these first couple games, and Inferno really you could use that one right there. They found it, and now they're going to be all tied up again as the Grandmasters find a counterattack and tie things up at 1.
Couple of quick kickoff goals, each team able to get their one. We're basically at zeros once again. Differences, each team feels a little bit more confident in their shooting and their teammates. Now we dive into the third kickoff of the game. Logan's trying to get another kickoff goal going, but G has that one red, clears it downfield. Yerk's trying to get it back into the red half, but Els has none of it. Ventus whiffs on this one, and G takes over, trying to get a quick shot. Yerkes passes it down to Logan, though. Logan now taking his time on the ball. Teammate with a great interception. Great 50 coming out. Each team trying to get possession of this ball for longer than a second, but so far, neither team has been able to. Ventus low boost fakes one out. Yerkes with a great 50. Logan with a quick shot and a beautiful play, selfless play coming out from the Grandmasters.
Yeah, you see the attack coming through, and that's a great 50 by Yerkes, and Inferno just not quite ready for that one. You know, maybe really trusting in that last touch there, but the follow-up just wasn't quite readily available for Inferno, and unfortunately for them, going to find themselves down 2-1.
3 goals in less than 45 seconds. This game number 3 is an offensive slaughter right now. Both teams trying to get themselves going, but not much defense has been played yet. I'm looking for G to make the stand on the side of Inferno. As Ventus whiffs on this one, this ball just cleared a little bit too hard for him. Logan with a pop out. L's first one to reach it, but a slow shot on target isn't threatening enough for the Grandmasters. Now Logan popped this one off the corner. Ventus waiting for it. This one's going to pop down. It does, but T-Man makes the read. Now Yerkes leaving this one. Tries to get a good 50, but T-Man keeps it rolling. Pinch comes out, and it soars back and forth in game number 3.
Yeah, now with, you know, just approaching 3 minutes left in this game. I mean, Inferno, they found a quick kickoff goal here, but the Grandmasters are so aggressive on their offenses. G is going to make that save, and, you know, Inferno had a couple of close opportunities here to capitalize on these mistakes, capitalize on this aggression, and they still just got to look for their opportunities. I think they're there. They just got to try to follow through on them here and, you know, wait for these Grandmasters to overcommit, as this one is a great flick as Yerkes is going to send it in the back of the net.
And Ventus does it again. He won't get credit for this, but Ventus trying to disrupt G, forcing him to go early, and that lets Yerkes get a nice flick into the top left corner. I think that's when this Grandmasters team is playing at their best, when Ventus is able to go for these aggressive plays, looking for demos. That's when I've seen this squad shine the brightest. And I'd like to give credit to Inferno, especially in that game number 2. They did a really good job at preventing Ventus from getting too aggressive. They were able to contain his off-ball aggression, and because of that, they were able to take the game. Great defensive stand coming out from Inferno, looking for a quick counterattack, but Ventus is back for the save. Yerkes with a strong clear, buying his team a little time. Ventus up to it early. This one pops awkwardly mid. Yerkes goes, but Els gets a stronger clear downfield. G fakes it. This is awkward, but fortunately for the Grandmasters, Ventus was there with the save. Now Ventus popping it over to Logan. 1-2-3 passing play, but G ever present on defense yet again. Able to get his 3rd save of the game and keep it at a 2-goal difference.
Yeah, G is still doing really good on the defensive end here, but Inferno, they've really got to find a way to break through on this offense. I feel like they're so close on a couple of these occasions here where they're on the counterattack, and Grandmasters are a little bit overcommitted. And if, you know, Inferno can just find one of those angles here, I think they'll be able to find another goal here. Still a little bit of time remaining, 145. Definitely possible for them to come back here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They're just going to have to get around that really aggressive second and third man from the Grandmasters. Each player on that team is not afraid to go for the ball whenever. They just trust their teammates will be able to get back, and it is doing wonders for them. Yerkes looking for Ventus. Now Ventus looking for a bump after a missed pass. Yerkes puts one off the bar. It's open, but Els with a great touch over to the sidewall where G is waiting. G back to Els, trying to get something happening. Great bump comes out, but Ventus able to stuff Els in the corner and make the save. So far, this Inferno squad is getting good looks on offense, but the defense of the Grandmasters is looking phenomenal, keeping them in the lead. Rockerman, what do you think you'd like to see from Inferno in order for them to get back into this game number 3?
Yeah, there's been a couple opportunities here, Colson, where Inferno has had 2-on-1, 3-on-1 with the last man back, and they've just taken a couple pot shots really quick here. You got to try to slow things down, use your advantage here with the player advantage. Find a demo, find a bump there, and allow your team to get on offense, because right now they're just kind of giving away possession when the Grandmasters are caught out, and with 30 seconds left, it's going to be tough to find 2 goals here.
But T-Man was looking for it!
Oh no!
Wow, what a save coming out from Ventus. This one goes off both posts and keeps them in the lead by 2 goals. G now trying to press but it doesn't work. It gets pinched out onto the other side of the field. Grandmaster's doing a phenomenal job wasting time. Yerkes gets a strong clear in. Again, these teams are Inferno trying to press the issue, but Grandmasters doesn't let them, meeting them wherever they go, and Grandmasters take game number 3.
Yeah, Grandmaster's going to take it here, and Inferno opting to use their tactical timeout here, trying to kill the momentum early, and I like that. A lot of times in the Titan League, we don't see that tactical timeout used here, but Inferno is going to opt for it here, and yeah, again, Colson, I think the big issue is that Inferno, again, when they had those man advantages, those 2-on-1, 3-on-1, they just weren't capitalizing on those ones, getting the bumps, getting the demos, and just kind of threw the ball away to the Grandmasters, which allowed them to just clear the ball, make an easy save, and able to win that game number 3. So heading into this game number 4 here, Inferno, pretty much a must-win, down 2-1 here, and I'm curious what they're going to be talking about. Maybe it is talking about those advantages and how you can utilize them, but we'll have to see what they come up with.
And it's unfortunate for Inferno. There were a couple of aggressive plays, like you said, where the bumps and demos from the first man didn't pay off, which was impressive for the Grandmasters defense. They looked great. Even though one player was getting bumped, another player was ready for it and able to get back to it. I think that this Inferno squad doesn't or shouldn't get discouraged by that. Those were their best opportunities. They need to be more aggressive. They need to bump these players out of the way, because when they aren't getting bumped out of the way, they're not getting any goals. 6 shots to 1 goal to the Grandmasters, 11 shots in that game. That is an offensive powerhouse that we are seeing, but that isn't to say Inferno can't do it. I think it was in game number 2, they had 5 shots and 3 goals. That was a phenomenal way of playing. They were playing heavily on counterattacks, and Grandmasters seem to have adapted to it and are ready for those quick strikes. But now is when you can know that there will be a player back, ascend that first man aggressively, let the second man take the shot, first man get him out of the way. I think that's where we will see some success for this Inferno squad.
Yeah, hopefully so. Heading into this game number 4, try to tie this series up, keep it, give us a guaranteed Forbidden Temple. I know we all love guaranteed Forbidden Temple. I'm personally a big fan of guaranteed Forbidden Temple, so we'll see if Inferno can battle back here. But yeah, again, I think that's really what it comes down to. The defense was solid for the most part. They held Grandmasters without too much aggression. They just got to capitalize on their opportunities. I think that's all it is here. And this one, as we head into this next game here, and off the kickoff. That is not how you want to start your timeout there. The game after the timeout, 5 seconds in. And I mean, I think that's the 3rd goal, Coulson, that we've seen in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, unbelievable kickoff strats coming out from both teams. I don't know if there's strats or lack of them, because it seems like one of these two teams always gets a goal within those first 5 seconds. G trying to get his own within the first 10, but gets saved away by Ventus. Ventus looking for a redirect, fakes it out. Logan able to follow up on it quickly, but here comes T-Man. T-Man up into the sky, trying to get it around him, but Yurk's ever patient, waiting for that one. Gets a flick around nobody, looking for Logan. Logan pre-jumps, and it goes around Ventus. An awkward 50 leads to G, tying up the game in the first 30 seconds of the match.
Yeah, Logan just a little bit awkward right there, and the pinch comes through. You see third man from Grandmasters trying to be aggressive, trying to follow up off the passing plays. That's what makes them so good, is they know exactly where each other are and they can follow up. But G was right on top of that one, able to pinch it off the opponent, send it a long way, and tie things up.
I liked what I saw from that Inferno squad just then. The second man being super aggressive, getting to that ball as quickly as they could, caught the third man lacking. And because of that, it led them to tie up the game. I love the aggression that I'm seeing from the second man, especially so far. G again, waiting upfield for a touch. That is the threatening plays that we need to see from this Inferno squad if they want to get back into the series after a timeout. Yurks getting it around one. G with the second following, but gets beat out. Els gets beat up by Logan, but T-Man clears it away to the corner. Ventus with a quick shot on, but G again with another save. G already has one, and that is it so far. I thought he had a couple more. Maybe he just didn't get credited for him. But now El's trying to get a quick shot, but he sends it a little bit wide. Pressure on to the Grandmasters from Inferno, as Inferno is starting to heat up in game number 4.
Yeah, Inferno is finding some good pressure here right now, keeping Grandmasters in their zone, and that's, again, not too characteristic of what we've seen from them. With their suffocating defense, usually they try to counterattack it into that offense, but for a couple of last 30 seconds, 60 seconds though, they had some great pressure on the Grandmaster zone, and the Grandmasters just struggling a little bit to truly find each other here, as this one's a shot towards net. G's gonna make a nice save there, but still 3 minutes remaining here. Inferno more than in this game, and a lot of time left for anyone to come out on top.
Yeah, Inferno, I think, looks pretty solid in this game, although there's a wide open net. Ventus with a weird flick causes 2 to go. T-Man gets a touch, potentially saving a goal. Yurks pops it up to himself, fakes it out, trying to pop this back to Logan. Logan gets the ball, looking for a corner read. Back to Ventus. Ventus down in the midfield. Logan trying to get a shot, but no one goes. Ventus stuffs out Yurks. That was an interesting play. I like the keeping possession idea, but I don't know about blocking your teammate's shot. Now Ventus trying to take over again off the corner. Logan looking for him upfield. Ventus is in the wing, but G is there with the intercept. Yurks with a quick shot. Great demo coming out from Ventus, but an even better save coming out from G. Quick counterattack off target. That could have been the chance for Inferno to take the lead with 2 minutes remaining. And now we're off the ceiling yet again. Inferno pressing the issue. T-Man flicking it up over Ventus, but Yurks able to get there first. G trying to keep this one in the zone. I love the patience from him on that, keeping the pressure on this Grandmaster's squad. Ventus pops it over Els. Yurks now taking his time with the flick over to Ventus. Ventus past the Yurks. Yurks trying to get it going, getting above, but T-Man able to get the save on that one. 1:40 left in this game, and we have yet to see a tiebreaker so far.
Yeah, still tied at 1 apiece here, but a couple of great opportunities on both sides, and Grandmasters are diving in here, trying to be super aggressive, and G just continues to find his way as Ventus is looking for something there, and they are going to find it out here. All out aggression gives the Grandmasters the lead.
Look at how aggressive this squad is being. Ventus is upfield, Yurks is upfield, Logan's in the in the corner next to the red goal. That is unbelievable aggression and unbelievable amount of trust that this Grandmaster squad has for one another, believing in the 50s, believing in the bumps, and that's why they get a second goal. I love the risk-taking that I've seen from this squad, and I think that could be a tilter for this Inferno team. But this is the chance for them to get back into it. T-Man looking for the bump, gets it to go in the Nomad. The most beautiful goal that car has ever seen. T-Man ties it up with an air dribble bump.
Yeah, and Yurks, what are you going to do? T-Man is coming for you, buddy. And he takes him right out of the equation. A perfect play from that man, the spiritual leader of this Inferno team there. Puts it in and ties us up. And they might have something here.
Opportunity. Els! What we doing, boys? That was the opportunity. That was the chance. That's as wide open as it gets in the Titan League. And we send that one high off the fourth man. That is unbelievable. T-Man looking for a double in the Nomad, but Yerkes able to save it away. That is a tilter right there. The ping of the crossbar echoing in the minds of Inferno. And it'll stay there, especially if Grandmasters take this game. Ventus putting on the pressure. A whiff comes out, and Yerkes puts it in the back of the net. A couple of bad touches come out from this Inferno squad, and the Grandmasters take the lead with less than 30 seconds left.
Oh man, I mean, you just got to feel for Els right there. I mean, it's a wide open net. He's trying to put some pace on it, expecting someone to be back, and instead, the Grandmaster is going to find a counterattack here, and that one's tough, but 25 seconds left. Got to try to find something here. You do not want to fall down 3-1 here.
T-Man trying to put the pressure on. Els trying to make up for what he just did. Puts it high off. G trying to follow up on it. Puts it behind Ventus and ties it up with 13 seconds remaining. A borderline kickoff goal, tying this game up late.
That's perfect placement there. You know, Ventus, he's trying to get out in front of the net, and G knows this. He's aiming for that bottom right, perfectly placed, and G is really doing everything he can. 4 saves, 2 goals, trying to carry this team to this victory and tie the series up.
I would feel like this game got stolen from me if I was a Grandmaster, especially if they score with these last few seconds, trying to keep the ball up, but it goes down, and we have overtime. G has done it both on offense and defense. 4 saves, 2 goals. He is willing this Inferno squad to a victory, but now here come the Grandmasters. Logan with a quick shot on, but not able to get followed up on. Yerkes pops this one off. This is so awkward. Gets the bump. Logan puts it down off the bar and in. What an off-ball play from Yerkes. Gets the pass, gets the bump, and Grandmasters get game number 4.
Yeah, taking out the defensive wall there, and G on the backboard, and Logan is ready for it to put it in, and the Grandmaster is really going to come away with one here. It seemed like Inferno had that one in the bag with that open net, and that one, again, you mentioned it, that crossbar ring is going to haunt some dreams over there on Inferno if they're unable to bring it back here, and especially after using that timeout. A tough one to swallow here, as Grandmasters are now 1 win away from the semifinals.
Yeah, that is a tough one to not win. You feel like you had it. It would have been 4-3 if Logan, or excuse me, if Els had put that one on net, but unfortunately for him and for the Inferno squad, he hit that one off the post, and Grandmasters steal game number 4. Ventus immediately with the off-ball pressure, getting a bump off kickoff. Yerkes gets a bump as well, but this one soars back into the Grandmasters half. Logan recovers on it, but Els cuts him away. Els with a quick shot on target, and Ventus gets the save. Looking for a double and hits it. This could be pressure for the Grandmasters, and is. Great demo comes out. T-Man with an awkward touch. Yerkes puts it in the back of the net, and in less than 30 seconds, yet again, we have another lead.
Yeah, these games are just starting off quick there, and T-Man, he makes the touch there, but just can't quite get back to it. He didn't have enough boost to find the power to clear to the corner. Instead, dropped it out in the midfield there, and another tough start here for Inferno. If you're trying to battle back from a 3-1 deficit against the number 1 overall seed, you need everything to kind of fall your way here, and starting down 1-0 is going to be a tough hole to climb out of on this one. And, you know, again, really going to have to try to find some pressure here as T-Man is trying to find a 50.
I like Els being aggressive on that play, but this could be a counterattack, and it is Yerkes with a crazy dribble play, taps it down to himself, gets a quick flick, and because of that, he puts his team up by 2, doubling up on his lead.
And I think actually Els might have bumped him into that one there, Colson. Els was chasing, trying to find that demo, and when he landed, Yerkes did, he got bumped just a little bit by Els, and I think it gave it that extra pace that it needed, and a tough one there.
Els taking a couple of L's in these last 2 games. I'm hoping that he can take a couple W's in the coming minutes. Yerkes gets it around 1. Ventus, look at the pressure from him, trying to get a bump, doesn't. G with a great defensive play, getting around the bump, and here comes T-Man, looking for one of his own. Els put it in, but T-Man doesn't get the bump on Logan, and Logan's able to make the save. T-Man's not done though, gets a pinch on the ground, but saved away by Yerkes. fake comes out from Logan. Yerkes now waiting for it on the wall. A little bit awkward. Backflips, gets back to it. This is super awkward play. Fake comes out. Els put it in, but Yerkes there with the save. They'll do anything but let Els score a goal. That has to be tilting. Those opportunities are not going to come often, and every time the Grandmasters are shutting them down. Another off-ball demo, another off-ball demo. We are seeing pandemonium in this game, number 5, Rockerman.
Yeah, we're not on Forbidden Temple yet, but we're seeing some chaos here as the Grandmasters now have 6 saves and a 3rd goal to their ledger.
Yerkes with the hat trick in 2 minutes. This guy wants to end the series and end it now. Logan has 2 assists. It is unbelievable the offensive prowess this squad has, and their typical playmaker, Ventus, hasn't really done anything so far. He's gotten a few demos, but he hasn't got the assists like we've known him to do. T-Man gets a touch. I wish he would have gone for a demo on the last back. That could have been the chance. We aren't seeing that aggression that we called for from this Inferno squad. Each player's trying to be the man, be the guy to get the goal, but they need to be a little bit more selfless if they want to get back into this one. G now trying to make something happen. Great bump attempt from T-Man, but Yerkes able to get around it. 50-50 comes out. T-Man pops it over for a teammate, but no one able to follow up on it. Logan there first, trying to get some midfield pressure. T-Man not letting him get it for free. T-Man again not letting Ventus get this one for free. Always running interference. Could be awkward, but L's able to make the save. I like the aggression. Not let him get anything for free. T-Man gets another save. G, first one to this ball. Great 50 in the midfield. T-Man needs to be up and is. Gets it around Yerkes. Els doesn't get beat out by Logan, though. This Grandmaster squad is looking tough to beat, Rockerman.
Yeah, they're putting on some great pressure, and this one they may have caught him out again. How about a 4-piece McNugget from Yerkes there? He's got 4 goals, and the Grandmasters are feeling good here with their pressure.
G was just not ready for that touch. A little bit too far away from T-Man, and it gets pinched into the back of the net by who else but Yerkes, getting his 4th goal of the game. Trying to make it 5th with a double, but G controls this one to the ceiling. Has an air dribble, but it's going to drop it in the midfield. Logan pops it up looking for a teammate, but Els is the first one to it. Pops it into the yellow zone, but Ventus scoops this one up. Possession game not coming out from either of these teams. They're just kind of letting the ball go to one another. Great pop over, though. This could be a chance for the Grandmasters. Great force comes out. Yerkes looking for a sidewall. He's feeling it, but it goes into the red corner instead. Ventus up for this one early, keeping the pressure on, looking for a redirect. Logan pre-jumps it. He sends it off the post. That would have been an exclamation point on a highlight game number 5 for this Grandmaster squad.
Yeah, I mean, they're just feeling good here. I mean, a minute left here. Inferno needs a miracle. They've already kind of exhausted their good options here on this one. And with a minute left, hopefully they can find something to try to bring it back, a miracle comeback, and keep the 10Cs rolling. But I mean, with the way the Grandmasters have been playing here, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but mistouches like that could be the opportunity. Els, put it in, son. Go for the double, but Logan saves it away. Unfortunately, the Inferno squad is being held to nothing in this game number 5. I'd like to see them get one for the road. G to Els, but Ventus has this one red too. G staying on it, looking for T-Man. T-Man up early, gets it over one, gets it off the post, but Yerkes able to get a strong redirect clear out of the zone. Logan with an off-ball demo. Els has to get a touch, gets it, but Yerkes is back, gets another touch around, and this game feels like it's all but over. 10 seconds remaining, and the Grandmasters look to take this series 4-1.
Yeah, and they will take this series here, Colson. I mean, just a great performance from them overall. And Inferno, it's a heartbreaking way to end the season, because I feel like even though it's a 4-1 scoreline, I feel like this series could have easily been tied 2-2 heading into this game. Even if Grandmasters win this one, we head to Game 6. But really just a masterclass from Yerkes there in that game. And he is going to outscore the entire Inferno team by himself, almost doubling them up by himself there, might I add. So just a masterclass from him. And, this Grandmaster squad, they are going to be very scary, Colson, heading into that semifinals. And again, 1 seed for a reason.
unbelievable display from this squad. They played phenomenally. Off-ball pressure was there. On-ball pressure was there. Yerkes getting almost 1,000 points at the end in that game number 5. Each player on that team played phenomenally. It was a tough watch if you were a fan of Inferno because it felt like that squad couldn't get anything started. They had great chances on kickoffs and on counterattacks, but aside from a minute or two here and there, they didn't have a lot of sustained offense, and I have to give a lot of credit to the rotation and aggressiveness of this Grandmasters squad. They didn't let Inferno get a foothold, and because of that, they were able to put the Inferno out. Phenomenal game. Congratulations to the Grandmasters. Congratulations to Inferno on a great series. They were able to make it into the playoffs, but unfortunately, their playoff run has ended.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate way to go out, but making it out of the play-ins as the 10 seed is impressive in its own right. So you got to give them credit for that. It was a good run for the season. But there can only be one champion at the end of the day, Coulson. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Inferno, but Grandmasters going to live to fight another day, going to take on that Nebula squad in round number 2 there in the semis for a spot in the grand finals. That one will be a spicy one for sure.
I'm excited to see it. We're actually going to head to a quick break before we head on over to our next matchup in the Challenger League between Venom and the Raptors. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few minutes with our next matchup.
Blame it on my new suit and tie. Blame it on I'm younger than my wine. Either way, I'm feeling like my wife's in the room tonight. Maybe it's the way that dress fits, makes me wanna ask the question. Either way, I'm feeling like my wife's in the room tonight. Ooh, when can I see you after tonight? Ooh, 'cause I'm kinda thinking the rest of our life. I can't wait another day. Say I do the Lakers way, 'cause girl, if you're asking me, it's got a ring to it. I can't wait to go and change your left hand and your last name, 'cause girl, if you're asking me, it's got a ring to it. Blame it on the gin martini that's got me wanting to get down on a knee. And either way, I think my bride-to-be is looking right at me. Ooh, when can I see you after tonight? Ooh, 'cause I'm kinda thinking the rest of our life. I can't wait another day. for Mrs. Right, so I'ma misses you up tonight. Looking for Mrs. Right, so I'ma misses you up. I can't wait another day. 2 I do's the Vegas way. 'Cause girl, if you're asking me, it's good to ring to it. Can't wait to go and change your left hand and your last name. 'Cause girl, if you're asking me, it's got to ring to it. 'Cause girl, if you're asking me, it's got to ring to it. 'Cause girl, if you're asking me, it's got to ring to it.
You gonna know my name.
You gonna know my name.
You gonna know my name. My name. My name. My name. My name. Let's rewind.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready. I told y'all don't change the game.
You got that.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready.
You gonna know my name. 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 You got that. You gonna know my name. 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 My name.
searching for a high or something true. 'Cause I don't want just somebody to hold me through the night, but you're the one I love for life. And how can I love somebody when you're the reason why? How can I lose in my mind? Yeah, how could I, how could I? I thought when I'm with her, it all changed. It's obvious it won't, it's not the same. Yeah, how could I move on when you're to blame? No, I don't see a single way, a single way. 'Cause I don't want just somebody to hold me through the night. You're the one I love for life. And how can I love somebody when you're the reason why? How keep on losing my mind? Yeah, how could I, how could I? Yeah, how could I, how could I?
Really? He puts it in 0 seconds remaining.
Both these teams are gonna be fighting hard for it.
Oh my goodness, Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Replace this heck. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward, can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
Davis high off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this can. Oh my
It's
lord.
go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, open day on the goal line. He did not win nearly over. Sweet. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. My name is Colson, and I'm joined for this matchup by Chunk. Chunk, how you feeling?
Feeling great. Great to cast this Venom team again in the playoffs. I believe I casted them a ton of different times. I'm not sure if in the playoffs, but I'm very familiar with casting these guys, and I'm excited to cast them tonight against Raptors, which is a 4-5 matchup, so it should be really, really good.
The Venom squad went 12-6, and this Raptor squad went 11-7. So, like you said, this should be a very, very close matchup. Venom went number 1 in the Western Mountain region in the regular season. The Raptors were number 2 in the Eastern Central region. So both top caliber teams, both playing phenomenally throughout. On the side of Venom, there are 2 top 10 rated players in Fort and Yukio. And on the side of the Raptors, there are 2 top 15 players on the side of Camden and Ranaday. Camden, notably, is a number 3 ranked player. So hopefully we'll see some great gameplay coming out of them.
Yeah, I'm really curious on how these two little duos will compete with each other, and how the third man will kind of find the like glue to connect them. I know that it is very important as we go into these playoffs to kind of see how these teams built around each other with teamwork and whatnot. So I'm excited to see how they can play when it matters the most.
And I'm going to be interested in that. I think that both of these teams can take some lessons from what we saw in the last matchup between Grandmasters and Inferno. Grandmasters looked dominant because they were so aggressive. They were willing to be super aggressive with their first man, looking for bumps, demos, off-ball pressure, and that led to a wild amount of success. So I think whichever team can replicate that aggression could come out on top, especially in this game number 1, where it does come down to possession. Kind of counterintuitive. It's always a ping pong game, right? Where you try to feel out your opponent and clear it away when you get scared. But oftentimes the team that keeps the ball the closest, keeps it within their own possession, is the team that comes out on top. So it's really going to depend, but I think an aggressive team that keeps possession should take at least game number 1, if not the series chunk.
I know teams like to play that kind of passive play style in the first game. They kind of like to feel out their opponents. I know a lot of teams do that, but I think if you do play your game and manage to not kind of get disrupted, that either one of these teams will come out swinging, and you do not want to lose the first game and let it go downhill, because if you do lose that first game and then lose the second one as well after feeling them out, things could get slippery real quick.
It could. They do have a little bit more mountain to hold on to, though. This is another best of 7. No longer are the days of best of 5. So even if you slip a little bit, you have an extra game or 2 to catch your footing and get back into it. And like we said at the very beginning, these teams are super closely rated, the number 4 and number 5 seeds. So I personally would not be shocked if we saw this series go the distance. I'm hoping for a game 7 overtime, but we'll wait and see. In the yellow team is Venom, and on the brown side is the Raptors. Diving into game number 1. Kickoff immediately goes on to the Raptors side. Redirect over to the sidewall. JP looks to take over. Gets a clear round for JP, looking to make a touch. Misses the double, and Yukio able to make the save over to the sidewall. Pressure early for the Raptors, though. Not initially what I was expecting, especially seeing that Camden doesn't look to be in the lobby. It looks like Divine is going to be replacing him, unless that's a name change that I am completely unfamiliar with. So it will be interesting, but I might have to give the edge in this game to Venom now.
Yeah, Camden is a good player in his own right, but I think Divine has had a lot of playing time. I believe he was on a different team at the mid of the season, as Raptors will take an open net, which is given to them graciously here by this Venom defense. Is just Yukio missing a touch when JP passes it to Divine. But like I was saying, Divine was on another team. He's got a lot of experience, so I do think that will help him here in this playoffs.
Divine shut me up immediately, too. I had a little bit of a question mark over his head because he isn't Camden, but Divine stepped up and said, "No, sir, I am Divine, and I am here for a reason." He gets the opening goal for this Raptors squad. Ranade hitting over to the sidewall, gets 50 out by Rat. Divine looking for a teammate mid. Great pass to Ranade. Goes around one, but Ford able to get the touch and clear it away. JP keeping this one and trying to keep the pressure on this Venom squad, who seem to be on the back foot. Not responding well. Missed touch comes out, but JP able to get the clear right over to Ranade. Ranade with a quick shot, but it will go wide off the post. Divine keeping this pressure on. It looks like this team in the Raptors is playing phenomenally. A lot of aggression towards this Venom side, and Venom hasn't had much to respond so far. Not a lot of sustained pressure, but here comes Yukio trying to get it around to, and does Port with a quick follow-up, and that's the duo we were talking about pregame. They respond and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, great follow-up by Fort off the play by Yukio. One thing I kind of noticed from the past seasons, these two have teamed up for, I believe, 3 seasons in a row now. So they are very used to each other. One thing I do notice is they normally aren't the two aggressors. One of them isn't the first man. They're normally second and third, respectively. So I'm curious to see how Thatchy Rat can kind of play as that aggressor role, and if someone else between Fort and Yukio kind of step up and make a play like we saw there. Yukio kind of makes the opponents miss, and it will tie up this game early.
Yukio getting a touch over the net, causing a little bit of pressure to ease off, but the pressure is still on. JP elects to wait in midfield for this ball, but gets beat out by Yukio. Divine will have to get a good touch and does. Back to himself, waiting for it on the back wall. Hits it out, but Fort does get the beat. Yukio gets the beat on him. This one could pop mid. Yukio to Rat. Rat with a quick shot, but JP able to save this one away. Ranade gets around one miss. Touch coming out from Fort, or a lack of a touch, and Ranade gives the lead back to the Raptors.
Yeah, Rainy Day with a great little bullet past his past Fort, who's just kind of caught there in third man, not able to get the touch he needed here. And we've seen a lot of missed touches come out in this first game. I don't know if it's Stream Nerds' first match of the playoffs. I don't know if we kind of saw these players take a break, because we did have a week break as the play-ins happened. So I'm kind of curious to see how they'll play as it goes on.
I love the aggression from that first man going for it. It leads to another goal. Like I said, replicating that Grandmaster style will pay off in spades. Rat going for a bump to end up going, and Fort says thank you very much off the awkward save and gets the second goal for his team and the second goal for himself as we dive into the fifth kickoff of this game. It's still tied, and it's an even match, exactly what we thought it was going to be. Yukio to the corner, Rat to take over, awkward touch, pops into the midfield to go for Venom. A little bit of miscommunication coming out from this squad. Clearly they're not playing as well as they thought they would. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on it. Yukio leaves this one for Rat. Rat gets dunked out by Divine, and Yukio will be back with the save. Takes it to the corner, gets dunked out by JP. This could be the chance for the Raptors. Divine with a mistouch though, and sends it over to the sidewall. Wifty comes out from for it, and that makes Rat a little bit awkward. Players not ready for these mistouches. Seems like this Venom squad is a little bit nervous in this game number one.
Yeah, you've got two veteran players on Fork and Yukio, and Thatchy Rat has been around and has been very successful on the multitude of teams he's played on, so I don't know how the veterans are going to shake out later in the series, but I do believe they've got a lot more experience than Rainy Day and Divine. I know Rainy Day, I believe, is a rookie, so we'll see how he can step up to the pressure.
Rat trying to pop this one up to himself. Ford gets beat up by Ranade, trying to get a quick shot for JP. JP with the shot, but Yukio with the save. Divine trying to pop this one in, but Rat able to save this one away. Hop to the sidewall by JP. Yukio up early to get there. Miss jump coming out, and Rat says thank you very much. Great redirect into the net, taking a late lead for Venom in game number one.
Yeah, just kind of a miscalculation by Rainy Day. Kind of caught off guard by the power he got on it. Thatchy Rat kind of playing that first man like you were talking about. Just kind of able to read the pass and able to really set his team up to take game one here unless some magic comes out in the final seconds.
Great touch onto the back wall by the defense of Venom, keeping this ball out. This one could be dangerous, but it hits the ground at 0 seconds, and Venom steal game number one. And I think it was a rough game number one for Venom at that. I think if they tighten up, this could be a really dominant series for them. The Raptors came out and almost doubled the Venom's shots. I believe they had 11 to Venom's 6, but still Raptors couldn't capitalize on their opportunities when they had them, only scoring 2 out of the 11. Venom scoring 3 out of the 6. So if Venom is able to get on offense and get things going, this could be really dangerous for this Raptor squad chunk.
Yeah, the first game really back and forth. It looked like Raptors were always getting that first punch until it was 2-2, and Venom kind of shocked them with kind of miscues. We've seen a lot of kind of whiffs and missed touches happen. I think that as we go on, like I've been saying, it will settle down. And I like to see how Raptors kind of adjust from this Venom playstyle. We saw Thatchy and Yukio kind of being aggressive, and Fort always playing that second and third man, kind of waiting for the play to unfold. Curious to see how he will step up. We saw a big performance in game 1. I'm curious to see if he can replicate that.
Yukio now popping it over. JP gets a 50 with Renade. Renade looking for a quick shot, but it is a little bit high and stays in the corner. Rat taking his time in the corner, flips at it, but doesn't get anything from it. JP electing to take his time. Rat taking none of it. Bumps his teammate into the ball, and this could be dangerous, but a great touch from Yukio puts it back into the midfield. This one almost gets Cuxer pinched, but it's weak. A little bit of a mistouch. Rat with a quick shot to the top right, but saved away from JP. This Venom squad, I think, sustains offense better than this Raptors squad, but the Raptors squad that I've seen has quick counterattacks and quick shots out of nowhere, which is why I think they're so dangerous in this series.
Yeah, we've seen a couple awkward scenarios for this Venom defense, and I'm sure at some point they can get punished, but so far they're playing really good help from their teammates. They're getting good little second man help to not get punished, and I think it has been calming down, and only Raptors have been able to, or haven't been able to find attacks without help, so they're gonna need to find a little change up here, as they will get a shot, but it will be shut down pretty quickly.
I think the biggest difference that I've seen so far is the lack of an aggressive first man. I mean, that was a beautiful 1-2 passing play. Yukio to Fort. He fakes out this one, but I love the aggression that I'm seeing. I'm not seeing a lot of aggressive first man coming out from the Raptors, which is why I think their offense has stagnated a little bit. They get great first touches. I love the bumps come to the midfield, but it hasn't happened at the right time yet. I think they need to continue working on those bumps and working on the timing of them, and I think they could be deadly in this game. Fort now popping this one back to the midfield. Back and forth we go. Each team trying to get a little bit of control. Flick by one, dunk over to JP looking for Renade. Renade fakes this out. It goes mid, and Yukio gets a strong touch, but Divine is waiting. Great first touch by him, trying to get around Fort before it says no. Renade pops it back in, and Yukio gets a strong clear to the midfield. JP not able to control this one, and Thatchy Rat pops it out yet again. Quick touch up to the ceiling. Rat trying to get something to happen. Yukio pops it to himself, trying to make a play happen. Fort pre-jumps, but it goes wide. JP now looking to make a quick counter attack. This is where the Raptors are deadly. JP trying to make something happen, but it gets saved away by Yukio. 2 minutes remaining. We are deadlocked. It's 0-0.
Back and forth game. Not a lot of offense. A lot of midfield meeting each other. We've seen, I'd say, a lot more kind of trying to take possession and forcing your opponent to make a move, but it hasn't really worked out for either team. They've been met by a defender of either team and been shut down here early.
Yukio now takes this one off the sidewall. It pinches over. Thatchy Rat trying to get something going, but no offense for either of these teams. Like you said, is able to start up. JP with a quick touch, but Thatchy Rat is there waiting for it. Love the aggression by JP though. Renade looking to pop this one off the sidewall, looking for Divine, but Divine elects not to go. I think that's another thing we could see from either one of these teams, a little bit of a risk take. You just trust that your third man can get the touch that you want on this ball, and the field could open up for you. Renade gets a 50 mid. JP looking to follow on it, but Yukio is quicker to it. Yukio now chain dash, gets the beat. Fort is up. Renade with a great save, keeping us tied at 0-0, a minute remaining, but the pressure is on the Raptors. Venom is queuing up to strike. Yukio trying to keep the pressure on, but Divine able to get the save, leaving us with 45 seconds remaining, tied 0-0.
Yeah, we're still deadlocked. We've seen a lot more shots, a lot more good opportunities here, but still no one able to really break the mold here and get a score. And I'm assuming whoever gets the first goal here will probably take this game, just how we've kind of seen these teams come out here in game 2. So someone's got to make a risk, or some mistakes got to happen that will really mess up a team. And a mistake here comes out. JP will get a great pass middle off of 50, and Rainy Day will put it right behind Thatchy. so close to the ball, but just too much on that shot for him.
Yeah, Thatchy just did a little bit too much. He was positioned in the middle of the net, just driving backwards. He could have got that save. He's trying to make up for it here, but there are 10 seconds left. It's going to be tough to come back with such little time, especially in a game where it has been so even. Each team's nerves seem to have settled down, and we are in for a long series. 1 second left, 0 seconds left, trying to keep this ball up, and it goes down. Raptors tie up this series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, defensive battle here in game number 2. We didn't see a whole lot of counter punching when only one really punch on the scoreboard came out, and just off a little missed position. So one mistake is all it really took for Raptors to put away this game. But I'm sure Venom got plenty of opportunities. They just got to make the most out of what they see in these kind of offensive opportunities. It kind of seemed like they toned down the aggressiveness that we saw in game 1, and they kind of got punished for it.
Yeah, it was a very patient game, and I think that benefits Raptors the most. Venom, we saw in game number 1, especially at the end of it, were very aggressive off ball, looking for bumps and demos, and I didn't see a lot of that in this game from them, and I think that suits the Raptors' play style a little bit more. We see the shots even out for both of these teams. Right now, it looks like the Raptors outshoot them just by 1, but that 1 is the one that went into the back of the net and gave them the win in that game. But now we have to move forward to game number 3. Each team looking to take the lead in this series. Raptors looking to take their first, and Venom looking to get back up on top. We are about to dive into the kickoff, and here we go. This one gets popped into the midfield. 2 players up forward early, and it's a 50-50 on the ball. It's JP trying to get something started for this team. Yukio up early, but whiffs on this one. Divine pops to the corner. Rat gets a 50 on him. It pops down mid. Fort is up early, but it gets popped out in the wave by Renada. Yukio now trying to make something happen. Pop this one over. Pop down mid, looking for Fort. Fort with a shot, but a great save comes out from Divine. He's done an expert job on this defensive line for them. Thatchy Rat trying to make something happen. Buying his team a little bit of time to get boosts. Fort now get a pass back from Yukio, but it's a little bit behind him. Yukio likes to stay on it. It pops out mid. JP with a quick shot, but Thatchy Rat makes the save. So far, midfield presence from both teams has been kind of weak. They've elected to leave that midfield pressure and presence to the other one, letting that third man stay back as the ball gets cleared away. And it's worked out in spades for the Raptors after that game number 2. Let's see if they can keep it up in game number 3.
Yeah, we've seen, I would say, a lot more shots coming out from Venom. They've kind of turned it up here comparatively to the last game. We saw kind of the slug out, but they have looked good. We've seen some passes like we just saw. As we got some shenanigans going on here. We see a Fort pass. I was about to say that no one was there for, but Yukio comes out of nowhere, hits the post off of Divine, rotating back and into the net. We've got ourselves a first goal, and it is an own goal.
Yukio won't get credited for that pass. Divine won't get credited for that goal, but it was a beautiful 1-2 play. Unfortunately for Divine, it was on his own net. Yukio trying to keep the pressure on for this Venom squad. That could be a tilter, especially if that's the only goal that goes in this game. I love the demos I'm seeing. JP onto Yukio. JP staying on this one. Thatchy Rat getting it over 1. JP able to get the save high, but it pops down low. Yukio flips to it, but isn't able to put it away. Thatchy Rat able to pop this one over, looking for Yukio. Yukio trying to get a pinch play, but it goes just a little bit wide. Yukio elects to stay on it, looking for Fort. Fort low boost, pops it over to the sidewall where Thatchy Rat is. Thatchy keeps this one in. This is awkward, but Ranade has it read. JP with the follow-up gets it out and back into Venom's half.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more passing. We've seen a lot more connection from Venom. That teamwork, I think, is what kind of separates some teams from others. We haven't seen the opportunities that Raptors kind of got to play. They've been swarmed almost when they get the ball, kind of like we just saw. They need to find a way to maybe break out. We've seen the demos from JP, but if maybe we can get a demo on net, get one more meaningful demo and not get punished on a counterattack, I think that Raptors can really find their groove. But there's only 2 minutes left here, and they've got to find an answer quick.
Yukio and Thatchy double commit for that ball, and 4 gets demoed on the back line. Great fake and great patience from Yukio. Thatchy trying to get a bump, but isn't able to connect. Fort elects to keep this one in, but there are 2 minutes left. Plenty of time. Fort to Yukio, passing play, and Divine with the save. Thatchy trying to get this one going. Double to himself, but gets saved away by JP. Pinched back into the zone. Pressure everywhere for Venom. None of it is coming out in favor of the Raptors, but still it is a 1-goal difference in this game. Defense for the Raptors looks good. Unfortunately, defense doesn't get you on the scoreboard. They need to break out of their own half, and this could be their chance. Thatchy gets a touch mid. JP trying to accelerate the play, but Yukio with a great touch, keeping it 0-1-0. Thatchy accelerates this one yet again, and back and forth we go. Each team looking to get another one on the board.
Yeah, goals have been a commodity here in this economy in the last 2 games. We've only seen 1 for each team, both off really a mistake. So if you want a goal here, you're going to have to either capitalize on a mistake or make a great offensive play. The defenses have stepped up tremendously here as we get another great save off solo plays. I think solo plays have kind of not been working here for both these teams. We've seen kind of really good shots from these passes, so we've got to see what these teams can do to find connections.
I think there was a little bit of a team bump. Fort able to get back to it and clear this one out in a way. Raptors need to respond. They don't have a lot of time, and it looks like Venom is starting to time waste just a little bit. Thatch electing to let that ball come to him. I love the bumps coming out. Yukio could get another goal, doubling up on the lead, but he cannot. Fort just popping it around 1, looking to get a redirect, but gets a flip reset instead and drops it. JP keeps this up, trying to get it around another, but cannot. And Venom take the series lead yet again.
Yeah, what an interesting set of games we've had. Just a complete, total defensive battle. Raptors really stymied on their attack this time, only getting 3 total shots compared to Venom's 11. The offensive pressure from Venom really mounted on Raptors that game, and they kind of felt like they were getting suffocated in their own half, not able to really make offense for themselves. And they've got to do something to change it up. Kind of curious to see if they want to take a timeout, but these games have been close, so maybe it is within reach for them.
Raptors being they had a lot of the demos. There was 5-0s in favor of them on demos, but still they couldn't get out of this Venom pressure. And because of that, Venom take the lead. But again, it was the last 2 games, like you said, have been 1-0 affairs. Not a lot's going on. So either team, whether it's a counterattack, 1 mistake, 1 misstep, I feel like each team feels confident, and they should. I'd like to see a little bit more risk being taken from either of these teams, because I think that's what could give them the edge in this series overall. But right now, both teams playing very solid defensive games. JP whiffing on the opportunity there. Those are the opportunities you have to capitalize on, especially in such low-scoring series like this one.
Yeah, we've seen a couple caught out of position mistakes here as a great opportunity for a shot there from Fort. What a save coming out on the other end from Divine. As a lot of team bumps going on, I think, for both teams there as they try to get their feet settled here in this game. But we've seen so many good opportunities offensively so far from both these teams on that Fort shot and on a JP opportunity coming off a demo. I'm kind of curious to see if those demos open up for Raptors and how Venom will respond to them.
I'm seeing a lot better timed demos, especially when they come in opportunities and with chances. This one, awkward touch. Divine with a quick shot, but Yukio still able to get the save. Like you said, both teams have had their opportunities, but neither have been able to capitalize them so far. A minute and a half in. It could be like the last game, double demo comes out, where whoever scores is going to be the one that takes it. It just depends on if you're able to capitalize on the opportunities given. Both teams are still playing it fairly safe, and because of that, it's going to be a low-scoring affair unless we see some absolutely crazy offensive prowess. Yukio, round one, gets a 50 on another. Elects to take this one up to the ceiling. Pops it back to himself, can't get the second touch, and it's saved away by Renade. Dachi keeping the pressure on for it over to Yukio. Yukio with a quick shot off the post and in. Beautiful placement coming out from Venom, and they take the first goal in this game.
Yes, I would like to say it's such an aggressive play, and it pays off. All three of them really in that back fourth of the field on that side of Raptors, just on their front door knocking. After we saw everyone on the field going for them, was kind of clearing it up. When the smoke settled, Venom will take that first goal and set themselves up for, from what we've seen in the last two games, a win.
With the beat on the last back defender, Divine keeps it close, gets a 50 onto Yukio. He's doing great getting pressure off his team, letting them get a little bit more boost. Flick into the air, Divine's up early, gets it around for it. Divine trying to make something happen, pops it into the sidewall. Yukio tracks it the whole way, pops it back to himself, gets a 50 and the clear. Elects to grab the boost. Fort calls him off of it. Yukio drops back down to the ground. JP with a clear, but Dachirat waiting for it. This one pops off the sidewall. Early read from Divine. Great save coming out by Renade, and it's cleared away back to a teammate. Fort trying to keep this pressure on for Venom, trying to trap this Raptor squad in their own zone. What we've seen so far all series. Fort trying to keep it on. Both teams low boost. Quick shot comes out, but Renade there with the save. Dachirat with the shot, and it goes in. Rotation breaking down for the Raptors, and Venom doubles up on their lead.
Yeah, a really aggressive play again, and it's kind of caught Raptors off guard. One of them gets beat, the ball's just floating down middle, and Dachirat able to power in the second goal here. And what we've seen as, I'd say, an offensive masterclass coming out from Venom. It seems like they've kind of found out the defense here and are able to punish Raptors just for missed positions or missed hits. That's a great save comes out here.
Great save comes out from Raptors, but again, that's not what's going to get them into this game. Their defense has never been the question. They look great on it, but if you can't get out of your own zone, it's going to be much like the story of Inferno from last series. I said it at the very beginning, whichever team is more aggressive, whichever team tries to make these off-ball plays, tries to be more aggressive with their third man, will be the team that comes out on top. And so far, it's working. JP blocks out his own teammate's shot, and a lot of miscommunication coming from this Raptors squad. JP up for it early, trying to get something going with 1 minute remaining. Patch tries to get one on target, but doesn't. Renade with a strong clear. Yukio needs to take his time here, and does. Pops to the corner, gets a 50. Divine looking for a quick shot. Fort beats him out. This Venom squad is playing the beat and is doing so at pace that this Raptor squad can't keep up with currently. Right now, they're getting a little bit antsy, not trusting their teammates. Yukio with a crazy touch in front of his own net, but is able to recover from it. Proof that this team is just doing whatever they want right now.
Yeah, Yukio going for solo places. He's got all the opportunity, though. He just keeps getting fed by his teammates here, and he feeds Fort, who's waiting middle, to set them up with the third goal, and what almost certainly will be the final goal in this game. Unless Raptors can find some offense, they have had such a hard time to find anything so far, and they've just been sitting on their own half, trying to make something happen, but they're being absolutely stymied by this Venom offense here.
I think in large part is they're giving up midfield to this Venom squad. And when they go for the midfield presence, they oftentimes double commit. And that is not going to be effective in the long term, as we've seen in this game number 4. Venom take it and take a 3-1 series lead. And it looks like the Raptors take their timeout.
Yeah, completely turn of events from the last two games. Almost the best game we've seen coming out from Venom. It seems like they've settled down and really got into their game, kind of played the teamwork game that they've really, I would say, have popularized playing with each other for so long. That has really fit into this dynamic duo of Yukio and Fort, and it has looked incredible to see. But Raptors haven't found anything offensive in the last two games, kind of been shut out for 10 minutes straight. We've seen some shots, but they've been saved so easily by this Venom defense, and they need to find something, I'd say, in this next game and find something quick.
I like to suggest some midfield presence. That is the name of the game. Right now, this Venom squad has gotten a lot more boost because of that. They've made better touches. They've taken more control with the larger boost amounts they have, knowing that this Raptors squad can't get back to the ball as quickly. It is what it is. That's tough. But the easy fix is stay at midfield. If they try to bump you, bump them back. That's the whole point. Be aggressive, be angry, and get angry. Go for demos, go for bumps. I know some people say it's cringe, but that is oftentimes the difference maker. And right now, there have been a couple chances for this Raptor squad off those bumps, but they haven't capitalized on them. I think they need to keep doing it, though. Don't get frustrated. Go for midfield, play that midfield presence, clear up columns a little bit, make sure you don't double commit as much. And I think they could take this game and get themselves back into this series. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I think they definitely need to do something different. We saw some demos come out, and we saw that missed opportunity from JP. I do think that it will benefit them, as we do have two players who are on Raptors who lead Challenger and demos per game, and Camden and Rainy Day. Fortunately, Camden is not here tonight, but they still do have such incredible talent at demoing, and I'm surprised they haven't been able to capitalize or really use it effectively here yet.
Ranade trying to get some early for his team, but it gets stymied by Yukio. I like the pressure that I'm seeing so far early on in this game. JP misses that back boost. That could be devastating for their attack. Ranade gets a double. Yukio doesn't go for it. Faked out Ranade, and here he comes on the offense. Fort is there, but I love this midfield presence that I'm seeing from Divine. I don't think that this Venom squad will be ready for the aggression, and I love what I'm seeing. Double commits coming out from this Venom squad so far. We'll see if they can adapt to the pressure. They were able to break out. I love the bumps coming over. It seems like Venom is attuned to this speed, and let's see which team can come on top from it.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are kind of playing a different style after this timeout. I've seen some aggressive boost grabs here from Venom. I've seen some kind of bump plays, and then I've just seen really a change of pace here for Raptors. They've seemed more aggressive. They kind of seem like they know they're on their final straw if they want their season to continue, and they've got to change something about how the series is going.
This one, pressure on to Venom. Mistouch coming out from Divine, looking for a teammate to JP. JP with a quick shot. It goes bar down and out. But look at the pressure that this Raptor squad is starting to get on. They're playing much more aggressive with much more pace. You don't need to worry about touches like that. Trust your teammate, because they're going to miss their shots too. Another one goes off the bar from Venom. Ranade keeps it to himself, looking for JP. JP with a quick shot. A little bit of a team bump coming out on the side of Venom. This pace is starting to throw this Venom squad for a little bit of a loop. Fort trying to take over and calm his team down, and does. Trying to get it off the ceiling. Misses that touch. Yukio gets beat out by Ranade. Fort now trying to get a quick counterattack going. Pops this one. Mid. Quick shot off the bar. What a save. But Thatchy Rat says no. Puts it in the back of the net. And Venom take a lead again.
Yeah, what a pop-up upfield to a Fort who's kind of lurking, waiting to make a play. He gets a shot on net initially. Kind of slow, kind of awkward here for this Raptors defense. But they're able to save it. But Thatchy, after the initial pass, comes up and is able to finish it here and give Venom their 5th straight goal.
Venom get a 6-2. Fort puts one in the back of the net. He looks like John Morant on the field, taking full initiative, scoring like crazy. Great pass from Yukio, and Fort able to slot this one, taking a 2-0 lead in this game. Raptors need to respond, and they need to respond quickly. I've loved the offense that I've seen from them so far in this game specifically, but they need to keep it up. Don't let it get disheartening. Granted, I love the aggression that I'm seeing from him. Flip comes out looking for Yukio, but I love the pressure I'm seeing. Granted, pops this one, using for a teammate. JP with a quick shot, but Fort is back. JP now trying to get this one going again, looking for a teammate. Whiffs on the ball, and Fort pops it to the safety of the corner. Thatchy Ratlow boost, trying to get something happening. JP able to take this one to the ball, gets a quick touch. I love the interference being run, and JP just throws it wide. That was another chance for this Raptors squad, but they still have 2 minutes left, Joe.
Yeah, they've got to find something here. The drought on their scoring continuing as they might let up another one here, and Thatchy Rat gets a great 50 on a ball that's in front of him, kind of reads the defender, and finds a dunk on Rainy Day, who's just stuck in net off a great boom from Yukio, and Venom just continues to mount on this pressure, and Raptors have got to put up some desperation. They've got to look for a goal here, at least something to ease the pain.
There it is. Talking about easing the pain, Chunk. JP able to put one in the back of the net. Fort not able to read the Psycho. Divine tried to follow it, and JP able to beat Yukio to that ball. Raptors are back in this game. They need just 2 more, and a minute and 50 is plenty of time to do so. 50 in favor. JP booms this one downfield. This could be the pressure that the Raptors need. Great demo from JP on to Thatchy. This one gets popped back in. JP with a fake. He could have gone for the demo, and that would have been the goal. But pressure is there regardless. Venom now trying to get there on the counterattack. 50 comes out. Fort and Yukio both go for it. Oh, but a bump comes out on the side of the Raptors as well. JP pops this up, trying to look for himself, pops it up again. Thatchy does get the strong touch, and Divine sends it to the corner. This could be dangerous pressure now, showing up from Venom onto the Raptors. JP trying to pop this one down. That could be a great shot, but Thatchy able to make the save, and Fort carries this one out into the Raptors half, trying to get a quick counterattack, looking for a teammate. Doomsy dish, but he missed on it, and the pressure starts to build for Venom.
Yeah, Raptors need something here again. We kind of saw a miscue from Venom that really got them their first goal, but Venom has been looking for another one, whether it be off a team play, but they are playing so aggressive. It looks like they are able to punish, but this Venom team gets back so quickly, but a missed touch comes out, and Divine gets another one here to make it within arm's reach.
Fort pops this one up, trying to get it to the corner, but Divine was ready for it, able to knock this one into the back of the net. Now, Raptors need 1 more in 30 seconds. This is what they need to do to keep their playoff hopes alive. JP with a quick shot, and a goal! Raptors are clawing their way back into this series.
Yeah, Thatchy not able for the power. JP gets off the kind of a kickoff goal, and he is able to power it right through him to tie up this game here.
Yukio trying to get one foot the road. Forts up for it, and he gets that one back. His Psycho attempt from earlier has been recovered from. He reads the touch. Fort puts it down into the back of the net and gives his team the late lead.
Yeah, Fort stepped up after he made a couple of mistakes and is able to put his team ahead with only 30 seconds left. We'll see if Raptors can find one more, but they have been hot compared to the games before this. We'll see if they've still got some left in the tank.
Fort trying to get another one for the road, trying to secure this series. JP gets dunked out by Yukio. Yukio trying to end it here, fakes out Divine. That was a demonic fake from Yukio. and that could seal it unless JP has anything to say about it. Gets the flick, ball still in the air. JP looking for a teammate. No one can get there, and Venom take the series 4-1.
Yeah, Venom looked completely different after that initial game 1 loss by 1. They absolutely kind of adapted to how they were playing. The kind of kind of feel out game comes in handy here for Venom, as they do get 4 straight, and nothing was able to really stop them here, as they just looked in complete control as the series went on and on, connecting together more as a team, and they looked like the better team here tonight, and they will play the number 1 or the number 8 seed depending on who wins that game. But it should be a tough game for them, but with how they played tonight, they should be able to handle it.
Yeah, and I want to say congratulations to the Raptors for making it this far in the playoffs. I think if we saw that team that we saw in game number 5, this series would have been a lot closer. Again, they were all close games. No game was really a blowout that I can remember. It was a close series, but I have to give credit where credit is due. Venom looked to edge them out in every category, and most importantly, they edged them out in goals. And so they take the series 4-1. Again, congratulations to Venom. They're moving on. Raptors, unfortunately, their season ends here. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup coming up for you guys very soon. Some more awesome, exciting Rocket League to be played. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in just a little bit.
Keeping your distance. I thought we were better. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the stone. Help me to break through. Help me to break through. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the stone. Help me to break through. Moving the pictures, and I thought that we could be something. Losing our vision, but we can't just let it consume us. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the storm. we're drowning in the harbor. When I thought we'd make it further and further, now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? And now we're buried in the garden, with a hatchet that's forgotten. Now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? What can she say? Is it happy or sad? If the good die young, then I wanna be that. I thought a bit before I said, don't you think, dear, is it better off to be sad and a saint? Cause if the good die young, then I wanna be great. Let me love you, then get out of this place. Let me love you, then get out of this place. While we drowning in the harbor, when I thought we'd make it further and further, now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? And now we're buried in the garden, with a hatchet that's forgotten. Now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? What cash I say? Now I know what it means. If X marks the spot, it's an X with an E. I'm sorry that it had to be me. Before I leave, tell my halo that it's not a divorce, it's a we don't wed. It'll all be okay. Don't you go and remember me this way. Don't you go and remember me this way. While we're drowning in the harbor, when I thought we'd make it further and further, now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? And now we're buried in the garden, with a hatchet that's forgotten. Now my lover makes me wonder. I wonder, what if there's treasure 6 feet under? I'm done, you're overrated. Tell me, what does it feel like? Been drinking a Cupid, thinking how you've been. Figuring you out. Don't say that I didn't warn you. 'Cause now you're mad, and nobody knew. How do you sleep at night when this never ends? Is it better off to be sad and a saint? 'Cause if the good die young, then I wanna be great. Let me love you, then get out of this place. Let me love you, then get out of this place. Then get out of this place. Get out of this place.
too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. How does this end? Collecting up my thoughts, I'm ready to pretend. How will my head get back to thinking straight again? But I can't see an out, and I don't mean to put all my doubt on you. And I know you're struggling too. When you carry the weight, when you carry the weight, when you carry the weight of my world, when you carry the weight of my
early. He puts it in. 0 seconds remaining.
Both teams are gonna be playing hard for it.
Oh my goodness, Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place there's Heck. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. Backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my
It's
lord.
go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Open play on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the playoffs are continuing here, and we are back in the Titan League. Now, I'm joined by a Titan League playoff semi-finalist right now, and that is Ventus over here. Ventus, you caught the dub earlier today. How you doing, man? I know you're doing pretty good, though.
The glaze. I can't handle it. I can't. No, I'm doing great. I think we had a good series. I think we're ready for the semis. We gotta deal with a little bit of some issues for semifinals and scheduling and stuff. So we'll have to see. But I'm super excited. I think this match specifically is probably the most anticipated of the night. I think that out of all the games that I've seen, it's probably the closest in skill level. I know you might not necessarily think the same, but I think this one is a really good game. It's the other side of the bracket for me. It'll be the last semifinalist in Titan League, and I am hoping that it goes the distance. I really want to see some crazy plays, and I mean, these players, Bluey, Geo especially, are going to just absolutely pop off.
Yeah, and I'm glad you didn't say a certain player's name. That guy might be the worst player in the league. But right now we do have Diversion versus Dragons, like you said, and I am going to predict Diversion in a 4-1. We've seen 2 4-1s today already, Ventus, and that's what I kind of think we're going to get here. I mean, I think these Titan players, they're already in the lobby. They're ready. And usually, we got to wait a couple minutes for these guys. They're usually pretty slow. But these guys, they're to it. They're ready. But, man, just looking at some of these, obviously, you have the big names. You have Vulcan, Bluey, Geo, and I think you really got to look out for the lower guys. Because Sean K on Dragons and Cottony on Diversion can really pop off. And Sean on Diversion as well. Actually, last time I played, I casted them, I think Sean played the best. So I think, obviously, they're all Titan League players, but I think the lower side guys are going to determine who wins this one. We'll have to wait and see. I got Diversion in 5. Vulcan, what is your prediction for this? Or Vulcan, Ventus, what is your prediction for this one as we get game number 1 kicked off?
Vulcan just living in your head, man. I think I'll play devil's advocate. I think Dragons are gonna take the series in 7. I think Sean K is a very good enabler, which is exactly what Bluey and Vulcan need. He plays a similar role as I do in my team, just trying to give space and time for your teammates and allow them to have a lot of possession on the ball. That's what Bluey and Vulcan need to do to thrive in this game. It's a great save coming up from Bluey, but the follow-up's even better. Cottony reads the pass out, and is able to cut that one off, putting Diversion up early. It might fluctuate my prediction a little bit, but I think I'll still go with Dragons in 7.
I'm glad you're picking the Dragons because somebody needs to, but it is a Diversion lead here early. Sean now going to wait for Vulcan's touch. Vulcan's going to look to pop in mid here. Has Sean K in the middle. Sean going to block his brother right there. They're not actually brothers, but I like to think so. Now, Cottony looking for a follow-up. Doesn't have any boost, so it's going to be Vulcan passing that one back to Geo. Geo towards the ceiling. Goes for the double. That one off the backboard. A little awkward. Bluey's touch. Not great. Sean's shot is on target and sneaking it past Sean K. A great play there from Geo and good patience here from Diversion. Wait for that clear.
Yeah, and just not a very good touch from Bluey. I mean, a great play there from Geo, putting it very awkward off the backboard, but I'm kind of looking at Bluey just to never make mistakes, and I think that's a big one as well. But I think the defensive rotation from Dragons is really what let him down. There was nobody in the midfield to cut and get a touch on that play. It seemed like they were all out of whack. Maybe a couple of bumps or demos came through that I did not see, but it just looked like there was nobody there to actually help Bluey out and cover in the midfield. So even though he did get a lackluster touch, somebody should have been there for the follow-up. And it just seems like the Dragons, they're just getting beat out in the midfield. Another bump comes through, but a crazy save coming out from Sean K. And Geo is trying to take advantage of it while he can. But Dragons seem to be getting off to a really slow start, as this is just an open net for Diversion there. They're going to go up 3-0. and just a little bit. Maybe the Dragons are still slumping a little bit.
Yeah, maybe, but man, I hate to say it. This is how the Dragons team always is. Like they take a couple games to warm up, and in the regular season, they take a couple series to warm up. It's just how it goes. I feel like this team, they're never really completely like tuned in, unless it's Bluey absolutely just solo playing, as he's trying to do right now, trying to get that dunk. Now Bluey looking for the shot. It's gonna be a fake. Vulcan. The 50 goes towards the corner. Gio with some boost. Sean K a little caught out here. No touch. Gio gonna hit that one off the backboard. Vulcan's gonna have the touch and the follow. Connie gonna be there for the read. Gets the bump. Doesn't get the touch on the ball. Sean with one touch, but it's gonna be Vulcan once again collecting this one. No boost to work with, but 2 players from diversion in the corner. A missed touch there from Sean K. And a couple missed touches from this Dragons defense is gonna allow more pressure here for diversion. Gio looking for the pass across. Vulcan finally able to get it clear. Those dangerous missed touches, as once again Dragons have 0 boost to work with. Sean with the 50. Bluey has the only player with boost on his team, looking for the clear out, able to get it, able to get a follow-up from Sean K, as well as that ball bounces mid off of Cottony, and Sean double committing there. Vulcan with 1 touch, doesn't get the follow. Cottony's going to be there, looking for the double. Bluey already on the backboard, ready for that one. Able to get a better touch this time, as he's able to get that ball clear. Down to Sean K. Sean K's touch going to be met by Gio. A huge dunk on the backboard. Vulcan shot, just kidding, gets a touch towards the backboard there, and a huge double from Sean getting that ball clear. Gio looking for the follow. Bluey not going to have the touch, and Gio maybe trusted a little bit, maybe didn't have the boost for the corner read. Either way, it's a counterattack here for the Dragons, who desperately need the goal, and they finally get one.
Yeah, and I feel like the Dragons just have not been making very good contact when they do, and they've been missing very frequently. Maybe the speed of diversion getting to them, but Dragons are a very strong team. I think that they're a very fast team, very offensive orientated. So when I see them being put on the back foot for basically the entirety of this game so far, it's very questioning, and I'm a little bit concerned for the Dragons. I know that they need a couple games to warm up. They usually will ramp it up towards the end of the series. But I mean, if you take and lose 2 of the games, game 1 and 2, it's really tough to be able to come back. And I mean, you have to play basically perfect. You can drop a game for just about anything. And so losing games early is never a recipe for success, and a great shot there, but a good save from Bluey. Double commits galore coming out from Dragons, though, and they really got to clean up not only the defense, but just the trust in each other and the overall just working on a better rotation, because you just see so many mistakes in their rotation, so many misses, so many lapses in their rotation.
As Vulcan is able to get the beat on Gio as the last man there, a huge play here. Vulcan showing off he does have the ability to air dribble. A huge touch here over Gio. Cottony, no boost to get back. Gio a little aggressive there on that 3rd-man challenge. I feel like if he just waits, Vulcan can't do much with that ball. It's a little too far out in front of him. But you know, in the end, it's a goal for Dragons here, and now they're starting to mount a little bit of a comeback as Connie gets that ball cleared down. A minute remaining, a double commit here from Dragons. Bluey has to try to cut it off. Sean's going to cut that one, though, and Vulcan barely gets the touch over on Bluey. He's going to be there. Vulcan looking for the 50. That ball, 50 beautifully by Connie. Couldn't get the follow, though, as Sean K has one off the ceiling. Tried to follow it, but did not get the flip reset. Now Gio towards the backboard where Vulcan's waiting, but Vulcan not able to do anything. Gio also gets the demo. Sean off the crossbar. Vulcan finally able to make the save. Able to get that ball towards Sean K as well. Vulcan now with 100 boost. No ball, though, as a huge dive there from Cottony. The shot there, not good enough, though. And now Sean K looking for the counterattack with Bluey in tow. Sean K, one touch, looking for the pass down mid. Sean gonna stop that in his tracks, and Vulcan biding his time, going towards the sidewall. Vulcan in the air, can be dangerous. Sometimes no shot there, and doesn't get the touch off the fake as well. And now it's gonna be Bluey's turn. And this is why Dragons are so good. They're always there. Doesn't matter if they miss the ball, if they score the ball. Somebody's always going to be there. Bluey now looking for the touch towards the sidewall. Gio going to hit that one to the ground. We have a winner of game 1. It's diversion in kind of a dominant and I felt like they were dominating the first 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. And then I feel like the Dragons really stepped it up a notch. And I think, at least defensively, they didn't get scored on. They had a couple good counterattacks, so I think the Dragons started to find themselves a little bit there in the latter half of that game.
Yeah, they started to speed it up, but they're still making a lot of mistakes, and there are just a lot of issues overall with their team. Maybe the server reset that they requested for is going to help out. I'm a little skeptical. I think that overall the Diversion played a better game and they deserved to win it. I still think they left a couple holes in their rotations. They are very all or nothing on offense, leaves a lot of options for counterattacks and long clears. So they need to be careful of that as well. But they played a better game than the Dragons did. Dragons did start to ramp it up at the end. They were starting to outspeed frequently. We'll have to see in game number 2 if they're able to continue and build off of that, or if it's going to be very reminiscent of game 1 where Diversion is going to come out very aggressive and be able to just kind of beat Dragons out, capitalize on their mistakes, and just overall play a better, faster game.
Yeah, and now I want to see like the consistency come out from the solo plays of Dragons, because I felt like that's kind of, I feel like they had a lot of time, a lot of opportunity for it. Now, obviously, you're not going to make every solo play work. They're going to make some saves, but I want to see at least a solo play into a pass or something. I felt like their goals, they felt like they were just counterattacks, it felt like, and so I feel like Dragons, they got to find a more sustainable offense here going into game 2. As now Sean K going to look for the pass down, but Sean is going to have that one answered, and now he's looking for the pass across. Blue no boost. Gio couldn't get there before Vulcan did, and a huge demo on to Cottony on the other end. Bluey now looking for the solo play, gets the flip reset, gets the bump on Cottony as well. Sean K looking for the 50, and Vulcan gonna fake chow that one and lets it go right by him. Cottony now looking for the cut across. Vulcan able to get a hand on that one. Sean up in the air. Bluey meets him. Sean still a little bit of possession here, not a whole lot of boost though, trying to find the pass across. Cottony committed a little too hard, and Gio rushing back, able to grab some boost. Sean K says, I'll take that one. Don't worry about it. Vulcan looking for a touch, maybe a touch too much. I don't know. Sean K was able to get there. Sean K looking for the double. That one straight down. Bluey not going to be there. Sean cuts it across. Sean looking for a beat on one. Bluey buying this time. Gets a beat on one. Does get demoed, however. Gio towards the sidewall looking for the touch. Vulcan gonna beat him to it. Sean up in the air. Nobody up with him. Bluey challenging now. Looking for the 50. That one going towards the sidewall. Can be dangerous, but a huge touch there from Sean K. Gets that one downfield. A double commit, but it's a great shot from Vulcan. Gets saved away by Gio. Still tied 0-0. And a huge demo there, but the Dragons, I feel like they have definitely picked up the pace here, Vulcan. I called you Vulcan again. He's on my mind. Ventus, this one is gonna be a barn burner, it feels like, because both these two teams, I feel like, have finally shown up for the series.
Yeah, and might be an own goal here off of the two bounces off post from Bluey and Vulcan combining, but it does not go in. And yeah, I think Dragons have done a lot better. They've been holding the midfield line really well. I think Sean K has gotten a couple demos in the midfield, especially on that third man, forcing Diversion to have to fall back. I think that it's been a much thinner game. Obviously, nothing's happened yet, but as I say that, Sean K has a wide open net. I didn't think Bluey got the beat through Cottony there on the 50, or Sean there on the 50, but either way, it's going to be an open net for Sean K. He's going to just take that one. Dragons take the lead in it. I mean, it feels a little bit like it was about time. I think Dragons had such a good midfield presence that they were taking out all the players from Diversion in succession. They were able to beat them out and get them to use resources, and once that happened, it only took one demo and one beat to get an open net. So good play for the Dragons. Love to see that they ramped up now. Started off really slow, but now it seems like they are in form, and that's what I want to see. And this is why I think that Dragons could really take this series to a Game 7 and potentially get the win, because obviously Diversion has shown that they can do amazing things, but Dragons are also have been the #1 team for majority of the season. And I mean, I almost had to eat my words, but this is going to be a very close series.
Yeah, it's going to be close for sure, and that is the second time a ball has hit off like one post into the other one on this Dragons net. So a little scary for him. However, it is still a 1-goal lead as Gio just claims that one. Vulcan going to send it right back. That is just so generous of him as Cottony goes in the air. Bluey doesn't get the touch. Sean also double committed there, but Gio is going to have the 50. Bluey wins it. No boost to work with, so Cottony going to be the first one there. Vulcan to the corner. Cottony looking for the shot. That one's off the backboard. Really awkward for Sean K. The shooter wasn't ready for it. Cottony now gonna leave that one for Gio. Gio gets beat. Bluey up in the air. This is the dangerous man you gotta look out for. A huge 50. The shot coming through from Vulcan. Not able to get through Gio. Cottony with some boost. Can he cook? I know this man in ones is usually pretty high. No sauce right there though, and a huge save from Sean K. But Cottony again with the cut. Gio looking for the pass down, but No shooter close enough. A minute 20 remaining. Still 1-0 lead for the Dragons here. I feel like Diversion, specifically Cottony, I feel like has kind of stepped up the pace. I don't know if it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. Gio trying to make it work here, though. No touch there from Vulcan, but Sean K knew he was going to miss that time. Sean K going to send that one down. Cottony taking control. Cottony now looking for the pass across. Gio and Cottony both go for that ball, and somehow it ends in Bluey's lap. Cottony now looking for the pass across. Sean K says, thank you very much, I'll take that one. Hits it to the backboard. Looking for a follow-up. It's going to be Cottony. No, Cottony doesn't get the touch. Vulcan now with at least a good 50 here. Could get in the midfield instead. Gio's going to have the clear. Sean off the corner. Cottony in the air. Cottony no boost left to work with. Going for the flip reset. Doesn't get it. Oh, he does. Gets the wave dash towards the corner as well. Bluey with some time. Bluey with a nice flick. Running out of time here. 30 seconds. Can they, Diversion, make one goal happen this game? Dragons have locked it down on defense as Cottony hits that one to the backboard. Sean has to be up for this one. Drops it down. No shooter coming through. A huge clear. 20 seconds remaining. Maybe one more attack in him as Cottony goes for the 50. Gio goes for the beat. Cottony goes for the bump. Bluey with the save. Vulcan gets an insane boost spawn and gets the clear. A huge pinch. Gio now looking for the counter. Gio off the backboard with had 100 boost. Doesn't have it now. Cottony, he has the shot. And Bluey doesn't have the save. A huge shot from Cottony. The counter attack for Diversion. Ventus, what a play.
Yeah, and you see the bump coming through on Bluey. Sean doing his best to try to get him there. Almost makes a save though, Bluey. And I mean, 1 second left. You hope that you were able to hit it to the crossbar, have it bounce bar out. But we have overtime in game number 1. Very rightfully so. I feel like both these teams have been playing so close. Dragons and Diversion have been playing in the midfield almost non-stop, constantly challenging for each other. It's a crazy skim touch. This one's midfield. Bluey, open shot. Not going to be a very good one, as it almost went in anyways. And it looks like we are probably in store for a long overtime, but I know as soon as I say that, I cast across everything, and yep, that would be it right there. You know, at least I'm self-aware, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes. Vulcan doesn't get the touch here. Cottony going for the bump onto Bluey, I think, was like, it stopped him from jumping, right? And so Sean did have the shot in the end, and I think Cottony kind of ramped it up. I don't know. I think he was cutting a whole lot more, and I don't think the Dragons were expecting it. I think in the first half, though, Dragons looked really solid and really good. But in the second half of that game, it felt like Cottony just kind of played that disruptor role. And that's all he had to do. But I will say, it looked like a couple times, you know, whenever you cut that much, you're going to double commit. It's going to happen. So Dragons got to look for those opportunities. But as a whole, what a great bounce back game it felt like from the Dragons here. But still down 2-0 in the series. Still plenty of series left to be played, though. And now I'm just saying, your 4-3 Dragons prediction not looking too great right now, Ventus. I'm not going to allow you to switch, though. You're sticking to that one. But Diversion, I think they still have another gear. And I kind of want to see them hit that. But Dragons, I think they also have another gear. So I think this series can get even crazier. But we just got to wait and see what happens here in Game 3.
Yeah, and the one thing I wanted to point out was the 8 demos on the side of Diversion, just eliminating everybody of the Dragons off the pitch. They were very threatening. They continued to just assault the net. But as I say that, Sean K is doing his job of putting that one in the back of the net as well. A good kickoff early. Sean K getting the beat. Cottony pre-flipping a little bit too far, allowing a little bit of a hole in the net to appear. And I feel like I'm really wanting Bluey to step up. I know that he is arguably one of the best players in Titan League, but it feels like he hasn't been all there. It hasn't been as threatening. And he hasn't been getting as great of a touch. We see a lot of missed touches in games 1 and some in game 2. So the Dragons need to step up. I still think that they have another level to play at. We'll have to see if Diversion can keep them from reaching their potential, or if they have another gear themselves like you were talking about. And that's really going to be the name of the game, and especially looking at this future outlook, they need to get this one. You can't really come back. You can't really reverse sweep in a game 7. So Dragons really need to come out and win this game, and at least they have a 1-goal lead to do so.
1-goal lead. They had a 1-goal lead for a lot of game 2. Wasn't enough to take it away. Diversion, they kind of stole the last game, looking to at least put up an early fight here as Bluey goes in the air, gets a beat on Cotton. He still has plenty of boost to work with, and this is the Bluey we know and love. That's the solo play we've been looking for. A 2-0 lead here for Dragons, and a great play by Bluey.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful. He gets the reset pop past Warner, and then he just plays the 50. He waits to see where Gio commits to. Gio plays backboard. All he's got to do is just wait and play the low 50, put it in the net. And, I mean, such a smart play there from Bluey. And he might get another one, but that one off the post, the follow-up, though, not on target either. And, I mean, maybe I spoke a little too soon. It seems like Bluey might have heard me, and he is stepping up his game because he's like, I can't let some random Titan League player tell me that I'm not playing well. I gotta step it up now. And, you know, a great play from him. I'm hoping that the Dragons are able to continue, but as I say that, it just goes right in the net.
I mean, to be honest, don't know what we expected here. Just a Gio with a huge dunk. But Vintage, let's get one thing straight. You're not a random, all right? You are a very well-respected Titan League player. You are the #1 seed in Titan League. You are not a random. Now that's out of the way, I know Bluey knows your name, so there you go. Cotton, go into the air, go into the ceiling. Cotton, you got one more in ya. He had a double jump off the ceiling, so he did not have the flip, but Gio with a nice touch. Bluey on the backboard, they're going to have a free clear. Sadly, only Vulcan is downfield, trying to get a play on this one. Gio going to win that 50 here. Sean K gets bumped as well. A little bit of chaos in this corner, but Vulcan is going to be the one with the ball. Gio still gets a touch on it, though. Sean not going to go for that touch, as now Gio looking for a pass down mid. Sean K trying to get the 50. A triple commit from Dragons, but sometimes that's what you got to do. And now the counterattack is here. The shot from Sean K. And what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, Sean just completely missing the ball on the backboard. Not going to be able to follow it up. Blue just leaving it for Sean K. He puts it in the back of the net. I mean, it's not a pretty goal by any means from the Dragons, but they need that buffer. Diversion showing that they can come back into a series late. And so being able to get another goal and capitalize on that big mistake, and another potential mistake there is leaving Sean last back, but a fake challenge by Vulcan is going to leave the net wide open, and Diversion take full advantage of that one there. Gio, a great shot, though. Kind of catching Vulcan off guard, expected him to play to the corner, and Diversion putting them back within reach of the tie, and one step away, or one step closer to regaining the lead and forcing a Game 4 potential sweep.
Would be a sweep of all time. It's just, it would be kind of, how it goes, but I feel like today we're getting a lot of 4-1s. We'll have to see, though. Gio has some boost, but Vulcan going to be the first one there. Instead, he just likes to give it to Gio. Does get another touch on it as Bluey pops that one high. Vulcan, though, not allowing Bluey to go for that one, as he did bump him, but Bluey still going to pass it over to Sean K. Sean K looking for the double. Doesn't have the touch. Vulcan now off the sidewall, looking for the shot, but it's going to be Connie getting the clear. Connie with some boost. Sean K with a nice fake challenge. Taking control, looking for a flick, at least looking for a 50, and he wins it big. Gio wasn't expecting Sean to get bodied like that by Sean K, but one Sean was stronger today. Gio now flick towards the backboard, and Bluey looking for one more touch. Sean, I thought he was looking for one more touch, and so did Sean, but Bluey went under instead. Now Gio has a little bit of time in the air, has a little bit of boost. He's a little behind the ball, though, so Sean K is going to have the touch. Oh, it's a fake from Cottony over to Sean. Gio shot. He's going to go sky high. And that one could have been the equalizer. Instead, it's going to be Cottony. And going for the air dribble. Vulcan doesn't have the boost for it. Cottony with one touch. Couldn't get it past another. But still, that is the kind of opportunity you're looking for as Diversion. Gio maybe not had the easiest shot in the world. I think it was scoreable, though. And Vulcan doesn't get the touch. Cottony doesn't get the touch. Sean now looking towards the backboard. Bluey a little awkward. Crazy things are happening right now, but still no goal for the Dragons. They're somehow making it work.
Yeah, very questionable plays coming out, a lot of mistakes, but they were not punished for it. And this might just be an open net. Connie gonna get back in time, and I mean, the teams are playing very close. I think that I don't want to discredit Dragons. I just feel like, from what I've seen out of them, I know that they have a higher ceiling than what they're playing at, and I think specifically, I'm looking at Vulcan, and I mean, you might be happy that I'm pointing that out, but I just feel like his touches haven't been very good. His missed touches have ended up getting into really bad spots, and I feel like he's trying to play too fast for himself. He's getting a couple misreads. He's not utilizing his boost as much, and I feel like it's really limited this Dragons team. Usually you can rely on Vulcan and Blue to kind of be like a two-headed monster, and Sean K just kind of has to be an enabler, but Sean K really has stepped up and kind of taken over the role that I expect Vulcan should be doing. And I feel like that's what you see the Dragons not being as high of a ceiling. You see them start to make mistakes, but it looks like they are potentially going to go hold on to this lead, and Dragons at least take game number 3, avoid the sweep. But now you might have your perfect prediction of 4-1.
I mean, it's just written in the stars. Everybody knows that it's going to be a 4-1 kind of day. But we'll have to see if Dragons can continue this level of success. I don't think you are wrong in your assessment, by the way. Shout out Vulcan. He is a friend, but I am his biggest hater, and I will continue to be his biggest hater. We'll have to see if he can step it up here, because 132 points, not going to cut it if you are in the Titan League playoffs. You know what I'm saying? We'll have to see, as it looks like maybe a timeout. No, Connie just hadn't joined yet, but Dragons, excuse me, Dragons and Diversion ready for this game 4 here. Kind of an important one. Do Dragons kind of pick it back up, take the series back under control, tie it up, make it a best of 3? Or do we see a 3-1 match point lead? That one almost getting us started early as Gio's shot rang off the post. And 10 seconds in, Diversion playing with some fire. They kind of felt like they had a lot of pressure. Like, call me crazy here, Minges. I feel like they had a lot of pressure, and somehow the ball didn't go in the back of the net. I really don't know how the Dragons were doing it. Felt like some witchcraft. But at the same time, I felt like I saw a lot of bad mistakes. As Cotney might have overcommitted there. He has the save that time. But Diversion last game, I felt like they were turning it up towards the end of the game, not able to get the final goal. But going into this game 4, I expect the pace to still be in favor of Diversion here.
Yeah, I think Diversion had most of the pressure for the game, and I think that they just weren't able to capitalize. I think the biggest thing was they didn't have nearly as many demos. I might be wrong, but they weren't meaningful bumps or meaningful demos. In game number 2, you saw Sean get a crucial bump on Bluey to make it so he was not able to save that last second goal to tie the series, and then I believe they had another couple demos that allowed them to get the goal in overtime. And so I feel like demos have kind of been the bread and butter, as we might see a potential shot there. Great save from Blue, but that's what you see, right? The last man from the Dragons roster gets blown up, and they have to miraculously make a diving commit save, and they've done so with surprising success, right? I don't think that it's a very longevity-wise, it's not a very clean game plan or a good idea, but it just shows that Dragons have been able to hold on and keep themselves in it while being so under pressured. And I mean, if that's the way things happen and Dragons prove that they can withstand all the pressure without cracking and allowing more goals, then maybe it's time that Diversion needs to switch things up. We haven't seen that many passing plays. Mostly it's been solo plays, like this flip reset, Connie looking for a shot, but it hasn't netted much success for them, and they've just been utilizing the pressure to kind of hope that the Dragons' defense breaks, and they haven't done so far.
This might be the opportunity for it to break, though. A great pass there. The play we're looking for, just a little off the mark. That one would have been a nice early, I say early, we're halfway through this game already, but I mean, a nice 1-goal lead is kind of what Diversion, I think, are looking for, as they pound the net with shots here, and that one rings off the crossbar and out. Gio with the touch of a lifetime right there. Sean now shooting opportunity, but he's going to take this one to the corner. Playing a little slow. Vulcan having to pop that one up. Vulcan now looking for a follow, but it's going to be Sean K getting under that one. Cotney now taking this time. Maybe popping this one up high. Going for another solo play. Bluey doesn't get the touch, or get the flip, half flip to the backboard, so it was a free double there for Cotney. Sent it across mid. Nobody from the Dragons or from Diversion were there. As Gio had to make the touch. Vulcan almost had the shot to save his career, but that one goes wide. Sean now looking for a clear downfield, trying to get a follow. Bluey's going to be there. Bluey up in the air, trying to get a beat on one. He goes for the bump instead. Vulcan going to take it. That one on target. Bluey, do you have the read? Oh my goodness, what a play.
Yeah, and it's such a smart play, getting the pop, looking for the bump on Cottney, but Vulcan really able to just outspeed Cottney there, who is pre-jumping, and, I mean, just great speed from Vulcan, good beat, goes right towards Bluey's path line, and he's able to get a good redirect. Sean, unfortunately, just kind of having to defend on an island, didn't have much help, didn't have another force in the midfield or another cut, and so when you have to make a save like that against one-on-one against Vulcan, Bluey, and oh my gosh, I don't know how the ball is not finding the back of the net with how many shots Diversion has, but this one is finally going to break through. We've seen, I think, 3 crossbars this game. I think we saw like 2 or 3 last game, and maybe it's just Diversion are just unlucky.
Unlucky, bad shooting, call it what you want. However, they are tied. It doesn't matter what the score, how the score goes in, and it doesn't matter. They're tied, and I think Diversion will take that. Although I think Dragons, at the same time, will definitely take that here because they have been getting their nets pummeled. But it is still 1-1, and a couple of huge demos here. Sean K goes in the air. Vulcan looking for the 50. Cottney's going to be there. Gets the beat on Sean K. Bluey, last man back, has to play the pass and the shot, but it's a great pass there from Cottney. Gio gets the shot to go just wide. Bluey with a great save there. Now Cottney with a great 50. Sean K's up, playing the Bluey touch, but it's going to be a touch around him. Gio up in the air. Vulcan no boost. Sean K goes up with them. Gio gets a bump on Bluey. Vulcan with 0 boost. Cottney trying to take control of this one. Doesn't have much boost himself. Looks at the pass mid. Sean K didn't believe. Sorry, Sean didn't believe. Sean K did. And he was there to pinch with Bluey for the clear. A huge touch from Gio. Cottney up in the air. Doesn't get the touch. Now looking for Sean's follow. Cottney trying to put that one on. Oh my goodness, would have been an insane angle. Instead, Gio towards the corner. Looking for the bump and he gets it. But Bluey's going to have the save. Cottney pops that one up high. Looking for one more touch, maybe towards the midfield. Gets the beat. Oh, but Bluey is already there. That man has been amazing on defense. Vulcan getting the beat in the midfield. It's just Sean back. Bluey doesn't get the beat, but it's still towards the corner. Sean K has to try to get the shot here. Going for the double. The flip reset's good. Bluey shot. Gonna get saved away. And Vulcan not going to be there. Sean trying to put it down. No, it's a pass over to Gio. Gio sends that one long. 0-second shenanigans. This is what we like to see. Sean's going to be there. Pops that one up high. Gets it done. One more jump. The double. Cottney shot off the post. Somebody extend the goal because this game would be far from over.
Yeah, Cottney just needed to sink that last shot in. Had the perfect opportunity. Had space. Had the time. And unfortunately, he just couldn't get the job done. And Dragons are so thankful they held on into overtime, and they might be able to break through. And I feel like Diversion has had so much pressure, but great defense has been had by this Dragons roster. They've been able to dodge a lot of the bumps or a lot of demos, and even when they do, there is the follow-up. They are covering for each other. They are, unfortunately, because of that, getting stuck in their own half constantly. We see Diversion holding the midfield line, not really allowing anything to go through, and just keeping the possession. I feel like Diversion has had the possession for majority of the series, but I could be mistaken as Dragons almost were able to get a goal anyways. Dragons really looking to just hold on and maybe steal this goal away, because I think they just need a mental reset from all the defense and all the stressful pressure that Diversion's had on them.
Yeah, 2 players from Diversion there looked to capitalize on Bluey's missed touch, but Vulcan was able to get the clean. I have no internet. We are alive. Does not matter. Cottney now looking for the clear. Trying to get that one towards the midfield. Sean doesn't get the best touch, so Bluey's going to intercept that one. Gio somehow does not get demoed. A huge 50. Sean K, do you have the shot? He takes it low. Cottney looking for the 50. One by Sean K. Vulcan in the corner. Gets one. Looking for a pass out mid. Doesn't get the touch, though. So Cottney, with 0 boost, just kind of gives it to Bluey there. And now Sean on the backboard has 100. Gets it a beat around 1. Gio does not have the touch, but Vulcan does towards the ceiling. Gets the reset. Sean gonna land on that one. Try to get a good 50. It feels like Dragons have been in this Diversion half all overtime long. Diversion not finding a way through. Sean K, one touch, looking for the follow. Gets a huge dunk on Cottney. The shot could be great, but Vulcan sends it just high. Now the counterattack is on. Gio send that one long to capitalize on Sean K overcommitting, but it's going to be Bluey getting the huge dunk there. Sean now does get beat by Bluey. Is that just on? It is. Dragons finally put that one away. A huge beat by Bluey, and the third man commits. Finally caught up to Diversion.
Yeah, That's been, unfortunately, Diversion's Achilles heel, is that early third man commit with how much pressure they have and how much constant cuts and boost steals and bumps. They leave the rotation very vulnerable, and when Bluey's just so quick to the ball, catches everybody off guard. He's able to get the beat perfectly, no contest. No, like, I mean, it was like a pinky up, but I mean, when Blue's able to just get a full beat, nothing's going to stop it from going to the back of the net. A great play from the Dragons. Bluey stepping up as big time. I'm still looking for Vulcan to step up. I feel like I'm continuously waiting, and I want him to do so. I know he's a great player, and I know he can flash some mechanics, flash some solo plays, and I think that's going to be the difference maker. If they're not going to be able to do so, we're going to see constant games where Dragons are going to have to barely hold on to win and play perfect defense to keep this Diversion squad from getting any presence. But if Vulcan is able to get on his game, able to get some mechs going and create space and get those solo goals that Bluey has been able to do, then I feel like Dragons are very able to come back. And I mean, right now it's a tied game. It's 2-2. We're in a best of 3 and almost a bump there coming out from Vulcan there on the backboard. Just really close opportunities, but Dragons just need to get another player going. They have Sean K going. They have Bluey going. They need Vulcan to lock in, and I think this team will find their new gear. I feel like they've been constantly holding on to the very edge of their seats, and we've been holding on to the very edge of our seats. It's been neck and neck all the last 2 games.
Yeah, Cottony now looking for the double, trying to find Gio here, who I think needs to step up. I feel like Gio has been doing a whole lot, but I need him to be the best player on the pitch, bar none. And so far, I haven't quite seen it. Vulcan now looking for the double, trying to get online. That one not going to go through. Bluey towards the ceiling, straight down. Cottony able to get the save. Sean double commits with them, so Vulcan going to pass that one over to Sean K. Sean K banks that one off the backboard. Gio going to send that one long. Bluey with 100 boost here, looking to control this one. Just bangs it right back, and a little bit of ping pong never hurt nobody, and Cottony doesn't get the touch there. Sean in the corner gets the beat on one, but Vulcan gets the bump. Gio now popping that ball up high. He still has some boost to work with. Gets the beat as well, but Bluey already back in time. He plays so well as that third man, and he gets the beat on Sean as well. Does he have the shot? No. Vulcan puts that one towards the backboard. Sean K got demoed, so no shooter, no goal. Gio now towards the corner. Gio looking for the double. Has it straight down. That shot just gonna get saved by Vulcan. I think it was just off target. Looks like it's another great opportunity. I think if Sean did not touch that ball, it was a goal. Diversion. They are still scoreless here in this game 5. A huge dunk there. Not going to result in much as Vulcan able to get the clear, but a huge bump. The shot is great, but Bluey's save is better. This Dragons defense is holding on as Vulcan gets a clear once again. Now, a huge shot from Cottony, but Gio's going to be the one looking for the pass. Cottony looking for the bump, and that's the bumps we've been seeing. There's the pass back mid. Cottony 50 is good, but Bluey is just better. Oh my goodness, Gio barely able to make that save. Sean K with a good touch, looking for the follow. These teams, they go back and forth, goal line save. There's not much separating these two. One mistake could cost you a goal, which could cost you the game. This one will be huge. Whoever wins this one goes on match point. Ventus, I've got Diversion taking it because they have a lot of pressure right now, but this Dragons team, they are stepping up.
I think I gotta have faith in the Dragons. I feel like their defense has just been too good. We see so many great saves coming out, and it seems like Diversion is starting to also lessen the quality of their shots. We've seen so many great saves coming out from Dragons that now it just seems like Diversion throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks. Maybe just trying to get some pop shots on net, seeing if they're able to just find a random hole that hasn't been found in the defense of the Dragons. And I feel like because of that, we might not see great plays coming out from Diversion. We'll see some more panicking. They're going to start to overcommit because they have all this pressure. They feel like they need to score because they have, like, they've basically been in the Dragons' half for the last 2 minutes, constantly just shooting shots on net. We see 10 saves to, I believe, 4, as another save having to come out Bluey just barely before hitting the goal line. And I mean, I think the Dragons will be able to find just a counterattack. They'll be able to get a couple pressure. We might just see a random solo goal from Bluey, just keeping them in it, and I think that's really what's going to end up happening is we might see a shot here from Vulcan, but he's going to elect to take the boost.
Yeah, Sean K getting a nice touch there, trying to play that midfield line. Doesn't get the pinch, would have been a goal, but instead it's cleared away by Sean. Sean now looking for a follow, trying to play Vulcan's touch here. It's going to be, it is Sean on top of that one, and Sean looking for the pass down mid. Connie not going to be there for that one. Sean K gets a boomer of a clear. That one has to be met by Gio towards the backboard. Gio now looking for one more touch, gets bumped by his own teammate. Bluey with one touch. Vulcan doesn't get the read. Gio, no boost to work with, still trying to play the shot. That one towards the backboard. Bluey with a great touch towards the corner. Does get demoed though. Connie towards the midfield. Vulcan has to get the touch, and he does. Gio now playing Sean K's touch. Pops that ball up high. Not a whole lot of boost here on the side of Dragons, but Bluey is in net, and Bluey's in net. It's not a goal. That's a huge save there. Gonna force overtime with that one. Ventus, it's 0-0 overtime. I feel like these teams are just stepping up more and more as this series progresses. It's going to be a kickoff goal. Just kidding, it's not. Connie looking for a pass down mid, though. This one could be it. Huge save there from Vulcan, able to get the clear. And anyway, this feels like what it all comes down to. Whoever wins this game, I feel like is going to take so much momentum here. So it is a very important game. Like I said, the defense from Dragons has been great, but I'm going to take diversion. I think their pressure is finally going to amount to something. They're going to get a couple demos. One mistake is all it takes here if you're Dragons. Diversion, though, looking for that opportunity. Sean not going to get the double. Vulcan looking for the pass out, going for the air dribble instead. Connie, not a great 50. Gio in the corner. Vulcan with one touch. Gio going to take it around town. Huge 50 there from Gio, but Vulcan trying to put on that pressure, and now it's the Dragons on offense. Vulcan with a nice touch. Looking for the double. Doesn't have the bump either. Sean able to get the ball clear. Sean K going to be there to meet it. Connie going to try to force, and he does as Gio bangs that one long. Connie is in the corner. Vulcan doesn't have the read, and Bluey's touch is great, and able to get the air dribble as well. No pinch, though. Still staying on that ball with 0 boost. A minute into this overtime. So far, no real threatening shots I feel like have come out, and right now, what do you think this diversion team has to do to break this Dragons offense? And I feel like, what does this Dragons team have to do to get a real good shot on net?
Yeah, I think it's going to come between Sean and Vulcan. I think that one of them is going to have a great solo play. I feel like both of them quiet players of the series. Neither of them have really had standout moments, kind of just forcing for the rest of their teammates. And I feel like they're going to be the players to step up big time if they want their team to win. Sean, I feel like, has been the limiting factor of this diversion squad. I feel like Connie and Gio have been playing so fast with each other, and we've seen Sean K making the crucial mistakes. And I don't know what just happened there, but the double commit from Gio and Cottney is the last two back. Double commit pinch out to the midfield, open net for Bluey, and Sean is nowhere to be found on the pitch, maybe looking for some more bumps and demos, but Dragons are going to be able to take it off of a random open net, misplay in the midfield, and Dragons take game number 6 in a game number 5 in a very questioning fashion.
Yeah, and they got outshot 14-6. Just so you know, that's not good, by the way. But it doesn't matter if you win the game. And, I mean, you got to shout out Bluey with 7 saves. That man literally has been saving the ball, saving his team. And he's obviously able to get that last goal as well. That one, heck, I think even DJD could hit that one. So that's just telling you. Sorry, DJD, I saw your name in the chat. There's no reason why I said that, I promise. But that one is going to be a nice cherry on top for Bluey, who I feel like has been by far the MVP of the series.
Yeah, I mean, who else, right? Like, I feel like he's the player you look at every single time with this Dragons roster. Like, obviously you say, like, oh, it's the two-headed dragon of Bluey Vulcan, but now it's kind of just become the one-headed dragon. I mean, Bluey has extended himself and elevated himself to an even crazier level of play, and he has shut down pretty much everything Diversion has thrown his way. He's been making great solo plays. He's been able to basically be unstoppable on the defensive line. And I mean, I think it's up to his team to help him out. I think that he's been playing so good. His team needs to just help him out on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe just get a random goal. Maybe get some demos in the midfield to break through. I mean, that's all you can really hope for. But a miss right there is going to be dangerous. As Sean looking for it looked like a solo play with Cottney going for a bump, but he just likes to flick it over to the side. Pass there for Sean K off the 50, though. And, I mean, that's what you're hoping they're going to be able to score. As it look for a double tap. Vulcan pre-jumped for some reason. And Blue might have an open net off the bump. But, man, Dragons had a couple great opportunities, but they just kind of squandered it away. I feel like they had all of the time in the world, and they kind of just let it go. They didn't really take full advantage of it. We saw a great demo there in the midfield. We see another good demo, but I feel like the Dragons had an opportunity to put them up early and kind of put Diversion on the back foot, and they were not able to get there. So luckily Diversion was not able to be capitalized on, but there it is. Maybe I should not talk because I just cast a curse every time, but this time I actually want it to be because I picked Dragons to win.
This one is going to be a huge beat by Vulcan, and I think Sean, yeah, he got bumped by Sean K, so a huge bump on the back end, but that was probably the slowest Titan goal I've ever seen. Don't be too proud of yourself, Vulcan. That one is going to be the lead, though, here, and on Forbidden Temple, anything can happen, and we'll have to see, does Vulcan finally show up for the series? That one going to be a great touch by Sean K, but he did get bumped off by Sean. Sean going to try to go up for this one, has one touch towards the midfield. Gio looking for the beat, but doesn't get the beat on Bluey. Sean K up now as Cottony 50s that one towards the backboard, but again, Bluey able to get this clear, and I feel like the second man from Diversion, they're there, but they're just like an inch too close, an inch too far. It just feels like they're almost in the right spot, but right now it's just not falling to them. And Diversion trying to make a play happen. It's going to be Cottony looking for the sidewall double. Would have been a disgusting redirect if it happened, but it's going to be Sean K. Duncan. Sean showing who the big brother is. As Cottony looking for the air dribble. Bluey and Sean K do double commit, collide in the midfield. A fake is what the play needed. Diversion get their goal, getting the equalizer here. And man, that's just the Flip 10-10 classic right there.
Better than Sean, able to be the one to put it in the net. I said I wanted him to step up in game number 5. He steps up at least in game number 6. And, I mean, a good play there from Cottony to fake it, leave it for Sean, and a good 50 as well. Kind of get unlucky that the 50 went right into Sean K, right basically into their net. But, you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I think that another shot opportunity, and Bluey's not going to be able to save that one. I kind of expected him to be able to with a pre-flip. Maybe a little bit of cracks in the armors. You saw not a very good touch there from Sean K. Very panicked with low boost. Vulcan pre-flipping for the boost as well. Just full faith in Bluey to get the touch. And Diversion take the lead here in game number 6. Looking to push game number 7. And, I mean, the Dragons just fell apart on defense. I feel like that's the first time I've said that sentence because they had been so good before. It seems like their midfield has kind of fallen a little bit, and they've made a little bit more mistakes, which have opened up chances in their own net for the Diversion squad, and they've taken full advantage of it. But Bluey's looking to take advantage of that, and it looks like Sean backflips there, and he just misses the challenge. It looked like it would have been a straight challenge. Bluey's able to get the pop, though, around 1, tying it up once again, and I'm not really sure what happened there for Sean, but Dragons tying it up now, putting themselves back in the driver's seat to try to close the door on this series.
Yeah, and Bluey is trying to be that guy. Like, I mean, like, we know he is that guy. Like, he needs to. He's been trying to prove it all series, and he has been. A huge touch there from Vulcan, though. Sean not willing to turn on it, but Sean K is able to get the long clear. Now Sean off the sidewall, maybe looking for Cottony. Cottony looking for Gio on the side. Gio gonna put that one towards the corner. Gio, you don't have that read, but Sean does. But Vulcan has the save. Gio's shot is gonna be saved away by who else other than the Bluey guy. And Sean now not gonna take that one. Vulcan to the corner. Vulcan looking for one more touch here. Gets 50 by Sean. In the corner, Sean getting a flip reset. Not much more to go with it, though. Gio now with some time. Trying to get the air dribble, but gets bumped. But he does get the follow-up bump on Bluey, and Sean had 0 boost in net. So that was a massive bump there by Gio. Cottony, only player with boost. Now Sean has 100 boost on the back wall now. Looking for the clear out. Maybe playing a 50 here. Sean K with 0, still able to win that 50. Cottony now. One touch, looking for the follow-up. Gets it past Bluey, but straight to Vulcan's hood. Vulcan doesn't win that 50. Gio gonna look to pass it down to Cottony. Cottony racing downfield towards the corner. Sean K just instantly jumps, gets a nice touch, gets a follow-up as well. That ball bouncing in the midfield. Gio gets popped, and a huge touch there from Vulcan as Gio would have, if that got over Vulcan, it would have been a one-on-one for Gio. But Bluey, man, you probably could have trusted him on defense anyway. Now it's just Gio in the air. Bluey gets demoed. Everybody attack. Now is the time. Vulcan up in the air. Gets the reset, gets around 1, gets around 2. Oh my goodness! Vulcan has arrived, And he goes for the demo on the last guy, but Sean had made it back after that. And now Cotney looking for an opportunity here. 30 seconds remaining. Gio, nice demo. Looking for the pass down mid. That one right over one's head, but it was a mediocre shot. If that had some air on it, maybe a better play shot could have been the deal. Instead, Sean K shows you how to shoot. Oh my
God.
goodness. That might just be the dagger of Ventus. That was an insane screamer top right corner.
Yeah, I don't think you could have placed that any better with the power he got. I mean, maybe 2 inches to the right, but like we're asking for millimeters. I mean, such a great shot, a great pass from Vulcan as well, and Bluey taking out the last defender to ensure 100% chance that this ball goes in the back of the net. A great play with 10 seconds left. They need to shut the door. Diversion need a miracle, and how better than Forbidden Temple for it to happen. But with 3 seconds left, Vulcan just faking, trying to waste time. Up to Connie. Connie taking the air dribble, looking for the reset, trying to get it past Bluey, but he doesn't get it. That ball hits the ground, and Dragons take the series in game number 6. And the defense proves too much for Diversion to handle. Bluey, masterclass series, defense impenetrable, and they go to the semifinals.
Man, a huge game here for the Dragons. That was a massive win. To be honest, I thought Diversion were gonna make it to the finals. I had that kind of faith in them, but that one is gonna be a huge win for Dragons. And I was just thinking about Aventus. There's a reason they call like the rival team Hydra, because that's a 3-headed monster, right? But the Dragons, they're a 1-headed monster, and that's Bluey. Bluey was that team, was that defense, man. That man literally did it all. Demoed, passed, scored, solo played, saved everything. There's not enough weight that man can't carry. Like, that man can do it all. So congratulations to the Dragons, moving on to the semis, playing the Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Ventus?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
playing
and all the top seeds, I believe Nebula was the 4 seed, so all the top seeds made it to the next round. Phoenix is the 2, Dragons as the 3 seed, and Nebula as the 4 seed. Unless they're the 5 seed, I'm just talking blown smoke. But all of the top seeds in Titan remain, which is kind of surprising. I thought there were going to be more upsets. Titan specifically, there was so much interchanging, and I mean down to the last game of the season, there were still 6 spots up for grabs, 2 playoff spots and 4 play-in spots. So for it to end up being like this, it's really surprising with how competitive Titan has been. It just shows that the teams at the top are at the top for a reason.
Yeah, and I will say that Nebula was the 5 seed. So one did. But I mean, there are some questionable things happening with the Blizzard roster. They almost beat them anyway. But this Titan semifinals are ready to go. But Ventus, we're not done with playoffs tonight. We're going down to the Prospect League for this next one. Ember versus Hypernova. It's going to be a good one. And thank you so much, Ventus, for casting with me. Again, congratulations on your W as well. But with that, everybody, we will be right back after a short break. And we'll see you guys then. Doses.
Time runs me over, and I learn some thicker skin. Learn to be skeptical of those with good intention. Why is it hard to love without hurting anyone? Are we still young? Are we still young? Are we still
This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock.
He puts it in 0 seconds remaining.
He seems to be playing hard for it.
It's, oh my goodness, Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. He's gonna give a shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward, can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Is this hold on. Surely this can. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Copenhagen on the goal line.
He did going nearly over.
Sweep. It comes through. The venom, the improbable, the impossible. The 4-time champions.
I think we're live. I'm so sorry. Hey guys, welcome back to the Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. We're in the playoffs. This is massive. Joining me in the booth is Chunk Light. Chunk, how we doing, man?
Doing great, doing great. Excited to see how this will shake up tonight.
Yeah, I mean it'll be an interesting game here. I will say Hypernova versus Ember is the matchup, first off. Now, you have some inside sources, Chunk, so you were telling me some really secretive information that honestly might sway the channel point predictions here. So if you want to go ahead and give that information out, you can. If not, when your channel
Whoa. I don't know
I-
anything, bro.
you
I'm
don't
not
you don't
throwing my
know.
own channel
Oh,
points.
okay. Okay. All right. I won't say anything either. We'll just have to see who's starting in the lineups here. But it'll be an interesting one as I do see all of Hypern over here. Ember is the team we're waiting on. Chunk, do you know some of these players? You know a little bit about them. I know Ember pretty well. I know Crotera, but I don't know a lot about Hypernova, to be honest.
Yeah, so Hypernova, you got an interesting squad, right? You got Crotera, right? Everyone knows Crotera. I played with him when he was in provisional. He robbed me of my MVP. Then you've got teaming up with him. You got Vex and Izzachad. Really solid duo. They won a championship in a different league, so they've got that chemistry built. They've been playing with each other for a while. So I think that this will be a phenomenal game, at least teamwork wise, for Hypernova. And then on the other side, right, you got Ember. You got some solid players. You got some solid players. I might be able to leak some sources now that I'm talking about it. I heard from other people Jaegers will not be playing. Don't know if that's true. I heard sources on a different game that were false. But if that is true, that is a big blow for Ember. But Cog and Kovalchuk will have to pick up the pace with East Coast Killa. I don't know how familiar they are with playing with him, but it will for sure be a rougher ride if that is the case.
Yeah, and I do think that like Cognition is kind of a player that you can play around. Like he can play with anybody. It feels like he is a very solid rotational player. So you put East Coast Killa, who I haven't seen play in so long. But last time I saw him play was just an absolute freak. Like just went and just goes. And so last time I saw East Coast Killa play, that's what I remember. I mean, I could be completely wrong by now. I really couldn't tell you. But I think Cognition is a very adaptable player, very smart guy. He likes to, think about the game whenever they're in a series. And in a best of 7, whoever makes those adjustments really can come out on top here. So Hypernova, I think, do have the edge, especially if my GOAT, Jaegers, is not here. I think, as a whole, though, if Jaegers was here, I would pick Ember. I mean, they're 13-5. They had the same record as the 1 seed. Not the same game record, and I think they lost some head-to-head tiebreakers. But the top of prospect is very, very close. So gonna have to see if that form is gonna be here. Have to see if the Ember players are gonna be here, as we are still waiting for them to join the lobby here. But just looking at some of the other prospect matches that have gone on, there's only been Gladiators Bandits, which whoever wins this one would go on to play the Gladiators, as the Gladiators beat the Bandits 4-2. And honestly, so the 2 seed of the Gladiators, versus Hypernova or Ember, I mean, it doesn't matter who they play. I think this Gladiators team is quite ready, but they're definitely watching with some anticipation here. I'm gonna go ahead and say that this Hypernova team is gonna get the dub, because I think I like Crotera just enough. And now I see Marco in the Twitch chat saying Jaegers is on the way. And I trust Marco with every fiber of my being, unless he's on defense. So I think it's a pretty good shout. So we'll have to wait and see. But Chunk, if saying Ember does have their full lineup, Jaeger shows up, what are you seeing this series going to?
I see this being one of the closest series I could possibly predict. These are Titans going head to head. So
Yeah, I
especially
saw
with
you.
Jaegers.
Yeah, I just saw Jaegers hop on Rocket League. I saw the Steam notification. He's my friend, by the way. What a great guy. Yeah, so I do think um, with the whole roster, I'm going to take the Ember team. I know I just said Hypernova, but with the whole roster, I'm going to go ahead and take the Ember team. I think Cog and Jaegers and Kovalchuk can get it done. However, one caveat. I can see a crash out happening. And there's a certain player on the Ember team that I think can crash out. And if that crash out happens, usually it's after the the series. But I've seen Cognition. He has crashed out before, so maybe you demo him a lot. I don't know. Maybe you outplay him a couple times. You demo him. You do whatever. I feel like this Hypernova team can bring it on, turn it on. I'm getting flamed in the Twitch chat. Critter, I'm sorry, man. But I'm gonna take my boy Cog. Hi, Crow. It's good to see you. Yes. I'm not picking you either, Crow. Maybe you don't leave my org, and maybe I'll pick you next time. But neither here nor there, as we are still waiting on the Ember players to join up. But Chunk, man, how's it going? How's life, man? I don't know if you noticed, but I've just been eating these chips and queso this whole time, and it's been really good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this team will play. Just Hypernova, big friends with Chad, just like you're big friends with Jaegers. I know his success. I know what he's been through and how he is as a player. Right, he is very successful when it comes to playing in leagues. He is a force to be reckoned with. I believe he's got several runner-ups. He's got a championship in 2 different leagues. He is a phenomenal player, and then Crotera farmed me in provisional, so I'm very familiar with him as well.
Yeah, no, I played with Crow a couple times. He is a goat. I do love Crow, but he can actually play so well, and he's usually really good at connecting with his teammates. So seeing that duo that you said of Izzachad and Vex, if they can connect with Crow, I can see this team doing wonders in this playoff run. It has to start here, though. I'm excited to see it happen. I do think you have a very good powerhouse of an offense in Jaegers alone. He's just kind of an animal, just dives at the ball. And on the other end, you have Cognition in the net. He is usually pretty pretty stout on the defensive end. So sorry, I just got the craziest ping from Gio. So I do think that it will be a very even matchup. I feel you're going to see more solo plays coming out from the Ember squad and a lot more passing plays coming out from Hypernova. It'll be an interesting matchup style wise. So I'm excited to see that as well. But either way, nothing matters if they don't join the lobby, as we are still waiting on them. And you know what, Chunk? None of this can matter. They could just FF, and sadly, would not be the first FF this playoffs. But we would like to avoid that. Yes, I know Jaegers is on Rocket League. I did see it happen. But we are still waiting for them to join the lobby. That is the most important part. Critter, don't worry. You got your wish. No FF. The boys are here. Ember is here. I'm taking Ember. It's going to go to 6. Chunk, you've been very confident about it going to 7. Who you taking? Final prediction right now.
Final prediction, I got Hypernova on 7.
Hypernova in 7. Some Twitch chatters might love you for that one. As Cognition going to try to get us started early here. Vex able to make a huge save early. Jaeger trying to keep that ball in this Ember's half. Or sorry, in this Hypernova half. As now Cognition and Jaeger's both on that one. Kovalchuk is going to be there. And I don't know what just happened to his car. I could not tell you, but Vex doesn't get the touch. Jaeger's looking for the shot. That was off the backboard. Is the shot going to come through? Cognition couldn't get it on as Crotera had to save away. Crotera is just super solid, able to get that clear out. And some early offense there from the Embers as Jaeger's looking to do a little bit too much there. Didn't have the boost quite for that air dribble, but Kovalchuk still able to get a nice clear out. A huge touch there, though, from Vex. Izzachad with the demo. But Cog did get that ball cleared. Crow, not the best touch, but a big demo there from Izzachad. Physical play, not something that I quite expected coming out from Chad, but maybe I should have. But Kovalchuk pops that one in the air. Jaegers gets dusted there by Crotera. A huge beat there. Crotera could have put his team in a dangerous position, but instead he's gonna get a huge 50, grab some boost, get a huge 50 once again. That ball gonna somehow roll over to Kovalchuk, and some back and forth action already. No goals have been scored yet, Chunk, but I feel like both these teams are testing each other very well so far. Nothing quite sticking, but Chad, being the demo demon, is at least creating a lot of pressure here for this Hypernovas team.
Yeah, I feel like Chad just wanting to kind of open up things with these demos. Kind of been caught out with making a couple missed touches as well. You just gotta make up for mistakes, try to clear up the field, not get punished, especially here in this game one. You gotta kind of play it cautious. You gotta make stops when you need it, as Vex has had two, and it goes crossbar down here. Flip off I think just a missed touch 50 on the wall.
I mean, whenever you get dunked like that, there's not much you can do about it. That one, just a huge dunk there from Kovalchuk. And Ember's getting us started early here with a good, just, very skillful goal. No luck involved. Rocket League is a very skillful game. Kovalchuk now has to clear that one to the corner. Not the best touch, though. Crotera could capitalize to go for the shot. That one gonna go high. Now, Cognition, no boost to work with, so his touch is just going to be over to Vex. Vex looking for one more. Has his teammate Chad in the middle. That duo looking to connect early. Not able to strike the back of the net right there, but a good look. And that's what you want to see coming out from this Hypernova squad. Cognition trying to do it all. Doesn't have the follow-up. Chad also had the save. Kovalchuk sends that one back to his own corner, but that ball is not a great bounce. He still has the clear. Doesn't have the best touch, though. It's going to be Jaegers trying to clear that ball out. Vex trying to keep that ball in. Vex now looking for the double. Has it. That one straight down as Jaegers gets the clear. Gets that clear. Long Crotera looking for the shot. Kovalchuk, a little bit of time here. Tries to play to the corner again. That touch just a little too far. And Jaegers, after grabbing that boost, has to take that one towards the other side. Cognition bangs that one down, but Vex has been sitting as his third man very patiently, trying to play that midfield game, and I feel like Vex has done a good job, but that's a huge touch there from Kovalchuk just couldn't get to it. No boost really here, only Vex has boost, and that ball was rolling. A huge call there from Crotera, I believe, to just lead that one for Vex. He knew that no Hypernova player was going to go for it, but still, a 1-0 lead here for Embers. And, Embers with this 1-0 lead, I feel like they put on more pressure. Hypernova, I feel like, haven't had the great shooting opportunities that I've expected to see, because I feel like they've been playing pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I feel like they're just kind of stuck in their own half, kind of trying to get off their back foot, as Kovalchuk will find another one here off I think another missed touch. It just goes off, and then Vex not able to get back. They've just been kind of turtled up here, Flip. They can't get out of their own half. We've seen them try to go for demos. We've seen them try to go for passing plays. But so far, they've kind of been stopped just from, I would say, a lot of backboard presences shut it down, as Jaeger's going to be up near that backboard again. But the backboard has been shut down, and I feel like that's kind of what Hypernova's expecting here in this game one.
Hypernova still looking for their first goal here, as Cognition sends that, Cognition, Crotera sends that one long. Cognition able to get that touch, though. Chad over to Vex. Vex looking for the shot. That one off the backboard, the finish. Top left corner, why not? Open net. You gotta place those. And a huge play there from Hypernova, cutting this lead in half with a minute left.
Yeah, Chad got bumped into a better position, really. Gets a pass to Vex as well before he gets bumped, and able to be back for Vex's shot, pass, missed opportunity, but they're able to get a goal here off a nice counterattack.
Now another opportunity here. It was Vex looking for the shot, and a huge save coming out from Cognition. Realizes that was a threat immediately. Kovalchuk got bumped. Crotera does not have the shot. Cognition might have owned goal. That one just high. Huge 50 there. Kovalchuk gonna take that one. No. Cog looking for the 50. Crotera finally able to get that one back mid. Still looking for one more touch. Kovalchuk getting in the way again. And Kovalchuk again getting in the way. Maybe one more here for Kovalchuk, and he goes again. Huge dunks there from Kovalchuk. Now Cognition looking to punish. Tried to go high, going for the double. Chad had the save. The touch there from Vex, so not great. Jaeger's shot. That one's going to be wide and high, but still good save away by Crotera. And a 2-1 lead. A 1-goal lead is all you need in Rocket League. And now, as time runs out, Hypernova looking for one last play, a double pre-jump, but Vex has an opportunity, gets the beat, go the double, that one to Crotera, that one on target, and it hits the ground. Devastation if you're Hypernova. Ember, their heart rate increased tenfold that day, and they do survive game 1 here, hanging on with a 2-1 win.
Yeah, incredibly close call out there at the end. They had an insane double there by Vex to kind of set up a play. Crotera just not able to find the power and put them put the ball up to get it in, to make it overtime, really, as Hypernova kind of looked to come alive in the latter half of that game flip. They kind of showed up and kind of played their own game compared to the first original half. I feel like it kind of changed, paces kind of changed mid-game, so I'm wondering if we kind of see that, just how the Hypernova kind of played more as a team.
Yeah, and now it is a little bit more of a change of pace, because we just had Kovalchuk sub himself out because, and I quote, his internet is doo-doo. So, East Coast Killer, who we thought was going to be the sub for Jaegers, is instead subbing in for Kovalchuk. Excuse me. And now we'll have to see this Embers team put in some work. They were kind of outpaced, it felt like, in the latter half of game 1. East Coast Killer trying to change that narrative immediately. Vex, not a great touch. Jaegers, the pre-flip doesn't get there in time. No boost to work with Cog with a nice touch. Is a chance to clear that one over to the side. Jaegers looking for the shot. Crotera, little awkward. Jaegers had that bottom left corner. That one slotted beautifully.
Yeah, just a lot of panic off the original shot from Cog, and Jaegers able to put enough placement on that. Cog kind of threatened another touch, but not even needed, as Jaegers put such great placement on that, and Crow not able to get a save there.
Touch from Vex met by Jaegers off the ceiling. Crotera looking for the double, maybe a pinch here into the corner. Kind of awkward. East Coast Killer making that touch though. Huge touch there. Looking for the follow-up. Not able to get it. Vex in the corner. Cog going to get that long clear. Crotera, not a great touch. Trying to drop it for his teammate. 2 players there from Embers, but nobody hit the ball as Izajad got the clear. Crotera got the dunk. Crotera, the shot, not on target. Would have been a huge angle. Instead, it's Vex looking for the pinch, didn't get it. Jaegers doing some nasty things on that wall, and now able to get that ball cleared. That is a huge shot from Izajad. Bardowski, a huge play there. East Coast Killer a little caught out.
Yeah, the ball goes exactly midfield to Izajad, who beats out Cognition, trying to follow up the dangerous pass, and Chad just beats him to the ball and gets a great shot, caught last man out. It's going to be interesting to see how East Coast Killer adapts after not playing the game 1. Let's see if he can warm up to how they're kind of playing with Kovalchuk being their main goal scorer in the first game.
Yeah, and I saw that Kovalchuk was getting really good 50s. This time, though, it's going to be Crotera. No boost, really, to work with. Going for the flick anyway. East Coast able to make that save, though. Great save there. Vex, no boost. Able to hit it off the sidewall. Is a Chad. Shot going to go wide. East Coast trying to follow this one up. Gets Devo, so Jaeger says, don't worry, I'll take that one for you. Able to get the clear, but Vex is going to be there. And a huge touch there from Vex. East Coast going to try to meet it. Crotera had him met at that 50. Cognition, one touch. Not a great one, though, so Jaeger's going to have to follow it up. Cognition couldn't get the follow-up touch, so Vex able to get that clear back into the Ember territory. Vex with one more pass down mid. Crotera's shot going to get blocked. Crotera looking for the follow-up. He's going to leave it for Izachad. That one off the corner. That one going to be met by Jaegers. Looking for the shot. That one is now going to be cleared away by Vex. Vex now trying to find the follow-up. Looking for an air dribble. Crotera could have a shot here. A huge misplay. And I think it's off the back of a great solo play here by Vex, but I think it's East Coast. No, it's Cognition. Just doesn't get the touch he wanted, and that ball just drops perfectly for Crotera.
Yeah, great solo play from Vex. Not something you normally get to see from him, as he does play a lot of that third man. So it was great to kind of see him go up for that and make a play for his team here, get a big assist off a kind of miscue from Ember, and he will set them back up 1 in what has felt like a completely different game from even the latter half of game 1. It just feels way different.
Yeah, and obviously Ember's still trying to figure out their rotations. It feels like with East Coast, it feels a little clunky to say the least. As now Jaeger's gonna have to get a touch on that one off the side. Well, Izachad's shot gonna be a great one. Goal there is a 2-goal lead, and that's largest lead we've had, largest lead this Hypernova team has had, and it's a very important one. I feel like they're not letting this Ember team get comfortable at all so far, Chunk. And this Ember team, they kind of need that if they're going to play with a sub.
Yeah, it seems like Ember has given Hypernova a lot of opportunities off missed rotations, as we see a double commit there again. It seems like they've just really been taking what has been given them and put on excellent shots, great placement, great power, catching people off guard as another opportunity comes here, but a great save from Jaegers. They putting on an incredible amount of pressure compared to the last game, and I think that Ember's going to need to change something up, find the rotations, find good hits that don't get punished, just something to stop the bleeding here, as they have allowed a lot of goals comparatively.
Yeah, 3 goals this game. Not what you want to see for this Embers team, as Cognition tries to find his own here. That touch is going to go off the backboard and cleared away by Izachad. Jaegers, he's the shooter himself. Can't let him have free reign on net. He will punish you every time. Great shot there from Jaegers.
Yeah, missed little pop touch from Chad. Probably was trying to get that more straight up, but it leads out to Jaegers, who has all the time in the world to place it anywhere he wants. And Jaegers, the shooter himself, will punish you for that every single time.
Yeah, Vex down on the back wall, a little awkward, and Jaeger's going to have that touch towards the midfield, looking for one more. A great pass, Cognition gets there. Izachad had that red. Izachad now, no boost to work with. Switching to East Coast Killa, but Izachad still got a touch on it. Jaeger's now trying to play the beat. Gets dunked out by Vex. Vex now, one more touch. Cognition gonna have the 50. A huge demo there from Cortera, but the 50 is even bigger. Izachad just doing it himself here. His 3rd goal of this game too.
Yeah, gets a hat trick off another kind of missed touch. Cognition forced to go again. East Coast kind of caught back out again as 3rd man. We've seen this a little bit before in this game, and they've been caught out multiple times off just kind of miscues like that they've got to get patched up, or else they will keep punishing him for that. As this Hypernova team, I feel like, has become more comfortable as this series got on. I don't know if the sub out necessarily was good for them, as Kovalchuk kind of seemed he was playing fine for his ping and really leading their offensive pressure, and they have not found a whole lot of pressure here in the second game.
Yeah, Vex looking for the shot. That's going to be a great one. Jaeger's getting the save as well. A 4-2 lead here. And 2 goals is good enough of a lead, but Vex making sure that it doesn't get cut down to 1. Cortera getting the demo as well. That ball bounced mid. Cortera up. Not the best touch. He fakes it. That right there is beautiful work. And Izachad's going to get himself his 4th. Holy cow, Izachad is having a really impressive tournament so far. Great rotation, smart challenges, and he's consistently in the right place at the right time. Really liking what we're seeing from Izachad this tournament. Clean reads, disciplined play, and solid composure under pressure. Sorry, I was reading Twitch chat.
Yeah, I do agree with that though. Chad, really good positioning. I would say is a great 3s player. Also getting better at 1s, which you've kind of seen with the solo plays. As Vex will get 1 more for the road here off a great kickoff here. Just beats Cog again. Just kind of the same song and dance. Cog now able to get through these challenges. He can pick up the pace really. This game could be way closer, but like I was saying, Chad has been able to really lead this Hypernova team here in this game too.
Yeah, and just like that, East Coast Killer doesn't even give time to leave the lobby. He is gone immediately. Not the performance you want to see whenever you sub in. Definitely not. I feel like Hypernova really capitalized on a lot of bad touches. But, man, Izachad, he was the main benefactor, I think is the word I'm looking for. He was the main person that was getting the goals. He was that guy. He was that dude. Like, what else am I supposed to say? Izachad had himself a game. Crotera and Vex also played really solid. Just really solid offense overall from the Hypernova team. The defense wasn't perfect, but it wasn't needed whenever you're scoring 6 goals on the other team there. And I felt like Ember really couldn't get anything going on offense as well.
Yeah, I felt like what Kovalchuk provided in game one was just instant challenges that really didn't let this Hypernova team have any room, have any space to get the ball open and make plays. And I feel like that's what really benefited Izachat on the solo plays. We saw a flick there, we saw some missed touches. I feel like Kovalchuk's 50s really helped this Ember team, and we'll see if he can replicate what we saw in game one or if he kind of iced himself out by subbing himself out.
Kovalchuk is back, and Kovalchuk is here to play. His ping, 30. So, if I hear some lag complaints, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying there's evidence to suggest. Oh, excuse me. Jaeger's now looking for the pass across. Kovalchuk going to be there. Not going to have the touch, though. All 3 Embers players were like right on top of each other right there, so Izachat's going to have the long clear. Jaeger's going to double commit with Cognition there, but Grotera, his touch is going to be met by Kovalchuk. I lied. He's off the field. Izachat with a huge demo. Izachat back to his demoing ways. Vex now trying to get another solo play going. Kovalchuk's challenge, not great, as Jaegers has to get that one off the ground. Izachat had that red. Any better of a shot, and that was definitely a goal. Cognition, his touch is going to be over to Kovalchuk. Cognition now looking for the follow. It's going to be Kovalchuk, though, getting the flick. No bump coming out from Cog. Crow trying to get one more. Jaegers was looking for the touch, but Koval had the pass mid. A little lack of faith, it feels like. I feel like I'm seeing a little miscommunication so far from Embers, but Jaegers able to clean up that as Cognition didn't get the touch there. Jaegers now looking for the pass across mid. That ball going to be saved away by Vex. Vex with the flick. Kovalchuk with 100 boost pad now. Looking for one more 50. Cognition's already there, though. Jaegers able to make the save, and it feels like this Embers team, they're challenged whenever I feel like the first man still has a play on the ball, and I feel like somebody else is always coming in whenever it's really not needed sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like that could lead to punishments later on in the game, but so far we haven't seen anything come to fruition from these kind of miscues and mistrust from their team here, as Vexo put one off the bar twice in a row, as he looked to have a great shot there, but just sent away as this Hypernova attack miraculously fizzles off. Credit to the post, as we've seen Ember kind of have these miscues, but Hypernova not able to punish them. We've kind of seen some lackluster shooting, some unfortunate events happen to them, but I liked kind of how little opportunities compared to last game that Hypernova has got. Ember has really stepped up defensively.
Yeah, Kovalchuk now looking for the clear across. Crotera did not have that read. Vex a little awkward on the back wall, but able to get a nice touch. Nice dunk. A huge pass there. Kovalchuk going to meet Crotera. Crotera able to dodge the demo and get the 50. Really well played there. Izachat now getting a long clear. Cog trying to take his time with this one. Gets demoed though, but that ball bounced off the corner high. Crotera barely able to get up there. Jaegers 50 Crotera as Crotera fell on that one, but Jaegers with the control. Jaegers looking for the flick. Vex is going to be there. A huge 50 there from Vex. Now Kovalchuk with 0 boost, not able to get the touch. Vex looking for the shot. Jaegers able to get the save. I'm choking, but Jaegers is not, as he is able to get that one off the crossbar and out. Cognition able to get the clear as well. 2 minutes remain in this one chunk, but still 0-0 here in these kinds of games. Feels like 1 goal, and that's all it takes. And it's going to come right here. Crotera putting that one away.
Yeah, definitely a flurry of attacks from Hypernovas right now. They're out shooting 5-0 Ember. Not been able to really find an attack. We've seen miscues off like passing plays, definitely affecting their offense, but their defense has been pretty stout. Besides that last play, we've kind of seen a lot more opportunities from Hypernova that could be attacks, but Kovalchuk comes back and helps his team out here immediately with a big goal to equal up the game off the kickoff.
A huge shot there, and realizes, hey, I don't need boost to hit the ball on target, and Vex gonna get punished for taking his boost, and a huge dunk as well from Jaegers, getting that ball mid. Jaegers again with a great kickoff. Kovalchuk trying to follow this one. Izachat a little awkward. Vex a little awkward too. Able to pinch it with the post and get that ball cleared. Jaegers looking for one more pass, but not gonna come through. Vex no boost. Cognition, you gotta make that save, buddy. Just kidding, it's off the post. Cognition, though, says thank you very much. It's in your net. A huge turnaround, and Ember down 0-1. Psych, I lied. 10 seconds later, they're up 2-1.
I think that really step up from Jaegers and Cog there. I think Kovalchuk had some issues there. We kind of saw him kind of stay a little lingering up in that Hypernova half. I don't know if it was lag or if it was just positioning, but Jaegers and Cog were able to 1-2 it back, quick counterattack, and Hypernova kind of caught off guard.
Hypernova now looking for an answer. Not going to come from Grotera. Jaegers, he had the touch, he had the pass. Kovalchuk, he had the free jump of doom. And that one is now going to be a counterattack for Vex. Oh, a huge shot there from Instachat. Almost placed beautifully. Would have to write another copy passes for him for that one. Instead, it's going to be Crotera sending that one across. Vex now with one touch. It's Kovalchuk able to get the clear. Crotera a little awkward here. Driving backwards and gets demoed. Instachat, one touch, and a huge touch there from Kovalchuk. It's going to be met by Vex immediately. Vex looking for the pass. No, it's a shot. Kovalchuk with 0 boost, still able to get that one off his own backboard. Instachat not willing to commit as he saw Jaegers coming in. Jaegers have to clear. Jaegers, you don't have that read. That one is going to get cleared away by Izachad. Kovalchuk with a nice touch. Crotera up in the air. Vex as well. That one to the corner. An opportunity here for Kovalchuk over to Jaegers, but no goal to come through. Cognition with one touch. A fake as Izachad is able to get that ball cleared. Still, Hypernova need to make their next attack count, or this is going to be a Game 3 win here for Embers. And now Izachad has an opportunity as Vex takes control to the corner. Crotera gets a nice bump, but it might not be enough. Cog, no touch. Kovalchuk, though, the man who subbed himself out, just proved to be the most useful one of them all. Vex's save. The ball hasn't hit the ground quite yet. Crotera trying to keep this one alive. Izachad, that one would have fallen if Jaegers didn't touch it. Instead, it's going to be Crotera looking for the shot. That's not a shot. Kovalchuk keeps it alive again. This is what I like to see. We follow this rule here in the Nemesis Gaming League. You keep the ball alive. Vex, that's not good for your team, letting it fall, by the way. That one is going to be our Ember win here, 2-1. And a quick turnaround from Ember. But other than that, I felt like Hypernova were in control.
Yeah, I felt like Hypernova, like I said earlier, they had 5 shots to 0. Ember came alive late in that game. You've kind of seen the tale of two halves in 2 of these games, in Game 1 and Game 3. But I do think Kovalchuk stepped up. He may have had some issues there, but I feel like Ember really can play around him as a player, even if he is lagging. Really showed up with a big goal there as well, so I think that's up to 3 for him, which is impressive if he is having those issues, being able to step up even through the pain.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes playing with the lag just makes you a better player. You're able to read a little bit more. I'm coping really hard for him, by the way. But Kovalchuk, he did get a goal, and he did get a nice save at the end. It didn't count for a save. It didn't get on the stat sheet, but he did get the save. So, going to be a huge player here in Game 4. And on the other side, Hypernova, call me crazy, Crotera's been really quiet this series. Way too quiet. Suspiciously quiet. I've seen Vex make a lot of solo plays. Izachad had a Chad performance of himself in Game 2. I'm looking for Crotera to step up here in Game 4 as we kick this one off. This one right here could be a match point for Ember. Would hate to see it, though, as Kovalchuk was looking for the shot. Izachad has the save. Crotera gonna get a free ball because Cog did not read that one. Crotera now looking for the pass across. Had the good idea, but a demo is gonna send Izachad all the way back. And now Kovalchuk not able to put it through. Cognition in the air with Jaegers. Kovalchuk rushing back now. Crotera grabs the 100 boost. Crotera, now's your time to shine. That is not what we were looking for. That touch, that was an opportunity for a 1v1, maybe a 2v1 with the demoer. But instead, it is still a 0-0 game here. And honestly, that one right there, not what you want to see coming out from Hypernova. Because I do feel like Kovalchuk almost had a goal. Hypernova kind of squandering their opportunities early here. Jaegers puts another good shot on here, Chunk. And right now I feel like Hypernova are the ones in control of this game.
Yeah, we saw a double commit Crotera. Really just an awkward touch, not able to capitalize. But Hypernova has had opportunities. The shots have not really said on the score sheet wise. They have 0 to Embers 3. They've been not able to find Just
There
a
it is.
great opportunity as Crow off the post, and in. I don't know if he got another touch, but I think he just got blessed by that bottom little corner as it pops directly into the net. You can't really shoot it like that on purpose. I feel like, Flip.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's the best placed shot in the game. No, I agree. That one, I think different map. If that's Forbidden Temple, that's somehow bouncing in your own net. Like that's just the kind of like that post bounces a little crazy. But Vex is going to be taking that one. Chad couldn't get a touch, but Cortera, he's the one that should be thanking the Rocket League gods for that post bounces. Jaeger's got a touch off the backboard. Chad having to follow Vex's fake. And Chad now looking for a pass over to Cortera. Cortera's shot not going to get a favorable bounce that time. That one going to be just off target. Vex looking for a touchdown mid. Cognition going to try to take control. A huge touch there. And third man Cortera is up. The shot just wide. Would have been a great one though. Kovalchuk had 0 boosted net. Jaegers gets dunked out of his mind. Chad gets a demo. Kovalchuk is blind. Cortera shoots it wide. That one would have been a 2-0 lead here for Hypernova. That's what they're looking for. Cortera gets to pass his own teammate. Kovalchuk looking for the 50 on Chad, and he gets it. But Jaegers with 0 boost is able to follow it up. Cortera now on defense. Gets a nice pop, but Cognition's going to be there. Vex trying to send this one down, take a little bit of control. Chad says, I will take control, don't worry. As he gets demoed. Gets that ball sent down to Cortera's end. Jaegers plays a 50, wins the ball. That ball now going to get cleared away by Vex. Vex, one more touch, a huge one. That one going to go at the backboard. Kovalchuk doesn't have the read. The shot from Chad is not going to come through, though. Jaegers gets bumped. Still 0 boost here. Kovalchuk, though, picked up 100, able to get the clear. Chad in the corner. Plays one more. Kovalchuk's going to be there. Off the backboard. Vex doesn't have the read. The shot from Cog. He believed. And there, you just got to play the fake. You got to play the whip. You gotta believe that your opponent sucked, and that one would have been a goal for Cognition. Instead, it is now 0-1 still for Hypernova, and they might make it 0-2, but instead, it is a open net. That's a very tough shot there for Vex, but now it's a counter-attack. Cognition shot gonna get blocked beautifully there by Chad. Cortera 0 boost. Cortera, it's an open net. Cortera gets his shot saved by Jaegers. Not much more you could do with that one. Still, a lot of opportunities I'm seeing, but good enough defense is being played, or bad enough offense is being played. I couldn't tell you which one right now, Chunk, but I do believe it's entertaining.
Yeah, I do think it is bad enough offense. Both teams have had opportunities here. Just a lot of faith in other teams as we do see one come through. Eventually, something will fall as Vex off the bar again. Is what feels like has been plaguing Hypernova, but Kovalchuk not able to save the follow-up by Cortera, who has kind of shown up. He's had a lot of opportunities. He's shot 2 of them, which is good enough to put his team up 2 here to look to tie the series in game number 4.
Yeah, I'm not looking for perfection here out of these prospect elites players. That was a rank back in the day, by the way. I don't know if some of you guys weren't around for that time, but these prospect players, I'm not looking for perfection here. I'm just looking for good enough. And you know what? Cortera has been more than good enough this game for sure. 2-0 leads all you can ask for if you're Hypernova. You know what? I lied. You can ask for a 3-0 lead right now. They're trying to make that happen as Vex hits that one back mid. Kovalchuk gets that one down to Jaegers. Jaegers gets it back over to Kovalchuk. A huge touch there from Cortera. Jaegers trying to play a little bit of possession as Chad dove immediately. Kovalchuk gonna look for the pass back to Cognition, but Cortera had that one read, and Cortera has shown up huge here. Vex with a nice pop, but doesn't have the boost to follow it. Cognition doesn't have the touch either. Vex looking for the control, gets a nice 50. Chad now. 100 boost. Looking for the flick, doesn't get it though. And Jaegers with 0 boost. And too little time, it feels like, for 2 goals. Vex with a nice touch. Vex, don't you do it to him. The pass. Cortera, the hat trick. Give it to him. A huge play there from Vex though. What a first touch. That is just beautiful.
Yeah. I would say a really good touch. Vex with the playmaker as well. He has been feeding Cortera. This connection has got them all the goals here in this game. This is a Chad kind of taking the back seat in this game. Doesn't need to try too hard when you got teammates that are able to connect and put such great individual plays. Vex playing phenomenally this series so far.
Yeah, that was a great pass, and obviously 3 assists, 3 goals. That's a duo that you gotta look out for. Chad himself having himself 2 saves. definitely showed up when he needed to, but if he didn't need to, why should he? Great overall play here from Hypernova. On the other end, I hate to be, mentioning the elephant in the room. Actually, I feel like it's the mouse because they're so small, and I'm talking about Cognition's points. That's just not good enough if you're Cog. And I'm going to be completely honest. He had 2 open nets, but they weren't open, but they were. Basically, the player that was going for the ball on Hypernova's team missed, and then Cognition, I think, was, for some reason, believed in them, and then he missed on the follow-up. So, I'm just saying, like, Cog, if you think in your head, man, these guys suck, I'm just going to play the ball, it's a goal every time. Instead, he is having faith in this Hypernova team, and that's respect to them. But I'm going to start needing to see some disrespect to them if you're Cognition here, because that's the only way that this ball is going in the back of the net. You got to read the fakes. You got to read the whiffs. You got to read the fakes. It's just how you play Rocket League, man. And so going into this Game 5, it's now a best-of-3 chunk. Once again, our last series went to 6. This one, it might just go all the way like you thought. I had Embers in 6 here. Let's see if they can make it happen. Hypernova, but this man, Crotera specifically, is going to make me eat my words.
Yeah, big kind of missed touch from Jaegers. He thought Cog was there. Cog kind of gets beat out again. Big read by Crotera, interrupting the pass before it really got dangerous, just off the kickoff, and able to set them up here early foil any plans Ember had at getting some early momentum in this game.
Yeah, and Vex could have had a shot there. Instead, it's going to hit off the backboard, and Jaegers gets the clear. Crotera towards the midfield. Some boost to work with, just trying to get a touch. Izachad also had a touch, but that might be an open net. The demo doesn't come through! Kovalchuk thought he had an open net, but instead, it is the open net that he has. Wait, what I meant to say was, Vex now has the open net. Anyway, basically, Cog missed a demo. Vex got an open net. Huge play here for Hypernova. Gonna go up 2-0 here in Game 5.
Yeah, just kind of a missed opportunity offense. They sent the house, didn't find anything from it, and Vex punishing running a 99-yard drive right down the middle just by himself to put them up here off 2 great solo plays, but Cog gets a big shot here that kind of shun the haters here, shun the haters here, as he's got more points than he does last game by about twice.
Wow, that's big haters. And you know what? Yeah, that's a really good shot, by the way. That's just insane. And, he just had the confidence to go for the ball. He's not reading the touch. He's just going for the ball and saying, I don't care what happens. And that's great. Cog, great shot there. And now we'll see if he can continue to step up here in Game 5. As Kovalchuk with a great touch there. As Jaegers looking for the clear out. Crotera is going to have the touch, though. Kovalchuk with 1. Vex not challenging early. I think he was maybe backwards there as Cognition hits that one off the sidewall. Cognition hitting that one back to the corner. Not the bounce I think he was looking for. But that is he's still going to be an opportunity there for Embers. Would like to have seen them do more with it. As Cognition now hits that one off the sidewall. Looking for one more touch. Vex with a great dunk. But it's going to be Kovalchuk taking his time. Getting the possession. Trying to get another beat. And he does. In the corner, 0 boost to work with, just hits it off the ceiling. A little awkward here. Crotera doesn't have to touch. Yes, he does. Never mind. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, King. Vex on the counter attack here, looking for the pass across. That one going to be met by Cog. 0 boost to work with. Still a good 50, though, coming out. Vex off the corner. Jaegers the shooter. Jaegers the dunker this time. Cog the demoer. That one going to be back to Jaegers. Off the backboard, Jaegers gets another touch. That's around Crotera. Vex is going to go for it. That ball bouncing mid. Cognition a little awkward. That one he has to hit off the corner. Crotera 0 boost. Jaegers as well, 0 boost. Vex is going to be able to finally get that ball clear. Kovalchuk driving backwards on a little stroll. Who likes half flipping? I know he doesn't. That one is going to be a huge shot from Izachad. The placement is there. Hypernova 3-1 lead.
Yeah, the leisurely stroll kind of lead to a pass to Cog, who doesn't get the best of touches. And Chad gets it right by Jaegers, who I thought had a great opportunity to save that ball, but Chad just put too much placement, too much mustard on that shot. was not able to find an answer there for Ember.
Yeah, and now it's Cortera looking for the bump off the, like, he had a nice pass from Izichad. Cortera popped that one up for Vex. Cortera went for the bump afterwards. It would have been a great team play, but Jaegers had that one read. Great touch there from Cog. Vex trying to corral it here. That one should go off the corner. The shot from Koval off the post. Jaegers the team bump, but no follow-up is close enough here for Hypernova. But still, a 3-1 lead here for Hypernova. Vex might have chowed, but he didn't. Jaegers couldn't get the shot. It was a great fake chow there from Vex. Cognition just going. A great 50 there from Vex as well. Jaegers gets the demo. Gets the boost as well. Going to try to turn on this one. Gets a nice pop. That ball falling right back to him. Gets a nice pop over the next one. The 50 couldn't come through for him. Izichad. Huge save there. Still, minute 45 remaining. Cortero with a huge demo, but the shot's still there. Vex able to make the save. Trying to get the follow. Just Kovalchuk back. Kovalchuk just sends it. Able to get a touch. Cog gonna just send it as well. Izichad a little awkward. Kovalchuk gonna get a touch. And Izichad gonna send that one to his corner. Jaeger's gonna be there off the backboard. The read is there, but Vex has the dunk. Cog on the side wall. Tries to get the beat on one, but Vex is being so patient with his challenges. Vex has been challenging extremely well so far. Kovalchuk with a nice touch here. Jaegers is gonna be in the air. Massive fake. That's what we like to see. Kovalchuk getting the goal.
Yeah, right over a defender too, if I believe. Jaeger's big fake. Chad just watches on as Cortera gets a beat out as last man. Kind of got caught off by the big fake from Jaegers himself. I think that will really set him up here as they're within striking's distance, and they definitely do have all that potential. They just need to be careful on defense as everybody is panicking on the side of Ember.
One goal is all it takes for the win, but it's not gonna be easy. They gotta get out of their own half first. Vex gonna let that ball fall. Cortera did commit on it. Izichad gonna try to go. Kovalchuk does not have the touch. Jaegers with 0 boost, so it's gonna be Cog instead. Trying to get one more towards the back wall. Gets the dunk. Kovalchuk! Not gonna have the shot. Jaegers now. A nice pop. Doesn't get over Cortera. And Cog and Kovalchuk with 0 boost racing back. Izichad looking for the 50. Jaegers has 100 boost. Tries to take this one. Not the touch he's looking for. Kovalchuk gets it around 1. Jaegers gets a pop, and it's Cortera. Down to Vex. Vex looking for the shot. Would have been a disgusting one if he had it. Instead, it's Jaegers. Now it's Izichad with the pop. Cognition with the bang. Vex, one touch. Down to Kovalchuk with the 100 boost. The pre-jump. Kovalchuk takes his time. Jaegers does not get the touch he's looking for. And Izichad with an opportunity to put that one away. Instead, Crow looking to kill it. That one, a great play there by Cortera. The fake into the drop. Hypernova win Game 5.
Yeah, big finishing plays there to not get scored on by Hypernova. There was a lot of threat. There was a lot of miscues, but they were able to stand strong, and you start to wonder whether Kovalchuk kind of is regretting subbing himself out during that big game 2, as it is crucial coming down the stretch, especially it being so close in 3-2. Losing these 1-goal games, also 3-2, and you've got to wonder if you can keep your head up against this relentless Hypernova team that has really been playing well off all the mistakes you make, kind of getting in your head.
Yeah, and Ember are calling that timeout, trying to see if they can figure out some kind of strategy here, but man, Vex, I think, has just been playing out of this world so far. He has been making really good challenges in the midfield, getting a lot of dunks, but I think his passes, his control is just really solid. And so we'll see if this Ember team has a plan for it, or maybe their plan is just score more goals than this Hypernova team. That is how you win in Rocket League, by the way. We'll have to see if they impose that strategy. But I don't even know what they can do, because I feel like this Hypernova team is just outpacing them, has more control than them, is shooting better than them. This Ember team, I feel like, I don't know if it's the Kovalchuk internet, they just feel a little outclassed right now.
Yeah, just a little off balance, a little panicky if things go wrong, especially when you need to get desperate. You've got to stay calm and composed like you did in the regular season, but now in the playoffs, everything is on the line. Any last mistake could lead to your downfall in the series, so you got to be careful and really have faith in yourself, I think, is what it comes down to in these games. Have faith in yourself and have faith in your team that you've played with for the entire season.
Yeah, and they are ready here for this game number 6 as we are going into Forbidden Temple where crazy things happen. And Vex and I believe that was Jaegers just missed on the kickoff. Or maybe it was Kovalchuk, I don't know, but it's going to be Kovalchuk here. Getting the pop over 1, does get demoed though, so Vex going to take his time, look for the 50. Goes under 1, gets a beat on the other one. Kovalchuk couldn't get there, so Cog had to make the save. Jaegers now going to get a pop over to Cognition. Cog puts it off the post and in. Jaegers with the booty touch of a lifetime.
Yeah, Cog gets it up to Jaegers, who pops it right over Chad, and Cog puts it off the post. He caught Vex out there as third man, eating the pole as they put themselves here early with a great team play, which we have not really seen a whole lot, but they have shown that it is possible.
Yeah, and I want to see some more of it. I feel like Jaegers has been trying to make these really interesting, weird, sometimes disgusting touches, but really haven't seen it come to fruition so far. Kovalchuk getting beat out there. Jaegers off the ceiling, not able to get the touch. Vex, you just got to put it on target, buddy. That one going to tie up this game nice and easy. And in game 6 here, a lot of panic, it feels like, on the defensive end of Ember.
Yeah, just a whiff can kind of set the second man up, who's kind of expecting you to hit it, kind of throw him for a loop as everyone kind of panicking on Ember, which has kind of been the story of this series. Is it's not just one person whiffing, it's a lot of people, which is unfortunate. You've got to have faith still. You've got to have good comms, especially if people know they're not making a touch or not making the greatest of touches. I think it's important for teams to really keep themselves composed.
Yeah, Chad now had a great touch there. That one over to Cog. Cog going it back over to Jaegers. Jaegers going high. Gets one touch. Doesn't have the boost to get the follow-up, and Chad is going to have that ball cleared. Now it's Kovalchuk trying to get the ball into this Hypernova half. Jaegers looking for the challenge in the midfield, but Vex wins that literally every time, it feels like. And he wins that one too. Bouncing down. It's a Chad shot. Not going to be on target there as Cognition able to get the clear. Trying to get the follow-up touch. It's Kovalchuk now. Looking for the touch, but Crotera this time, the one getting the dunk. Not able to get the shot. Vex is going to be there for it. The dunk is there. The shot just off target. Now, is it Chad looking for the pass across mid. Kovalchuk going to clear that one to the corner. And it feels like this is kind of where Ember gets stuck. They get the ball to the corner, and then there's just a Hypernova player waiting for them. Jaegers now with some control. And this is what I want to see. That's not what I want to see, as Crotera got a massive dunk onto Jaegers there. Vex now looking for the Izuchad pass. Izuchad couldn't get there before Jaegers had the 50. Cognition trying to get this ball past Crotera, but this midfield of Hypernova is just so hard to break as Crotera pops that ball up high. Vex already up in the air. Jaegers wins that 50. Cognition, his touch is good, but Izuchad was ready for it. Izuchad now just banging that one. Kovalchuk on the other end, trying to get the beat on him one, and he does. Vex got demoed. He got a good spawn. Kovalchuk looking for the pass, and Vex able to get a touch on it. Crotera looking for the dunk, but it's going to be Jaegers sending that one to the other corner. 2 minutes remaining here, and a touch there gets dunked out. Izuchad looking for one more. Kovalchuk doesn't have the touch. This one, it's got to be caught by Jaegers there. I didn't see him on my screen. I was kind of worried he wasn't back in time, but he was there. His Cognition now able to get one beat, able to get the beat on another. Just Crotera back. Crotera just going to send it like a madman. No, he's not. It's going to go high, though, and the shot there from Cog is the opportunity you're looking for, but it just goes high, and Embers and Hypernova still at 1-1 here. Feels like someone has to break soon. This Ember team is applying so much pressure, but still, this Hypernova team is holding on, and I feel like the counterattacks from Hypernova are so close to working, but this Ember team is just holding on.
Yeah, one of the things I've been seeing off these attacks from Ember is they really fizzle out because one of them gets demoed by one of these Hypernova players on their way out, rotating back from defense. They find a demo that really disrupts these attacks and they aren't able to find something. So if they want to be able to find an attack, you've got to watch out for yourself and put yourself in a position to not get demoed, as we've seen that happen multiple times throughout the series.
Oh my goodness, a huge touch there. I believe that was called off his own post, but Izichat's gonna have a free shot. Jaeger's teeing it up for him. That one might just be game, set, match. But we'll have to see. Still 53 seconds remaining there. But Jaegers just turns in, gets the touch too high there, Chunk. And like I said, might be the series. However, there's still some time left, and some kickoff shenanigans has happened, and really usually in favor of Embers here. We'll have to see if they're able to make it happen there. Cognition gets his shot saved by Protera as Jaeger hit that one off the ceiling to Kovalchuk. Kovalchuk looking for one more touch. Vex a little awkward. Kovalchuk hitting that one mid. Jaeger's, you're up, buddy. Jaeger's shot not on target. I think he was going down because he thought that the player in net had the touch. You gotta play the width. Jaeger's now able to get the long clear. Vex, are you able to get there? He is. Vex, that double's not great though. Cognition, play the shot. It's there, but Vex is in the way. Jaegers, 19 seconds remaining. Gotta make a play happen. That's a great play there by Izichat. And Vex up in the air as well. Cortera looking for control. Plays that one to the sidewall. Gets a huge touch to the corner. Jaegers just pops that one up. Doesn't have the follow. It's gonna be Vex looking for the shot. Jaegers had the save. Izichat, zero boost to work with. Still trying to stay on that ball. Cognition, you gotta keep this one alive. Izichat trying to play I can't find the words. It doesn't matter. Ember go down. Hypernova win game 6.
Yeah, this went about as I expected it to, after kind of seeing Ember kind of panic on defense, a little nerves, I don't know. But not to discredit the play from Hypernova. Vex, especially, I would say, is a series MVP. Just incredible performance from him. I feel like he stepped up as a player. He had great touches. He had great like patience, because we saw him playing third man a lot, and I feel like that just helped out Hypernova against Ember incredibly. And I think that if you're Gladiators, you've got to be watching this game. You got to be watching what Hypernova did to be successful and find a way to shut it down.
Yeah, and I think it starts with shutting down Vex. I think that man, every 50 he had was not a 50, it was a 100, because he was 100% winning that thing every time. And it felt like no matter what, there was always a Hypernova player sitting in midfield waiting for the clear, and Ember just kind of got trapped in their own end. So, going on to the next round, they're going to play the 2C Gladiators. It doesn't get any easier for them. And if the 1 seed wins and goes all the way, they might have, this Hypernova team, if they go all the way, they'll have to play the 1, 2, and 3 seed. Well, we'll see if that has to happen. We'll see if they can win their next matchup in the semifinal. But for now, they should celebrate their W, because that is a huge one here. And that's going to do it for the Prospect League semifinal match here. Chunk, thank you so much for casting with me. But I believe we still got one series left for the night. We're going late with these playoffs every time. And it's going to go down to the Novice League, where my Kiwis are going to go take on the Vandals. So that's going to be it for us here. So we will catch you guys very soon after a quick break, and we will see you guys then. Deuces.
off of the resistance. If we drift to the horizon, if we let it all go, then will you come with me? Till we are free. If we drift to the horizon, if we let it all go, then will you come with me? I'm gonna make it somehow. I'm gonna break through the clouds.
Really? He puts it in! 0 seconds remaining!
He seems to be playing hard for it.
Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Replace this heck. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my lord.
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Stay on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweep. It comes through. The venom, the improbable, the impossible. The 4-time champions.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the last match of the night, but nonetheless a banger matchup as well. We are headed to the Novice League, where we are going to be watching the Vandals take on the Kiwis. Both these teams looking kind of interesting. Obviously, the Kiwis kind of had that rough spell towards the end of the season, but were able to make it into the playoffs. And man, it's gonna be a very interesting matchup tonight. I am joined by Speed. Speed, how you doing?
I'm doing good tonight. Another 11 o'clock matchup. Gonna take us, right up to midnight. So we are loving it. We're living life. Yeah, we're gonna see some novice action here. I don't want to say with who we got on these rosters that we're gonna see too much novice moments. We got Deddy, Tizzy, and Warden for the side of the Vandals, and Parallax, Jolly Rogers, and Skinny Legend on the Kiwis. All of these players have been in Nemesis for quite some time, I think. No, I believe Tizzy's new, but at least the rest of them, they've been around for a little while. We know a little bit about them, as we're going to see a quick scoring action coming up from the Kiwis with Parallax right off the kickoff.
Yeah, and just off the wall, difficult read. Jolly Rogers elects to leave it. Deddy none the wiser, expecting the touch to come out from Jolly Rogers. Going to leave a free ball there. And a quick 1-goal lead for this Kiwis roster. The Kiwis obviously trying to build upon their big win, and they are going to do so just perfectly with another goal. They're able to sneak in the last playoff spot in the last regular season game of the season. Oh wait, the Kiwis, whoops, misspoke. The Kiwis were already in there, my bad. But they went up and were, I believe they're like 6-1, and then they came back and went 1-7, barely making the playoffs for the Novice League. And I think overall, this is such I think an interesting series, because you had Kiwis who had Skinny Legend, Jolly Rogers, and I believe Parallax is different than who they've been playing with. Wait, I'm getting so confused. This is what happens when we play so late. I am thinking of a different team in
Diffusion.
Diffusion. Yes, I am thinking of Diffusion. So, my apologies. It's late out here. We get a little confused sometimes. But either way, Tizzy looking to start things out for the Vandals. A potential shot opportunity, but it's going to be cut away by Parallax. Warden, not a great touch, might be dangerous, but Tizzy is going to be first to that ball, clearing that back into his corner. Skinny Legend already up on that one, keeping it in the Vandals half, but Warden is able to bang that one away, looking for the follow-up, gets the dunk or the beat, and that one's going to find the back of the net. Vandals put that within one, and, you know, a good goal to start out their scoring.
Yeah, you know, that's what they needed. They looked a little rough. You could definitely tell there was some playoff nerves, some stream nerves, letting up back-to-back opening kickoffs, going down 2-0. You know, a minute of play since their Kiwis' initial 2 goals, and they've settled right down. They found themselves here, but another goal is going to come out from Kiwis. They're going to get that 2-goal lead right back. And this Vandals team, they're very good, even though they're sitting, barely made it in on the last day of the season, but they're still a very good squad. Tizzy has been playing, you know, phenomenal this season. He played up in Prospect for a little bit for the Bandits, and, you know, he really surprised me. So Tizzy definitely is the one to watch out for here on this Vandal squad.
Yeah, I believe he was also a very high draft pick for the Novice League. Somebody very much wanting to make sure he was on the roster, and he's proven why throughout the regular season. The Vandals have been a solid squad, and Tizzy has been that big reason why. And I mean, he's gonna let his teammate Daddy try to take a look at the net here for the potential goal scoring opportunity. Tizzy trying to get a 50, but Skinny Legend gets the beat out. Skinny Legend getting a bump, looking for a pass in the midfield, gonna actually touch it all the way over to the corner, maybe a double tap opportunity for him off the corner. Jolly Rogers pops this one high on the backboard. The clear comes out from Daddy. Jolly Rogers is there, though. That is awkward for Parallax. Skinny Legend just keeping this one in, looking for a double tap again off that sidewall. Jolly Rogers popping this back out in the midfield. Parallax looking for a shot, bounce on, but Tizzy saves that one away. And still more pressure adding on to the Vandals defense as a double commit comes out, but the pinch works in their favor, gets the clear back into the Kiwis half, and Parallax having to reset, trying to keep it in the corner, just safe and away, but Warden is having none of that, looking for a shot opportunity, but it's not going to be on. I expect it to kind of be a pass, but this might have been a pass to Deddy as he's looking for a shot opportunity. Follow-up coming through from Warden, and Warden going to put them back within one.
And that right there is a great play. Deddy being very aggressive, attacking that ball, and just throwing it up off the backboard. And, you know, that's how a lot of these novice teams score. And backboard defense is so hard, and even if you do make a touch on the ball off of the backboard, at these low ranks, they don't necessarily have the control to control it the way they necessarily want to. So, yes, they may get a touch, but, you know, it's always the best, you know, plan of action I've noticed on these novice teams is really pepper that backboard. Be able to read the ball quicker than the defense can, because they're going to be slower. They're going to want to make the right touch. And sometimes they just don't make a touch at all. So it's definitely beneficial. But now we're going to see a flip reset coming out as we're talking about mechanics, and Skinny Legend trying to throw a flip reset in there, Ventus.
Yeah, Skinny Legend's been going for this stuff all game long, going for double touches off the corner, off the sidewall. And, I mean, he's looking to show his max here in the Novice League. As Jolly Rogers actually going to take this one. It's over 2. Shot coming through from Parallax, but save coming through from Warden. Warden clearing this one out once again. 50 coming through this one, but awkward off the backboard. Double commit. The clear comes through, and all's well that ends well as the Kiwis keep it out of their half, but Parallax gets dunked or beat, and Deddy gets the pass to Warden, and Warden follow up there to equalize the scoring. Deddy, a great beat by Parallax, and Jolly Rogers is not able to get that read.
That's a great slot there by Warden, picking up his hat trick for this Vandal squad, tying it up with a minute left. If you watch the first 15 seconds of this game, I don't think anyone would expect it with a minute left that this would be tied 3-3 with how, you know, the offensive pressure, the kickoff skills that this Kiwis team has. And another thing that we haven't seen too much of in this game so far is Jolly Rogers. You got to watch out for him and his demos. He has been known throughout Nemesis to just be this demo machine, and he really disturbs the opposing team with those demos, but we haven't really seen him go for it as he's stuck in net here. Can Deddy get the 50? No, that one is going to be sent away. Tizzy now trying to save this one, but Skinny Legend didn't really have enough boost to work with that one.
I mean, I think Demoralize might have overtaken Jolly Rogers as the king of demos in the Novice League. I think he accumulated like 190 or something this season, but Jolly Rogers is very up there in the demos, very well known for it. I believe he has over 3 demos per game, and I think, or he has over 2 demos per game, sorry. And I think that getting incorporated with the demos is going to be a big difference as we are heading to overtime in game number 1. Kiwis a lot more pressure, but absolutely no defense to speak of. 0 saves, but 8 shots. They're all gas, no breaks, as Parallax is looking to try to send this one into the Vandals half. Jolly Rogers gets the beat on 1. This is a pass to Skinny Legend, but a 50 comes through on Warden. Parallax tries to keep this one in the Vandals half, but it is cleared away. Jolly Rogers is able to cut that out in the midfield. Tizzy plays this over to the sidewall. Gonna beat first to this one. Pops this up to the ceiling, looking for a follow. Gets a pass mid, but no follow-up as Jolly Rogers was able to clear that one away. Warden, a little awkward. Skinny Legend gonna beat him to this ball, looking for the double touch off the corner. Jolly Rogers gets a dunk. This one dangerous in the midfield, but Tizzy, long clear away. And a miss from Skinny Legend gonna be even more dangerous as Parallax has to get back in time and is able to clear that one away. Tizzy looking for the aerial, trying to play this one to the backboard of the Kiwis. Warden picking this one up, trying to get another pass option. Jolly Rogers 50s that out into the midfield, and the Skinny Legend is able to make the clear. Tizzy, not a great touch, but the follow-up coming through from Deddy, cutting through the midfield, and Deddy trying to make this more dangerous as Jolly Rogers and Parallax having to double commit as he just goes ahead and takes their boost, leaves the play. Skinny Legend pops this one up high. Jolly Rogers looking for that bump, trying to relieve some of that pressure. Warden looking for a shot, not going to be on target. Cleared away from Jolly Rogers. Parallax, low boost though, double commit comes through, a bump as well, pass to the midfield from Warden. Tizzy trying to get the shot, but it's not going to be enough, and this more pressure coming out on the Kiwis half this time, but they have not had to play defense yet. But as I say that, this ball rolling close to the net, and that won't be saved by Jolly Rogers. This 0 saves for the Kiwis proves to be too probable for this game number 1. And Vandals are able to take it. Warden, 4 goals on 5 shots. The only 5 shots that the Vandals took this entire game, but it was enough.
Yeah, and, that's an unreal performance here coming out from Warden. As you just stated, 4 goals on 5 shots. What's even more impressive is the fact that, the Kiwis didn't get a single save on any one of those 5 shots. And with how many scoring opportunities, they had pretty good opportunities. The fact that Warden was the only one to actually register a shot on target is a little crazy, And then Kiwis, I kind of talked about it. Jolly Rogers, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. He tried to get a little aggressive demo bump heavy there towards the end, but I think it was just a little bit too late, and it kind of messed with their rotations just a little bit. When you try to switch things up in the middle of a game like that, especially a high-intensity game like this game number 1 was, it can really put your teammates at an awkward pace, at an awkward play style, just because they're not used to you playing that way in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I think that, both these teams are going to be ramping it up for this game number 2, as hopefully we can get it underway, as all the team has... I was going to say all the players on the teams have finally joined up, but they joined up on the wrong teams. So, as we kick off game number 2, looking at Kiwis, a little bit better defense, just maybe. Vandals, a little bit more pressure, some more offenses. Tizzy has to already make a nice touch to keep that one in the corner. Warden trying to get a beat, but Skinny Legend is faster to that one. Tizzy takes that away in the midfield. Warden able to get a big demo, another demo coming out from Tizzy, but Parallax spawns right on the ball. He's able to get a touch. Skinny Legend off the corner, follow-up trying to come from Parallax, but Parallax gonna beat out 2. Not gonna be able to find the shot on though, as Jolly Rogers trying to keep taking this one. Tries to get the shot on, putting it around Deddy, but Deddy is there to make the save. Tizzy trying to just clear this one away. Parallax and Jolly Rogers double commit, ball into their corner. Warden able to get a touch out, but a triple commit. This one might be dangerous. This is sitting right in front of their net. Deddy trying to get a shot on net. Tizzy was kind of under the ball of Jolly Rogers just waiting to see if he made a mistake. Skinny Legend having to try to take this one back, wait for more time, but Warden's having none of it off the post, but it's a novice moment galore as Tizzy shoots it right into Warden. That ball is saved by his own team, and that's a little bit devastating for the Vandals.
It really is. I don't know if if that's a good look for Warden after he scored all 4 goals for the Vandals in the first one, and his teammate has a wide open goal, but I guess he's the only one who wants to score in this series. He's like, nah, it's not me scoring. I'm going to save this one. It's still 0-0, so we got time, boys. Just feed me the rock is what it kind of seemed like there. But no, that was a great play. Unfortunate that his momentum carried him in front of the goal line. But, you know, that happens in Novice sometimes. It happens all the way in all the leagues, but it really happens, I feel like, in Novice more because they're kind of unaware of the space and the pace of play. Ventus, where, you know, he thinks he can get out of the way in time, but he really can't.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it happening at all levels. I remember just today in my series where I stopped my own teammate from taking a shot in the opponent's half. You know, it might not have been necessarily goal line, but it does happen, and Parallax is going to be able to drive that one straight into the net. A good beat there from Skinny Legends. Parallax taking up the free possession, the pump play coming through. Daddy not able to get around that one. And Kiwis are ones to strike first here in this game number 2.
Yeah, they strike first. It took 2 minutes of play, but Deddy off of the kickoff's going to get it right back. And again, now we're squared up. Vandals back in the driver's seat, having that 1 game advantage here in the best of 7 benches. And, you know, we're starting to see more action than we did in the first half.
Yeah, and you know, Kiwis got their first save, so that's something we didn't see in game number 1, obviously. You know, it was a very close series, and Vandals had to take it in overtime. But yeah, both these teams kind of starting off a little bit differently, a bit more scoring, on different scoring plays, I'll say. I'm not going to say that it was like their passing plays or anything, but a little bit opportune plays and a good bump there from Skinny Legend. And even though it's tied, it seems like Vandals have played a lot more presence in the Kiwis half. They have gotten a lot more looks as Tizzy's looking to create some more offense as he gets the boost, puts it across the midfield. Jolly Rogers has to try to clear this one. Ball popped up high. Daddy gets the beat, but Jolly Rogers picks up the free ball, gets a pop reset, trying to get it around Tizzy. Tizzy not going to be able to read the backboard. Jolly Rogers trying to put a shot on target. Double commit comes out once again, but the scam redirects there from Tizzy. Save coming through from Parallax. Demo coming out, and Parallax, I mean, a great effort for that. Tizzy trying to get another shot. Double commit comes through once again. Deddy plays this off the sidewall. That's last man back. So much time. Don't panic as this one is going to find the back of the net. Warden takes it upon himself, and I mean, rightfully so. I think with all the offense he was able to generate in game number 1, he should be the one to score this goal.
Yeah, I was also a little worried. He had plenty of time, like you said, but he jumped way too early for that. He had time to let that ball cross the face of the post, and I don't know. That's something I'd be screaming to my teammates, saying, "Plenty of time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time." And he wanted it.
Yeah, well, it worked out in the end, so maybe having more time wasn't necessary, and it allowed Vandals to still take the lead no matter what, and they're looking to add on to that as Deddy trying to take this one out of the midfield. Skinny Legends trying to clear this one away, but Tizzy free ball, popping this one, looking for the aerial, looking for the double tap, puts it mid. Deddy not going to be able to find the shot as I believe it was 50 away there. Warden first to this ball, pops it up high, trying to get a bump on Skinny Legends. Elects to leave. Miss comes out from Skinny Legends. Parallax has to cover. Demo from Warden puts more pressure on this Kiwis roster as it looks like Deddy trying to clear this one away is going to do so. This ball popped in the midfield. Skinny Legend just has to clear this one across. Tizzy is there already trying to get it recentered. Parallax trying to pop this one. Is actually going to pop it towards his own net. It's like Tizzy electing to leave this one for Deddy, but is going to get beat out by Skinny Legends. Tizzy trying to take the free ball, but Parallax is all over that one. Double commit kind of comes out from the side of Kiwis once again, but Jolly Rogers keeps it in the Vandals' corner. Skinny Legend trying to find this one, trying to find a teammate as Parallax keeps this centered. Jolly Rogers is there for the follow-up, but the save comes through from Deddy. 10 seconds remaining. Skinny Legends backflips, though. Still gets the touch around 1, but Tizzy is going to put a booming clear in the clock. Dwindling down to its last seconds is another shot coming out from Tizzy. Trying to follow this one up as Skinny Legends is going to keep this one up. Tries to find Jolly Rogers. Shot coming through potentially from Parallax, so it's not going to be on target. Tizzy looking to just clear this one away, put it down. Skinny Legends able to get another touch up. This ball still alive, but now is finally going to hit the ground and end game number 2 with Vandals able to take it. They go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, and Vandals coming out swinging. They may only be the 5 seed, but Kiwis are only the 4 seed. So we do that 4-5 matchup. I think coming in, people think it's novice that the 4 seed and Kiwis, who have, predominantly been very, very good in novice, especially Parallax, Jolly Rogers, Skinny Legends, a prospect drop down, kind of being taken by storm here by this Vandal squad, and they're playing very well right now.
Yeah. I think that the Kiwis had a lot of offense in game number 2, seemed to completely get shut out in the midfield in game number 1. They had a lot of offense. In game number 2, they got shut down in the midfield a lot. And I think that the Vandals were able to clean up a lot on the defensive side, able to get a lot more offensive going. We saw a lot more diversity, not just Ward in there, having to deal all of the offense, having the 4 goals and the only 5 shots of his team. It's a lot more spread out. Everybody's getting involved now. They're more cohesive on the offense. They're playing faster. It's a little bit dangerous if I'm the Kiwis. And they elect not to use their timeout. They are confident in their abilities to be able to come back and take this game number 3. But we'll just have to see, as a potential kickoff goal might come out here, but it's not going to be on target. Skinny Legend trying to take this ball up to the corner, trying to pop this into the midfield, looks for a teammate. Jolly Rogers is there. Double commit comes out, though, but the save is enough. Daddy popping this one up high, looking for a bump on Parallax. Skinny Legend plays this one off to the side, but Warden is there. Warden gets a beat on 1, and that is an open net. It looks like a little bit of a missed rotation, but Vandals are already picking up where they left off and going up 1-0 in game number 3.
And that starts there with Deddy. He gets the big booming clear, and then he just decides, I'm going to chase, I'm going to make them make a mistake, and sure enough, a mistake comes out. And then another mistake with the double commit as the demo chase, got 2 of them a little messed up, as this one's going to be floated on net, but Parallax is going to get back to that one. He's going to send it down to Jolly Rogers, who's going to try to pass this one middle. Does get the pass, but Tizzy is there to block that one. Diddy with the miss, though, and it's going to allow Skinny Legend to set something up. We can see him be very mechanical. He does go to the ceiling, but he's instantly challenged by Tizzy. Smart play there by Tizzy.
Yeah, and it looks like the defense is holding strong so far, but as I say that, another save has to come through from Tizzy. Booming clear, though, as Deddy going to be first to pick this one up. Plays it off the back wall, gets the boost. All boost from the Kiwis have been stolen, but a miss from I don't even know who that was. I believe it was Warden. Allows it to stay in the Kiwis half. Warden trying to get another clears. He's going to pop this one over Jolly Rogers. Skinny Legends pops this one up high, but Warden is there. Warden missed touch coming through as Deddy has to follow that one up. Warden on the sidewall, though, looking for the redirect, trying to get that one, but not going to be quick enough, and Skinny Legends is going to be able to pick up the save, but the follow-up shot coming through from Tizzy. Parallax there for the save this time, and Kiwis having to play a lot more defense. Deddy clearing the ball once again into the Kiwis half, looking for a pass option mid. Tizzy off the back wall, looking for Warden. Warden gonna get a beat on Parallax again. Jolly Rogers last man back, gets the 50. The boost gets stolen once again by Deddy. Deddy leaves it for Tizzy. Tizzy looking for the touch off the backboard. And looks like Warden electing to retreat, take his time, reset everything. He's gonna go back and have to re-get the boost because he missed it the first time. Parallax trying to get the pop over him, but gonna get 50'd away. Demo's being searched as Jolly Rogers might have an open net, as it looks like Parallax was able to find the bump on that back third man in Tizzy, and that one is gonna just be an open net there for Jolly Rogers to even up the scoring.
Yeah, that's a great heads-up play there. Getting that bump, allowing Jolly Rogers to beat the first man, and then all he has to do is get back to it. It was a great attempt there by Tizzy. He did get back to it. He did 50 that, but just wasn't there in time, as the Kiwis are going to tie this one up halfway through this game number 3. It is very crucial for them to try to take the rest of this game in their hands, as they are down in the series, but Tizzy's going to beat out one. He's going to get the boost in the corner. Let's see what he can do. He beats another one. Skinny Legend does challenge, but that one's not the greatest touch, but a double commit comes out from Vandals, and that's going to alleviate their pressure that they just built up.
Yeah, and even though it looked like it was a great shot opportunity there from Daddy off the pass from Tizzy, it wasn't enough to break through the defense of the Kiwis, as Jolly Rogers is going to have to look for another clear. Not going to be able to get a follow-up touch, though. It's going to fall into the hands of Warden. Warden pops it off the back wall. Skinny Legend, great speed in the midfield. Tizzy going to have to try to pick up this ball, as it's not a great touch off the corner. Parallax is all over that one, and Parallax going to slot that one in the back of the net, putting Kiwis up 2-1.
Yeah, Tizzy, I think he was trying to get that. It doesn't look like he was ready for that bounce off. I think he was just trying to catch him by storm, thinking that he was going to take it up his back wall, and he elects to pop it and just couldn't get back to it in time. And that's a beautiful shot coming out there by Parallax, as they now have taken the lead here, Ventus, in game number 3 with 1:40 to go. Can they hold on to it?
Yeah, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Anything can really happen in Novice. I mean, we saw that the Vandals were able to come back in game number 1. They were able to take the victory in game number 1, and this seems a little bit reminiscent of that. It seems like Vandals have a lot of pressure. Tizzy trying to put this one into the midfield. Warden is there. Dave coming through from Parallax. Deddy looking for another pass. Back out. Warden there, trying to keep it in. Warden electing to just play time, wait for the 50, but Parallax stuffs him on that one, forcing it all the way back to the Vandals half. Skinny Legend looking for a shot. Jolly Rogers there for the follow-up, but it's cleared away once again by Tizzy. Parallax gets a beat on Deddy, but Warden is there. Jolly Rogers puts this one still into the Vandals half, and a little bit of ping pong coming into play. Parallax looking to control this one, looking for the double tap, putting it to the midfield, but Deddy is there for the clearance. Warden just throwing this one, putting it back into the Kiwis half for just a little bit until Jolly Rogers is there for the clear. This one over Skinny Legend's head, gonna have to go all the way back, taking his time, trying to go off the back wall, but a clear comes out from Daddy back to his own half. A little bit of a misplay there, trying to look for the bump, and Skinny Legend trying to put a shot on Tizzy, getting the save though. This ball still a little bit dangerous for the Vandals, as Daddy has no boost, leaves it. Jolly Rogers picks it up as an own goal. Oh my word, comes out from the Vandals and gives Kiwis a 2-goal lead.
That right there is just a communication mistake. Warden's got to be seeing that Deddy's low boost. He's got to call him off, knowing that there's no immediate pressure there. Jolly Rogers was just sitting on the wall waiting for Deddy to hit it to him, and look what happens. Deddy hits him the ball, doesn't keep it close, and that is going to do it here for game number 3, Ventus, as Kiwis lock back in. They don't use their timeout, and they still manage to find a dub, as Jolly Rogers is going to get another goal for the road.
Yeah, and I mean, Kiwis looking stronger, but I feel like we have lost some of the plot. I feel like their bread and butter has been these demos, been these bumps, and I know that one of their goals that left Jolly Rogers in open net was from a bump from Parallax, and it looks like the Vandals are going to be subbing in Goku for Deddy here after dropping one game. Interesting turn of events there, using their sub. Skinny Legend this time has the 3 demos. I mean, what do you think that this Vandals roster is thinking about with the sub?
See, I don't know necessarily know if it's a sub. I know second to last match of the season, Deddy was sitting for that one. I don't know if he ended up playing in the last one or not. So I think it's kind of more of a different play style type of approach with the two. You know, I think a lot of the times you have that sub, and sometimes you can have a true, you know, kind of quote unquote 4-man rotation, 4-man roster. They're only 50 MMR apart from each other, so it's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about what's going to change about this Vandals. I feel like they were playing very well. I mean, the scoreline, I feel like, didn't really dictate how well the Vandals played and how much pressure they had. They were able to win 2 games as well with Daddy. So interesting substitution. Maybe they know something that I don't. After losing one game, we'll see what kind of happens, whether Goku's able to fill the shoes, whether he's able to be the pop-off player. As he's going to send this one onto the back wall. Parallax has to make a diving save. Tizzy popping this one off the side wall this time as Goku's beat by Skinny Legends. Warden having to go back to his corner, takes the corner boost, gets a pop, keeps that in the Kiwis half now as a double commit coming through. Tizzy picking up the free ball, looking for a clear. This one awkward for Parallax. Parallax pops this to the back wall. He's still got more in the tank as he gets a clearance out, and Warden has to take it all the way back to his own half. Looking to clear this one. Gets it past Skinny Legends, but the 50 comes through from Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers looking for another touch. Does get it. And now he's going to allow his team to push for him as he's trying to get some more pads. But it goes right back to him as this ball in the midfield. Warden trying to get something started on offense. Tizzy looking for a shot. Maybe looking for a dunk. This one pops back into the midfield as Goku looks for a shot as well. This ball still saved and cleared away to the corner where it's nice and safe. Parallax gets a 52. Skinny Legends. Skinny Legends gonna look to do something mechanical, looking for the touch off the ceiling, not gonna find it. The cover comes through from Jolly Rogers, but a counterattack opportunity is Parallax. Last man back, commits for the ball. Goku not gonna be able to find the touch. Tizzy trying to pop it to the midfield, but they're just gonna have to fall back to their own half and reset. Try to get some more offense started from scratch as Tizzy clears this one away. Skinny Legend trying to pick this one up, but a 50 comes through. Parallax is there for the follow-up. Parallax looking for a shot, gets the pop over Goku though. Warden is going to be first. No follow-up coming from the Kiwi squad. Warden pops this one out high. Tizzy is there for the follow-up, just banging it back into the Kiwis half. Parallax not a good touch though, as he's going to have to make a cover and make a save from that shot from Goku. Tizzy trying to put this one to the corner to Goku. Goku looking to take his time, looking to get it past one, but he's going to get beat out by Skinny Legend. This ball a little bit dangerous, but the save and clear coming through from Warden as Jolly Rogers looking to pop this one up, looking for a teammate, but Tizzy's there, able to get the clear. Goku there for the follow, trying to put a shot on net, and Skinny Legends has to make a save with about halfway through the game. Score line 0-0, but that might not be for long as Tizzy has to make the save, and he does. The ball is cleared out once again. Kiwis little bit more opportunities on offense, and even though I feel like it's been a very solid game, I feel like Kiwis are starting to get the upper hand.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think that has really started with Parallax. Parallax is a really solid defender. He's a really solid third man, and he's been putting himself in a position where both his teammates get beat. He's in the perfect position where he's attacking the ball square on, he's attacking the ball with momentum, and he's really relieving a lot of this pressure that the Vandals are getting when they're getting it. So I think it's really started with him just being really super smart and solid defensively to really help get this Kiwis team out of their defensive end and into the offensive.
Yeah, and it looks like they have done well to adapt to the addition of Goku over Deddy. And, I mean, neither team really gaining much headway as it seems like Vandals have been locked into their half for a good bit of this game number 4 as Parallax looking to keep possession, looking to get a beat on Goku, looking to pop this one out to the backboard, looking for the double tap. Jolly Rogers is there. That one dunk comes through. A great play there from the Kiwis to put them up 1-0.
And not only can he do it defensively, folks, he can do it offensively. What a beautiful play to set that up from Parallax. And a beautiful dunk comes from Jolly Rogers with him in that big car that he likes to use. I couldn't use a car like that 24/7, but it works. It helps him get those demos, and you know, he can play a little offense too. He's not just a demo machine.
Yeah, and the Kiwis were able to benefit from that offense last game as he was able to get a hat trick and score 3 goals for the Kiwis roster. And this has been a great showing of offense once again as Skinny Legend's going to have to clear this one out wide. Trying to get a follow-up, but it's going to pop back into the midfield. Warden gets a pop, looking for a follow-up, but Jolly Rogers, quick as can be even in the murk. Tizzy trying to take possession, trying to get this one off the sidewall, looking for a follow-up, gets the flip, gets it over one. The follow-up coming through from Goku. This is around Parallax. but the third man in Skinny Legends is there to make the save. Warden trying to get another follow-up as he's getting it dunked out by by Jolly Rogers. Tizzy's trying to pick this one up, though, as this ball still sitting in the Kiwis end. Parallax just having to clear this one away. Tizzy tries to pop it, looking for some possessions. He's not going to be able to follow that one up, but Jolly Rogers is going to be there looking for a follow-up of his own. The pass comes through the midfield, and Skinny Legends there gets the beat on Goku, and Kiwis are able to take a 2-0 lead with just 13 seconds left.
Yeah, and that's, again, a beautiful play coming out from the Kiwis. They're playing really, really good defensively. Obviously, we talked about them not being able to pick up saves in that first game, and they have 4 of them here on 5 shots from the Vandals. So they're picking up defensively. They're looking really solid, and they're really changing and using this defense to their advantage. Not a lot of times do you see a lot of teams get so many counter opportunities, but they're playing it perfectly, and they are getting those defensive plays to turn into great offensive counters.
Yeah, and the Kiwis have been ramping it up. They have been increasing after losing the first 2 games. We find ourselves tied, and the Kiwis starting to get some momentum. Tizzy now going to call the timeout for the Vandals, wanting to kind of reset some more, want to talk about that game, want to talk about what to change with Goku, with Warden, and overall just I think they might be a little scared. They thought that the substitution from Goku was going to spark some more life into this team, but it doesn't seem to do the trick so far. It seems like Kiwis have reacted perfectly. They have not lost a single step of the way, and I mean they're looking better and better every game.
They really are, and I think the next thing that the Vandals need to try to put back into this is, because this Kiwis defense has been locked on, is you got to disrupt their rotations. And how do you disrupt their rotations? You got to go for bumps. You got to go for demos. You got to be in their faces. Don't let them be comfortable, because they're kind of just sitting back, and they're then distributing the ball very well downfield to teammates on the sidewall, as we did see that a couple plays that way from them. And they're just, Kiwis are just playing really, really well solidly. So you got to find a way to disrupt it. And if you're the Kiwis, you just got to keep doing it. You got to realize that they're probably going to try to come out and look for those bumps and demos. So you got to stay fast. You got to stay moving and not be an easy target.
I mean, you're a man after my own heart, because, you know, I might be a demoer as well, maybe a little bit of a disruptor, some might say, if those of you who are here who watched my series earlier. I think bumps and demos are a great way to kind of not only relieve some pressure in the midfield, but man, they are tilting. They create a lot of opportunity for your team. They can do a lot, and I think that it would do good for Vandals to look at a little bit more of that. I mean, you see Jolly Rogers, known for his demos, has been a reason why the Kiwis have been successful. But I mean, he hasn't been the only one. Skinny Legend has picked up a couple demos in this series, and I feel like this team in the Kiwis is willing to do whatever it takes to win, and I feel like the Vandals have to match that. I feel like Tizzy is kind of the star of this team. I feel like he has the most control, so I'm looking at him to step up, but I'm also looking at some great plays, and he almost stepped up right there, but a great save coming out from Jolly Rogers keeps the score line even after a great shot attempt. Goku looking to play this one out into the midfield. The clear comes through from Parallax. Parallax taking his time, but Tizzy dunks him out. This is awkward for Jolly Rogers. Skinny Legend trying to take that one away. Warden keeping this one in, though, as he will try to look for a follow-up. Jolly Rogers is a little bit awkward. Shot coming through from Goku, but it is going to be saved away by Skinny Legend. Skinny Legend trying to be all over the pitch this game around. Is this one a little bit awkward, but the clear finally comes through from the Kiwis. They're able to get out of this one, but Vandals a lot more pressure, but we have not seen the demos that we talked about.
No, they're getting the pressure. They're getting great looks. If they get those demos, they're going to open up so much more space. They'll have a little bit easier time getting these passes through, getting these shots through, as Tizzy's trying to go a little solo play off of the corner, but he's unable to get that read. But they have, in the first minute and 10 seconds so far, had all the offensive pressure. Kiwis got one little break where they sent it downfield, and the Vandals just sent it right back. They're starting to get a little bit more here. Jolly Rogers does get a beat out there on 2, but Goku's going to send this one away and relieve that pressure yet again, but Skinny Legend tries to go for the reset touch there, but doesn't quite get it. But it's still not out of the defensive end yet for the Vandals.
Yeah, and the Kiwis starting their onslaught now, creating a lot of opportunities. The Jolly Ranchers might have another one looking for their shot, but that one not going to be on target, but Parallax is going to be able to get there for the follow-up. This one still in the Vandals' half. Skinny Legend looking for a touch off the sidewall, looking for a teammate. Jolly Rogers does get a touch on it. Another 50 comes out, but it's back in the Kiwis' half. Parallax trying to control this one, but it's given up to Warden. Parallax not going to be able to find the touch, but Skinny Legend is. Skinny Legend going to be able to get the clear out, and the Vandals are going to have to come and reset once again as Goku trying to get a touch pass. A bump coming through though. This one's awkward. Warden trying to take his time, trying to throw them off, and Parallax able to make the save. Maybe a little bit too much time was given because it looks like it could have been a shot opportunity. Goku, another shot opportunity. Warden shot trying to come through as well, and that one finally gonna find the back of the net. It seemed like only a matter of time, and you know what, Speed? They took your advice. They tried to bump a little bit, and it opened plenty of doors.
It opened plenty of doors, and they took my advice that I talked about early on in the game too, where pepper that backboard, throw it off the backboard. These defenders have such a hard time in novice reading backboard plays on whether it's going to be too high. They're not able to get down quick enough once they realize they're not getting to a ball. So there's a lot of reasons why to pepper that backboard too. So with the combination of those two things, peppering the backboard and looking for those bumps and demos, it just puts them on their heel. They were sitting in the back line, and they just couldn't get any momentum to make that save. And the Vandals find themselves back in the lead here in a pivotal Game 5 series tied up at 2-2 as a shot's going to come out from Parallax, and a beautiful save and touch there by Goku, but he doesn't have a lot of boost to follow this one up.
Yeah, and it looks like there's going to be more options for the Kiwis. There's another pass coming through from Skinny Legend, and Parallax able to get the follow-up, returning the score line to even 1-1 this time. And I mean, I feel like both these teams are adapting, they're evolving, they're playing better, they're playing faster, and I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see that both these teams are kind of getting better and making better and better plays as the series goes on. The nerves aren't affecting them. They're playing great Rocket League, and I mean, Kiwis a great play there as well. As you know, we're about a minute and a half left. I don't think I ever asked you for a prediction, Speed, but I mean, this one might sway you a little bit as Kiwis are going to be able to get a goal. But who do you think is going to end up taking this? Do you think it's going to go to a Game 7?
I think it will go Game 7, and I think in the end, I think the Vandals are going to take it. I got to be a little biased just because originally I was supposed to have a novice team, as I had a novice team last year, and Deddy, the starter here for the Vandals that got subbed out, was on my team. I did have Goku on my team for a little bit as well last year on the Pawns. So I got to be a little biased to the two boys that, you know, had a great run last year for my Pawns. So I'm gonna have to say Vandals here.
All right. Well, you know, I hope the best for your sake. I don't know if I really. I'll take the devil's advocate here. I'll say the Kiwis, but also in a 7 just because I won a Game 7. I feel like the Kiwis, their offense has looked more threatening than the Vandals. They've had more opportunities, and we saw one potentially right there as well. Kiwis continue to add on the scoreline, and you know, I'm not just saying that because they're up in this game, and if they win this game, they're up in the series and putting themselves on match point, but I feel like the Kiwis have been a very strong team. I feel like they have been able to meet the challenges every single time. They've been able to get beats in the midfield, but as I say that, Tizzy is going to get a free touch there off of a misplay from Parallax, and the scoreline is now even with just 30 seconds left.
Yeah, the pressure there of Warden pressuring, making Parallax have to go to that ball in the corner, and it squeaks through. And for the sake of, you know, the Kiwis, that doesn't go in their favor as we're in the final 30 seconds here. Skinny Legend coming out with a rare backflip, as gonna give the ball to Tizzy, who doesn't have a lot of boost, and a double comes out from Goku as he didn't realize that Tizzy was gonna be able to stay on that one and try to get him a pass. A pre-jump comes out from Parallax, and this one's going to be pinched, but Skinny Legend does back off a little bit as we hit the final 10 seconds. This one's going to go middle. Tizzy's there, but he's not going to be able to put that one on target.
Tizzy much needed potential goal scoring opportunities. This one might be on target, but that one is going to hit the ground. We have game 5 overtime here. You know, I got a little excited because for a second I forgot that we're in best of 7s and we have a game 5 overtime. But we are in store for potentially more and more games, as this one's not over yet even, as Tizzy looking to get a clear out, looking to go coast to coast as he's picking up the mid pad, looking for a beat on Parallax, does get it, trying to leave it for a teammate. Warden is there for the shot, and that one gonna be put home. Vandals come back from a 2-1 deficit to take game number 5 and put themselves on match point.
And that's a beautiful play there by Tizzy. He knows that he's getting pressured in the corner. He likes to just go up with it so that ball drops down in front of the net, and it works perfectly as Warden is there to slot that one in. And I want to say I'm very impressed with Warden's shooting. Not only has he had a great shooting percentage, but his shot placement in general this series has been pretty insane, honestly. You know, Warden has, that I can remember off the top of my head, has slotted the bottom right or left corner, I believe 3 times in this series, and had to have perfectly executed shots to be able to put it in. And that one was not as slotted as we've seen from him, but pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, he has been a big contributor to when the Vandals are able to take the victory in these games. I mean, we talk about in game 1, he had the 4 goals. In game 2, I believe he had 1 or 2 goals as well. This game number 5, he has 2 goals and 3 saves, doing it kind of on both ends. Very well-rounded play, good offense. And I'm really, you know, Kiwis have looked pretty good. I think they've gone toe-to-toe. But I think they made a couple mistakes there towards the end that allowed Vandals to kind of take advantage. There's some misplays. I mean, Parallax had the mistake there in the end in overtime where he missed the touch in the corner, leaving that one into the midfield. Or that was with like 20 seconds left or something. But I feel like they have shown that they can keep up with the Vandals. They've shown that they can take games. I'm not sure what they're going to be talking about. Jolly Rogers might be getting told to go for more demos. Skinny Legend might be getting told to go for more solo plays. I mean, I'm not sure how the Kiwis are really going to want to approach this.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. I mean, they've been really solid, and I think it kind of just boils down to keep your cool, keep your mental, and just play as solid as you can. The less mistakes they make, the less that the Vandals are going to be able to capitalize. And that's, I think, really what it boiled down to. They made a couple mistakes. They allowed the Vandals to get into it. And it's just really hard when you're making mistakes and the other team's capitalizing on it, because not only did you just make a mistake and your mental goes down because you made a mistake, but then they score from it, and then you really start, getting down on yourself. So they just got to make those solid plays and make the Vandals beat them.
Game number 6 away, and almost a shot and goal early, but a good save from Goku Parallax. Looking for a follow-up, gets a pop, looking for the dunk. Not going to be able to do so, as Warden is going to get the save. Skinny Legend looking for the follow-up, though, as that shot is going to be saved as well from Tizzy. The follow-up once again, putting this back into the midfield, beat out by Jolly Rogers. Skinny Legend keeping this one in, and it seems like the Kiwis are going for full onslaught approach, as Skinny Legend going to take advantage of a little miscue there. Maybe a rotation is Goku and Warden a little bit awkward. Skinny Legend takes full advantage, putting them up early in this game number 6.
I think we know what they talked about. They talked about, hey, our season's on the line. It's win or go home. We made it this far. Let's go have fun with it. Let's be aggressive. Let's be fast. And let's beat these guys. Let's force a game 7. And they're looking really good, but this one's left up for Goku. Goku's unable to get a touch, but Kiwis don't have a lot of boost. Tizzy, is it that one going to be on? No. And he can't get the read either, as that one bounces off the post, just not where he was expecting it. And the Kiwis, 1 goal, stays alive.
Yeah. They got to thank their lucky stars for that one, as it seems like Tizzy should have had that goal. And now it's all the way back into the Vandals half. More pressure coming through. Parallax gets a demo on Tizzy. Skinny Legend gets a beat on 2 with that touch, looking for an aerial, looking for the beat, but Tizzy is there in time. He gets the boost. Skinny Legend gets the boost though, at least for his efforts. But this ball sent all the way back to the Kiwis half. Parallax trying to take this one out, looking for the flick past one, is going to get it, looking for the follow-up, going to dribble it out of the corner, looking for the pop off the backboard, but Goku's there for the clearance. Skinny Legend already up, speed galore, as he's going to try to get a 50 into the midfield. Jolly Rogers beats out, a double commit comes through. Goku has to bang this ball away, gets the clear perfectly, relieving all of the pressure and basically negating that double commit. Is this, oh my gosh, off the post, Jolly Rogers able to make the touch. I don't think that was on anyways, but I'm just glad it didn't end up in an own goal, as this ball is still across the middle. Skinny Legend across the, once again, as he tried to put a shot on, and Tizzy looking for a pass to his teammate. Warden is there, Parallax commits on that one, but neither are able to get the touch. Skinny Legend trying to take this ball, trying to get the 50. A little bit of awkwardness with this team now with the Kiwis, as they are forced on defense. The clear, though, from Jolly Rogers is going to be enough, and with half the game remaining, Kiwis still holding on to their lead, but for how long is a shot coming through from Warden, perfectly placed once again to tie up the scoring.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful speed there by Goku. And again, I just talked about it at the end of last game. Warden shooting is beautiful. It really is. For a novice player to be able to have the awareness and to really be able to place your shots, and you can tell that's where he's trying to go. It's not like he's just like, oh, I'm going to hit this as hard as I can and pray it doesn't go into the defender. He's shooting these on purpose where he wants them, and he's just a shooting god. But I do want to say, if the Kiwis manage to win this Game 6 and force a Game 7, they best be thanking the post, because the post has come in clutch for them twice. And now the post gives them a great bounce. The first two missed, but Skinny Legend's still there and able to beat out the defenders racing back from the Vandals. And again, I just said it. The post has got to be the MVP for the Kiwis in this one if they manage to win this Game 6.
Yeah, and an interesting turn of events, another little bit of a novice moment, but it doesn't matter as Kiwis were able to score and retake the lead. And Kiwis looking to not only hold on to this game, but force a Game 7, where we can hopefully have a Game 7 alert. We get some more action, some more content, as another clear going into the Vandals half. The boost getting stolen. The pass to the midfield, Jolly Rogers tries to get there, but it's cleared away by Tizzy. Tizzy has an option, but Skinny Legends cuts that one off early as the last man back commits. Warden not able to get a touch. This one a little bit dangerous, but Goku able to pre-flip cover that one, and Jolly Rogers tries to put this off the backboard. Tizzy is able to get the clear, though. Jolly Rogers a little bit awkward, gets a little bit of a pinch, trying to make it awkward for the Warden. Warden not a great touch, paralyzed shot, but not going to be on, just a little bit high. Warden trying to keep this ball into the corner, trying to keep it safe, but a couple 50s and a couple double commits, the ball goes absolutely nowhere. Tizzy picking this ball up, gets a beat on one, trying to get a beat on Skinny Legend, but the Skinny Legend just elects to wait, take his time, gets a beat now on Warden, as Jolly Rogers pops this one off the corner. The ball's awkward, double commit comes out, but the clear comes through. Warden able to kind of get a fake, as Skinny Legend's low boost has to respect the touch. Skinny Legend's taking this aerial out of the half, trying to look for another touch, trying to look for a pass to Jolly Rogers, as this one is going to find each other, but not a great shot, as Warden trying to get a touch, not going to be able to do so. A little bit awkward. Skinny Legend not a great touch either, and Goku's there this time for the follow-up. He's going to take advantage of that misplay from Skinny Legends and tie the game up with just 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Skinny Legend had the time to take possession there. He didn't need to panic and flip into that ball, and when he does, he gives it right to Goku with a fairly wide open net here, as Parallax trying to make something happen. Doesn't quite get the touch he was looking for, and this one's going to be kind of sent away here by Kiwis as we hit the final 30 seconds. Ventus, we're tied up 2-2. The Kiwis' life is on the line.
Yeah, and they're looking to potentially stop that from happening, as Skinny Legends trying to get another clear. We saw a couple bumps coming out on the Vandals net, as we see another bump attempt coming out. Parallax, a double tap. That one's on target, and I don't know if that was intentional or not, but Parallax putting in the work, getting the double off the 50. There's no way that was intentional, but it doesn't matter because they go up 3-2 with 12 seconds remaining.
That is the luckiest double I think I've ever seen, as Tizzy trying to play something special here on the kickoff, and instead he's just going to get beat outright, as that's pretty much going to lock up this game number 6, Ventus. We are, for almost certain, 10 seconds is a lot of time, but to get 2 goals, Ventus, and Novice is very, very hard. They're going to have to be 2 back-to-back kickoff goals, which is very hard to do, and that one's going to be sent away, bouncing in front of the Vandals net, and we are officially going to see a Game 7 to see if the Kiwis or the Vandals are going to move on and continue their season.
You know what? Props to us, Speed, because we both predicted Game 7 would come through, and we didn't do our predictions, you know, late after Game 4 or anything, or like during Game 5. So like we didn't, you know, we didn't only have 2 options. We picked Game 7s the entire time, and Kiwis able to bring it back. I mean, the Parallax double off the 50 was absolutely crazy. Keeps them alive. Vandals, I mean, unfortunately, you just gotta try to shake it off. You try to get the fake kickoff, it doesn't work. You can see it again. You just gotta go next. You gotta play for Game 7, and I mean, I think the only thing that could be better than this, Speed, would be Game 7 OT.
Game 7 OT in Novice quarterfinals would be phenomenal. I know it's already late, guys. We're almost to midnight already. We will be playing after midnight by the time this game is over. It's going to be a long one. And, you know, I can see it. The way these two teams have battled back and forth this whole series, I think it's destined to go into overtime. And I don't just mean like, oh, we're going to overtime and then someone's going to score in the first 10 seconds, 15 seconds off of, you know, a kind of a kickoff play. I think it's going to be a nice, you know, 1-to-1, 2.5, 3 minute overtime. Really make these two teams sweat.
And that, I mean, honestly, that's what I'm hoping to. The farther into OT in Game 7 it goes, the even crazier the gameplay will become. And I mean, we got playoffs this week, but who would have thought we'd be streaming on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, as we are 1 minute away from midnight, which is Thursday. We're going to have the first Thursday stream as Kiwis, Wardens taking on each other in a Game 7 thriller. Kiwis trying to get some more offense going as Jolly Rogers gets a 50. This ball pops way high into the Vandals half. Tizzy trying to get the clear, looking for the follow-up. Gonna get the bump, though. Jolly Rogers trying to get it clear, trying to keep possession, though, as well as he's bumped off the ball. He's gonna stay on this one as a team bump comes into play. Another double commit miss coming out. Another miss coming out from Goku. Net is open, and Parallax not able to get the shot. Crazy. Game 7 nerves, novice moment nerves, whatever you say to that one. I mean, absolutely crazy stuff is going to happen in this Game 7.
It really is. We're seeing the nerves come out for sure as we see another nervous shot come out from Warden. I think he's going to try to say that was a fake all day long, but the way he's been shooting, we know he wants that. It wasn't even close, but thankfully for his sake, Tizzy is there. His partner in crime in this series is there to solidify that. They're giving themselves the lead here, 1 minute and 13 seconds into this game number 7, and they just got to play really solid now, as we've seen nerves come out from both teams, as this one's going to come through again, and Tizzy's going to give them a 2-goal lead, and they have to be feeling great about themselves right now.
Yeah, and I think novice in lower leagues, I think that making Game 7 is so much more nerve-wracking, because this is arguably the biggest stage they've probably played on, and they are trying to keep it calm, but man, Tizzy is calm, cool, and collected, as he's gonna absolutely rip a third shot, give him a hat trick for Game 7. As I mean, he just looks to end things now, and you know, the farther they get, the farther the lead increases, the less likely the comeback. And Kiwis need to keep the mental intact. They need to get things going, and they need to not falter.
Yeah, and Tizzy is looking for his 4th goal, but that one's going to be sent wide. And Tizzy's on something here in this game number 7. Apparently, he is a Game 7 merchant, as that shot's going to come out from Warden. That's going to be just wide. But I will say, there's still plenty of time left. There's 3 minutes. You know, you average a goal a minute to be able to tie this one back up. And if there's 3 players in the Novice League that you know, I could trust that's been around for a while, that has seen crazy things happen, that have had beautiful runs and have won championships before, it would be the 3 players here on the Kiwis and Skinny Legend, Parallax, and Jolly Rogers. But we see another kind of a mistouch coming out from Jolly Rogers, but Skinny Legend's there to follow it up. Not enough boost to get another touch, though, and we just see the Kiwis trying to fire on all cylinders right now, and it might end up biting them in the end.
Yeah, as you know, they're gonna have to play riskier and riskier. A good demo coming out from Skinny Legend, but not a great shot as Parallax is back with 0 boost. Tizzy not gonna be able to put that one on target, but it's gonna be able to steal the corner boost as Tizzy is demoed for his efforts. But the bump, Warden, open net, plays it off to the side. You know, we'll just say that's a time-wasting mechanic, is Tizzy keeping it in the Kiwis half. Tizzy looking to just waste more time. Warden is up on that one. Jolly Rogers awkward, tries to pop it around one, is going to be able to do so. He's going to try to get the follow-up pass to the midfield as Parallax not going to be able to find a connection on that one. Skinny Legend trying to get a touch. Not a great one as Warden is able to take that one back from him. This ball still staying in the Kiwis half. Tizzy, great clearance once again, keeping it from ever leaving. The Kiwis still having to maintain it. The ball in their half. Goku looking for a shot. Double commit comes out on both teams as Tizzy looking to leave this one for Warden. Warden shot. That one off the post. The follow-up from Goku not going to be in time as Parallax able to clear it. Jolly Rogers looking for the clear out. And with just a minute and a half left now, you talked about needing 1 goal a minute. Well, now it's 1 goal every 30 seconds. But this is the first one.
They get the first one. Now they need a minute. They need a goal every 43 seconds now. Very a little less than a minute, but they did get that first one. That's the most important one, right? Get on the board, get yourselves feeling good. You know, that was great play. And at this point, it's game 7. Your season's on the line. We've seen them do it there in game number 6 when their back was against the wall on match point, and they came out firing as this shot's gonna be put just wide. Oh, but with the pre-flip, like I said, players in the backboard and these Rees and Novice, they don't quite know. There's not a lot of communication. He pre-flips trying to make a save, thinking that one might be on, and instead he gets the redirect for this Kiwis team. And now a minute 15 left, Ventus, and the Kiwis are only down 1.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events there for Tizzy as he kind of puts that one back. But maybe he might get a goal for his efforts as he's not going to be able to put that one on target. 1 minute remaining. Game 7. Season's on the line as another beat comes out. Midfield shot coming through from Skinny Legend, but that one not on target. Warden trying to clear this one away. Jolly Rogers pops this, trying to find a teammate. This one gonna be to Parallax. Parallax clears this one downfield. This ball awkward off the back wall. Parallax looking for a touch. Warden gets a touch as well. Dunk coming out. Double commit coming as well. Tizzy trying to get the clear, is gonna be able to do so. This ball high and away back into the Kiwis half. Skinny Legend trying to keep it a little bit safe. Gets the double tap into his own corner. Has to get another touch as a triple commit coming out. Parallax a little bit awkward. Jolly Rogers leaving to go for bumps. Parallax sitting behind the ball looking for a dribble, trying to get it past one, but that one gonna be stuffed away. Goku getting the beat. Open net, sir. Can you hit it? And he can. 19 seconds remaining. Just might be the dagger.
Thought the Kiwis were going to be able to score and tie this one up, as you said, Jolly Rogers went for that demo play. Parallax, because the Vandals were sitting back, they were playing too passive. When you're trying to lock down a game, you got to play that right amount of pressure and passive, and they were playing way too passive, and it almost bit them. But a great defensive play coming out by Goku, turning into a great counterattack, and it keeps their dreams alive as we're final 7 seconds. Kiwi's going to need 2 goals. This one gets 50, and there's only 2 seconds left, and that one is going to do it. The Vandals hold on. They win in Game 7, Ventus, just like I predicted at the beginning of this series. And honestly, I predicted it even at a better round. You know, they were technically, the Kiwis had just scored in game number 5 to go up 1 goal. There was only like a minute and a half, 2 minutes left. So I had my back against the wall when I took this Vandals pick.
Yeah. Well, you're smart and understand Rocket League. No, I'm just kidding. It was a great series for both squads. A great prediction from you, obviously. I was playing devil's advocate. That's the only reason why I didn't take the Vandals. And Tizzy coming out strong. Had a little bit of that mistake there with the own goal. But, I mean, 3 goals to his name, was able to be enough for this victory. And I mean, what a great way to wrap up tonight's games of playoffs. I mean, we had some great series. We didn't necessarily get the length though. We got the game 7 in this series, and we were able to see a great matchup from the Novice League. And I mean, just think, we have 2 more days of first round. We aren't even nearly done with playoffs yet. We'll still have some great action to come. But really quickly, before we head out, we just want to thank our sponsors, our Nemesis Premium subscribers. If we could pull that graphic up, we just want to thank you guys so much. Crotera, Earn, Flame Intruder, Neons, Wiggle. I'll throw in the Novice, Ruby Chef, Sub-Zero, Fenrir, Jax, Parker, and Sato. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for your support. All the stuff we do behind the scenes, all the content we strive to bring you as casters. It just means a lot to us, and it goes a long way. But that is going to do it from us here. Speed, do you have any other closing remarks?
I don't, other than, congratulations to the teams. We are halfway through this quarterfinal matches. Congratulations to all those teams that have moved on. Unfortunate for those teams that lost, but hey, you made it to the playoffs. You put up a fight. We did see we've seen some upsets here. I mean, this was technically an upset. We've seen some upsets throughout the playoffs so far. I mean, every single 10 seed made it out of the play-ins. So, obviously they had to run through a couple upsets on their way to grab that 8 seed. So for those of you teams that are out there still playing, nothing is a lock. I mean, and that's a great thing, right? The fact that we're going to get very competitive and very good Rocket League matches, and it's only going to get better as we hit the semifinals and the grand finals in the upcoming weeks. But yes, thank you guys. We will be back tomorrow night. Technically Friday, as it's Thursday morning, but we won't keep you guys any longer as it is approaching 12:10 on Thursday morning. But we appreciate you guys for hanging out with us, and we will see you Friday night.